I see the
All right, hold on, guys. Welcome back to the show. What's going on? It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Not feeling too good today. I'm a little under the weather, but we here, man. We finna work, get it in. Please hit the like button on the way in. I don't know why. Still got to keep saying this. Please hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. Let's start today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. We are here in the building. Shout outs to everybody here. What's going on, new? Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Good to see you. Shout outs to the Cynical One, as always, in the building. Man, coming off of a crazy, weekend. So much stuff to talk about. Make sure you guys head over to the link that's pinned to the top of the chat. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Take advantage of the buy one, get one free holiday sale that's going on. Get your Christmas affairs in order. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. If you know, you know. You go where I asked you to go. Head over to hempforfitness.com and check out their wide selection and make sure you know, place your order. Use coupon code T-210 to get 10% off your order. Mention CUDA and you get 2 free gifts. That's for Thanksgiving and for Christmas. Thank me later. And also, you can also gift, you know, the free gift that you get, or the extras, that you buy, so you can mix and match, or you could just buy one and you get it free, twin orders, so much great deals going on. Make sure you take advantage of them before the new year. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. We in the building. Please support the show on the way in by hitting the Cash App and by hitting the PayPal that's scrolling at the bottom. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar symbol PTV 888. That's dollar sign PTV 888. Well, let's get straight into it. We're gonna cover this Cat Williams and Michelle Obama podcast, and see where we go from there. We got a lot of stuff to cover. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
At that time, I had already read so many books and I was excited about it. So I was like, oh, I'm guaranteed. I'm a sure thing. A terrible childhood Like I'm guaranteed to make it. Like all of the heroes and all of these stories. This
begins.
poor girl Cinderella's cleaning the chimney. The stepmother's awful.
You're
all
like,
her
I'm right
sisters
on
are.
track.
Oh, I'm like, God, you really know how to do it. Like, no, this is why you leave at 13.
That's right.
I get it, Jesus.
Yes. This episode is brought to you.
Now, it's so weird that we live in a day and age. I wouldn't even say we're a president, but we're the president's ex-president or former president's wife can start a podcast. What the hell? You know, what's going on, Link? Good to see you, man. Happy holidays to everybody here. Shout outs to you, bro. Shout outs to everybody here. You know, back to our scheduled programming. Let's get it.
You by Rivian and Progressive Insurance. Hi, Craig Robinson.
Hi, Michelle Obama. How are you today?
Good. Welcome back to IMO.
Yes, on the vineyard.
On the vineyard. It's a really, really lovely recording here in this beautiful space.
It really has.
You know, they call this a barn, but
this is a high-level barn.
This is not a barn. This is just another house.
As Aaron said, who's my 13-year-old.
Who's with us today.
Yeah, this isn't a barn. This is somebody's house.
He heard that we were recording in a barn. We pulled up. He was disappointed.
He was disappointed. He wanted cows and horses and stuff around. This is not. This is a
But this chic area of the island, Up Island, Chilmark, the best place to have a Rivian.
Yeah, and as everyone knows, we got gifted Rivian, so I've been driving yours around, and I've been all over the island, but I haven't been up this way. I haven't been up island, so I'm saving that for my next trip.
You can see how these back roads, you know, how the Rivian really operates well in it. Yeah.
Perfect. Raise your suspension up, have a nice little comfortable ride.
That feature is good. So do you have to raise it up, or is
she probably sponsored by Rivian?
It already raised, or are you lowering the suspension?
There's 2 or 3 can set it.
Yeah.
And depending on the terrain, so in bumpy, you would raise it so that you can get over rocks and stuff and don't scrape the bottom, and you lower it to go faster on like the highway.
Have you used it?
I've used all 3 settings.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to be here.
It is, but we're not gonna mess around today because we are both excited about this.
We are so excited. Just settle down.
Man, we have Katt Williams here. I mean, I'm chilled. I'm chilled on this hot day in the vineyard. Katt Williams is obviously a comedian and an actor who's earned worldwide reputation as one of the world's top entertainers. He's celebrated for his brilliance and ingenuity on stage, which you and I both enjoy.
Yep.
He's also known for his critically acclaimed stand-up specials, and today remains one of the top touring comedians.
On fire all the time.
Just on the time. And he's currently on his Heaven on Earth tour, and he is performing in arenas all around the country. And we have to make sure we get to one of these because I want to see him live.
We got to find out where it's going. Yeah.
But without any further ado, can we get the
one, the
only Katt Williams.
Now, my thing is that, and I'm happy for Katt because, to tell you the truth, Shannon Sharpe actually gave an extra revival back to Katt Williams' career. You understand what I'm saying? Shannon Sharpe actually gave an extra revival back to Katt Williams' career because Katt is real. You know, Katt is super real. And he got blackballed from the industry. Just like how y'all be doing me with the support of the show, y'all be robbing me sometimes, man. Katt Williams is real as hell. He He been in a lot of rooms, on a lot of different things, innovated, and he got blackballed. Nobody said a fucking thing. Everybody sat there and watched all a bunch of people being dishonest, fucked up individuals, you know, and just watch this man get blackballed. Now all of a sudden he's like legendary and all this other shit. That shit is fake. This shit is fake. That shit is fake, bro. But let me tell y'all something too. What this could be, and I'm gonna just throw this out there. When people know, because everybody's fake, right? When the landscape changes, and people know you was around there, or was around when they was faking like shit, you know they secrets, or not even just they secrets. You know, they spin the block like, oh man, you know, I hope he doesn't talk about the time when we, you know, especially if you know if somebody's word is credible nowadays. You know, it's the rabbit got the gun situation. You know, shit that used to go on in them rooms don't last long. Diddy moments, you know, Diddy moments. There's gonna come a time when not just Diddy, but you know, 50, a whole bunch of people, you know, get their rabbit got the gun moment, you know. And it comes faster now because of technology and how fast the world is moving. You know, a year or two seems like a long time, but it's really not. Half an hour into the madness. Please support the show. Show your love by hitting the Cash App and the PayPal. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
You came out like you were called out to the principal's office.
He came ready. Hi, Cat
Hello
Williams. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
IMO.
Thank you.
You're a handsome dude.
Right.
Yeah, you know that. You
yeah.
know that about yourself.
You know, there were so many options. God had to make some people 5'5", and you know, you put that type of hole.
turn. Say kids because he gave
He
all
gives
the
the
rest
other
of the height
things.
to us. Right?
Yes.
I was about to say that Michelle Obama, tall as hell.
You guys are both strikingly tall.
Well, it's good to have you.
It's so good to have you here, man.
You've
Thank
been
you.
on the vineyard too. Have you been to the vineyard before? Is this your first visit?
This is my golf retreat.
You've been here before golfing.
Mhm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And when did the love affair with golf start for you?
It was immediate.
Did you
It's
grow up
just a great-
golfing? Because
No,
black,
ma'am.
we don't
No,
grow up.
that's not a thing.
No, it's
I
not.
grew up getting
It's not a
whooped.
thing. We lived on a golf. We lived in a
Welcome to the
neighborhood with
club.
a golf course. We
We
as
never
black
used it.
people, we just drove right past it.
Yeah, it's probably the least economical sport
Yeah.
possible. I'm saying
Uh-huh.
you only need one ball and
Yeah.
39 guys can play. You know, it's not that way with golf. But yeah, I was grown when I got introduced to golf,
Mhm.
but it is I've really been able to grow with my own personal game, and I like
Mhm.
everything about it. There are no negatives or drawbacks.
What's your
I like that.
handicap?
I'm unhandicapped.
What does
Ooh.
that mean? What does
Ooh.
that mean? I don't
Ooh,
even
take
understand
that.
that.
Just a healthy man.
Just are you a scratch golfer, as they call? I know all these terms from my
it's
husband.
rarely. I have eczema, so
Stop.
I am a scratch golfer. But
What are the attributes that you take from golf that you can use in your entertainment life or your parenting life?
Accuracy.
Golf gives you the opportunity to do something exactly how the best player in the world would do it.
Accuracy, like I said. What's going on, Raven? Good to see you, bro.
Mhm.
Happy holidays.
And then 6 minutes later, you hit a shot that a 9-year-old, and this is the same you,
Yeah.
you know?
Uh-huh.
And having the ability to navigate your own personal expectations and to understand that you always have the ability to do better.
Mm.
And that if you had a great hole, you put that behind you, even as you would if you had had a terrible hole.
Yeah.
You have to put the greatness
Right.
of that hole aside
Right.
because hole 13 doesn't matter at
Yeah.
hole 14.
Well, we're going to be the golf course that we grew up by in Chicago on the south side that we just drove.
Yeah, I'm not on the coast just yet, Raven. I appreciate you, bro. Shout outs to everybody here. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show by hitting the Cash App. Let's try to get at least one contributor within the hour. We're half an hour in. Please support the show. Yeah, I'm not on the coast yet. I'm landlocked, but we'll see. You know what I'm saying? I'm not on the coast yet, but yeah. Yeah, so I've heard. I seen a lot of people making fun of me and saying, "Oh, Cuda, blah blah blah, Cuda, blah blah blah," and I'm like, no, actually, nothing's going on here. I'm okay. But yeah, they've been having wars over here for a while. Y'all just don't hear about it. This is why, uh, you know, I don't do certain content and stuff like that. Because you just don't go around sticking your camera everywhere. And then to tell y'all the truth, people be telling me, "Oh, won't you do a travel channel, do travel content?" Number one, people here don't even support travel content or travel channels. You know, good shows like this barely can get support. People don't support that type of content. That content's not well received. I have a whole movie that I put out, you know, detailing all the stuff that people tell me to cover, and y'all don't share that shit. Y'all don't support that shit. I got 2 movies that I put out. Y'all don't care about that shit or support that shit. So, I do got some content. There's caves and stuff where I'm at. So I might what's going on, UFO? So I might do a little bit of content on that, but aside from that, you know, um I'm good. You said I got me some female employees there now. Very fun. She thinking about coming to Thailand to train them. That's what's up. That's what's up. I see everybody trying to go to Thailand now, But yeah, they got little wars and stuff going on, especially in like Myanmar and then all these other places and stuff. But they don't want people to really be filming that type of stuff. It's not a good look. And it's like little border wars and stuff and encroachment and all kinds of stuff. So, Cambodia has always been a little brother or getting little brothered by Thailand and stuff. So it's just a lot, going on, you know. But we're gonna get into it. Glad to see everybody here. Happy holidays. You know, been putting in this work. I'm a little under the weather. If you guys could please support the show, please hit the Cash App, show some love. That will greatly be appreciated. And I'm gonna continue to try to bring you guys the best content here on YouTube. We got this Cat Williams, Michelle Obama show. took a little bit of somewhat of a day off to kind of rest up, but I just been working on little stuff behind the scenes on the channel. So so we can be running smooth when we get back. All right. So if y'all please hit the like button and support the show. I got you. It's Player Talk.
Passed and never went in.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Obama Presidential Center is opening up there in May, and there's an athletic center. It's a whole development. It's on that golf course. So we're going to have to, I'm going to commit you now. You got to come out.
Done.
Because we are trying to get young people, Black kids exposed, because to be living in a neighborhood with that kind of beauty and not be able to access it as we were not, because all we were doing.
And I want to let y'all know this, right? Because too many people are still, especially Black people, too many people are still working off the old doctrine. Oh, Black kids don't know about this. Oh, Black kids ain't exposed to this. Oh, Black kids don't get access. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. If you have a phone and you're Black, you have access to everything. Just say you're not interested in it, or you still working off the old doctrine. You think that's white people shit, or this, that, and the third. Black people have access to every fucking thing. If Young and Ace can fucking find a fucking golf course to go shoot Who I Smoke and talk about shooting dead ops riding around on a golf course in Florida, I don't want to hear that shit. Black people have access to everything. Everything. We gotta stop with this shit, because when people say, "Oh, Black people don't have access to things," is acting like, "Oh, people are locked out of certain things." Black people aren't locked out of certain things. They just don't take advantage of certain things. So let's go.
Was just riding past it. It's a good way for Barack to connect his love.
Shout outs to Link. Give me 1 second, y'all. Now my shit's starting to act up. Shout outs to Link in the building. Shout outs to UFO. Oh my God. Here comes new. Let's go. It's Player Talk. Let's get it, y'all.
Of a sport to the neighborhood that has given us so much. So we would love to have you involved. So I'm going to use this opportunity to get you on the hook.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
absolutely. You and your husband are one of only a handful of actual superheroes that we've seen in the country. And a superhero is somebody you put ungodly expectations on. You expect them to never make mistakes, and you want them to be flawless, and just things that just aren't realistic for humans. The way that you two pulled that off was, I think when we look back 100 years from now, like, you were the source of pride for a nation that needed that. So yeah,
Thank
whatever
you.
we can do
Thank you
to
for
pay
that.
you back for that, we'd love it.
Thank you, Kat. That's very sweet of you. Oh, we can end it now. We can all go home.
Bam.
Yes, right.
Money's
Right.
worth.
I'm not done yet.
Right.
So when you sat down, you said you grew up getting whoopings. You said
That was an odd thing for me to just come out with.
You said, Kuda, on the real, when you light one and smoke it while watching Starship Troopers, it makes Starship Troopers. It makes this movie good as fuck. Man, I wish I had the time, man. I really wanna be able to kick it with y'all and even watch stuff like that, on Rumble or Twitch or something. I can't watch it on YouTube. Shout outs to everybody on Rumble, by the way. Please support the show if you're over on Rumble. Shout outs to the 10 people over on YouTube. Please get the likes up and please support the show. yeah, I would like to kick back and go over certain things. There's so much movies that I want to watch and pick back up on because we're older now and I can actually pick up on things that I missed. Yeah, I'm really. That's funny that you mentioned that. Yeah, I was man, while I was resting up yesterday, I was advertising like crazy for the bookkeeping company. I got a couple of people actually. I got a couple of clients, well, people that's interested. So I'm gonna see how the onboarding process might work this week for a couple of people that's interested. See if I can close some sales. You said, did you call Kuda the page master? What's the page master? Nah, I'm good, Raven. I'm enjoying myself. It's just a lot going on. That's all. You said Colonial Marines from Aliens teaming up with Starship Troopers would be awesome. Shit, if I don't know, I'm on UFO kamikaze time. If I meet any nigga in space, that nigga's an alien to me. Don't introduce me to nobody up in no goddamn space. He an alien to me.
But
Right.
black folks, we know. We all know about a
we
woman.
know. We know. So I wanna back up and just hear how Cat Williams became Cat Williams. So I want to know how did that start?
Oh, you said it's an old movie. Okay.
So I really owe everything in my trajectory to the love of books that I forged early.
Mhm.
So reading books just shaped me into this. So, for example, I can remember young figuring out that my mother and father didn't really love me, but they took really good care of.
Mm.
And
How could you? What made you say they didn't love you? What did they do that left you with that feeling?
nothing. I just I was reading so many books and I was seeing so many stories, and I was just trying to figure out where I'd end with these stories if I was that type of person. And I realized that my mother never kissed me, right? And that there was this dynamic that existed in other households that I didn't have in mind. But at that time, I had already read so many books that I was excited about it.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, I'm guaranteed. I'm a sure thing. A terrible childhood? Like, get to make it. Like,
That's
all
just
the
like-
heroes and all
this
of these
is where
stories,
all
this
begins.
Cinderella's played in the
Right,
chimney.
right.
The
It's like-
stepmother's awful.
You're
all
like,
her
I'm right on
sisters
track.
Oh, I'm like, God, you really like, no, this is why you leave at 13.
That's
I
right.
get it, Jesus.
Yes.
You know,
Way
and
to
so
turn it around. Cat, way to
I
turn it
understand I'm
around.
that early.
Yeah.
Like,
Wow.
because
How old?
like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had already made the decisions at 6 just because once you've read thousands of books, you see that all of these stories are similar and that you're gonna make it through. Like depression is the worst disease. It makes you think things that are in. So I was reading so many books of so many people in so many different circumstances, and it always works out. It always gets better. Life is always worth the next adventure. And so that's how I was looking at things even that early.
How many brothers and sisters did you grow up with?
I'm the oldest. I
You're
have
the oldest.
2 younger brothers.
So did your parents have needs and whatnot? I mean, what was it about your childhood that made you read those stories and say, you know what, I'm missing something, you know?
Well, I wasn't at the age where I thought I was missing anything. Now, granted, in retrospect, I was, but I was using all of my setbacks for my benefit. So, for example, like I wasn't allowed to watch television or see movies or go over people's house or go to a dance or no extracurricular activities of any kind. But I devoted all of that time to reading. So I got 3 open books every day. I'm in the middle of these, and I'm immersed, and I feel like I'm really learning something from everyone's experience, and that it's putting me ahead of the curve because of how much knowledge and information I'm getting on something that doesn't have anything to do with me. Like I'm reading about Winston Churchill, but the stories all go together. You know?
And this situation you were in, not being able to do a lot of stuff, that was because your parents were religious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were Jehovah's Witness.
Right. And high up in the organ.
If Michelle Obama cut all of her hair off, she would look like her orbiter simp friend that's beside her. I don't know. Just a thought.
Organization.
Yeah.
But, you know,
They look the same.
a lot of the things that I learned because of that situation. So I already knew that when I got in the position to be a parent, I understood love is the most important thing, and it's free. Like, you can do that. And I know all the other stuff seems to matter, but actually the imparting of love and creating an individual that knows how to receive it and give it and deal with it is just so important. And don't get me wrong, my father was a great father. He's a great husband. My parents are still together. They've been together almost 50 years now. So like they're wonderful. But
what's your relationship like with them today?
I love them today, same as I always did. I'm more, they got more respect for me for how great of a job that they did, even when the feelings weren't there, you know? And I appreciated that, and that made it so much easier for me to adopt children because I realized, you know, DNA doesn't matter, bloodlines don't matter.
So
Family's where the love is.
Yeah, that was another thing I didn't realize about you, that you have adopted a lot of kids. Tell us.
Yeah, I didn't see that in the bingo cards.
Right.
But my son was living in another state, and she had another life and had kids. And at some point, she faced an addiction crisis, and her children went.
That's her brother. Oh man, I'm slow as hell. That's her brother. Good God Almighty! I think. Damn. I went over one podcast with her, and I think somebody did mention that was her brother. Forgive me, y'all. I'm sick. All right.
To the orphanage. So when they called me, I don't have a direct relationship with these children, but they are the siblings of my son. And I did all the research, and I knew that it takes $1 million to raise a child.
Yes,
and
indeed.
I was eager to say, wait a minute, Lord, you're saying I'm going to have $10 million to take care of 10 kids?
Yeah, right.
Fine. Let's do it.
I'm in.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to let me suffer. You're certainly not going to let. And it was best experience
How
ever.
old were you when you adopted the kids? And what stage in your life were you already in comedy? Were you already Cat Williams, or was this?
God, no.
Yes, ma'am, but a lesser form, a smaller case K. I was making less than $25,000 a year, so that lets you know where I was. But I had been working, and everything was looking good. It was a period in my life where I think that's the only way he could save me, is to give me this instant, humongous family and all
Did you
of
need
these.
saving?
I did.
What was going on?
I love women so much.
Tell us more.
And so I had a 5-bedroom house with a woman in each room.
Oh, Cat.
Because I like women. I like waking up hearing them. I like them being around. Like, that's my sweet spot.
Well, it sounds like you weren't in crisis.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that type of crisis. It's just that the kids happening instantly like that meant, I got to grow up. I got to do stuff a different way. Like, I got to do a different trajectory. Like, I'm going to be a family man now, you know? So I couldn't be the bachelor superstar that I had envisioned at that point that I was getting ready to go into. So yeah, it saved me for sure.
What was the biggest challenge in your parenting career?
What's going on, Dollar Washer? Yeah, y'all know Cat. You dig? A lot of people don't know he was in Dipset for a while, you know? So, shout out to Dollar Washer in the building. Happy holidays, bro. All right, y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. A lot of bit under the weather today. Please hit the like button. Support the show. You said Cat was wildin'. Nah, you gotta have you a little stable, you know? You gotta have your little stable. Nothing wrong with that.
The hardest part is losing a child is probably the worst thing that can happen to you on this earth. Like, there's no recovery from it. There's no.
You lost a child? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. But,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was probably the only regrettable thing, is that I had built myself to be completely impervious to the machinations of the devil. So there was nothing Satan could do that would ever take my joy from any situation. And the worst things are going for the more you can probably find me smiling and telling jokes, because that's how we get back. But in that particular circumstance, it's the worst thing imaginable. It doesn't get any better. It actually gets. But yeah, other than that, it was complete joy.
This segment is brought to you by Progressive Insurance, a brand that knows home ownership isn't just about having a place to live.
Give me 1 second, guys. Let's get back into it.
Time home buyers with online tools and resources aimed at helping you navigate.
If you have a special needs child, you just look at the world differently. You realize that the special needs community is like the only legitimate angels on earth. Like a lot of the things that make people a bad person, somebody with autism doesn't even know how to do that.
Yeah.
Like they don't know how to be jealous or envious and conniving. And
One of my favorite guilty pleasures is, have you seen Love on the Spectrum? I just love that show.
oh my God, I
Oh,
love
I mean,
everyone on it.
everyone on
Like-
the show. And Craig, my brother, is never caught up on
I-
any
I-
social
I
media,
apologize.
anything.
I
But
apologize.
it's a beautiful, it's a reality-based show, and the producers of that have
It's
worked
the
on
best.
Later Daters with us. And so it's the kind of reality TV that I really love. I mean, I love it all, but these are just really some of the best humans. They're autistic people
What's going on, country boy?
who want to find love. And I think I cry every episode. It's just like you said, Kat, the best display of humanity.
Yeah, I watch
Period.
it just to cry.
Yeah.
Like it's a free therapy session to go and be reminded about how wonderful it is to be human and to see people searching to attain something that they can actually get to. And the fact that it goes from season to season and like they're famous now.
They
Like,
are.
They're
They need to be.
famous now, and yet they're still right where we need them to be. So it's such a genuine experience.
Do you have children who
One.
are autistic? You have one.
I have one.
Yeah.
Respect. Bless her heart. Yeah,
Oh my
good old
goodness.
Leanne. She's the best.
And I want to get back to, because one thing I didn't ask about child, you were emancipated at 13. Is that
I've read that.
Have you read that about
You've read that
yourself?
about yourself.
Tell us more about.
yeah.
It's not often that
And
you
at 13,
And what led to that? Did you
Yes.
just walk out the door? Did you just say, "Hey, okay, thank you, everyone. I'm gonna take all my books and I'm on my own"?
I don't know how to put this without sounding facetious, but if you came from a Bible reading, believing family,
Yeah.
then you already knew I was finna do what Jesus did. At the temple to turn
That's
over
right.
tables. Like this is the life of a Christian revolutionary.
Now, I don't know how serious you guys take your religion or whatever, right? But and I wish I really had the time to really sit down and actually read into this and actually go into it. But I was put on game about a book, right, that a lot of people don't talk about, and I think they actually have an audio version, an audiobook version of that book on YouTube. But if you guys are, I mean, it's Christmas time, so you got a lot of, religious folk, here in these spaces, and it's a religious time, I would say. There's this book called The Gospel of Barnabas. All right. And if you like going down rabbit holes, well, I just blessed you. It's a book called The Gospel of Barnabas, and it talked about Jesus Christ, and it covers the parts where he was missing in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And he denied being the Son of God and all this other stuff. So, y'all might want to go read the Gospel of Barnabas. Which is usually not talked about. Be careful in these Christian circles, because once you bring up certain books, people that know, and they kind of get upset of who knows and what they know. But they get upset with who knows because they don't know what you know till you throw it out there that you know about it. If you know, you know. But you go get when you start bringing up certain books like the Book of Enoch and all different types of books. Yeah, be careful. Can't just bring it up to anybody. But um, that's one of those books that I definitely want to dive into. But let's get it.
Uh-huh.
I got to tell you, you're way ahead of me because even if I wanted to leave at 13, I wouldn't have had
The
the
guts.
nerve to do it, nor the wherewithal that I could.
I love my Christians, but yeah, Christianity, especially in the West, is filled with a lot of fake people. You said read the apocrypha. What's it called? The apocrypha. Apocrypha. Write that down. All right.
Do it.
It was a terrible idea. And
Okay. All right. Here we go.
I don't talk about it because I don't want
Apocrypha.
any young person to hear that and think that it's possible
But I
that
think
they could pull it off.
hearing that it's terrible is useful.
But
So-
it wasn't. I just
It
say
wasn't
that.
terrible?
No.
Oh,
No, of course not. I'm the adventurer in this story. Are you kidding?
Well, that's a big part of it, New. Christianity is one of those religions where it tells you to believe but don't question. You know what I'm saying? And it's real slick because God gives you the ability to question. But how they curve a lot of people into just believe and not question is they gaslight you on your faith, because they're saying if you question, you're not believing and you don't have faith. And it's like, no, I have faith. God didn't give you the ability to walk blind, though. He gave you 2 eyes to see. So obviously he wants to show you something. But a lot of Christians in the West, they get gaslighted on their faith, because if you question it, that means you're not believing or you don't have faith. So they get their faith pulled into question. And the thing is that they can feel certain things, but words, same thing with me. I mean, I be trying to express certain things, but words be failing me, y'all. Words will fail you, bro. But most people don't know. That's why I said words will fail you, because most people don't know how to defend their faith in context when it's called into question. When it's called into question like that. Especially by the people, especially if you're questioning the people that actually put the religion into your, brought that religion into your world, So it's the missing books of the Bible. Okay. I wonder if it includes the book of Enoch. All religions do. Their own God don't want you to question. That's why I'm Black Pill Jesus, man. Black Pill Jesus is diabolical. You said to seek the truth means to question, for sure.
Okay.
Whoop me now, sir. I'm grown. Got a mustache and a cigarette. I'm 12. Welcome. That was mine.
I'm picturing a little cat.
was
Did you have
terrible.
the stick and your goods in a little kerchief?
No.
Did you walk
no,
out
I
with a
had a full
suitcase?
suitcase and a Rottweiler puppy. So
You left with the dog?
destined for failure. Yes.
Well, It's like, and a dependent.
I'm taking a
you know?
responsibility.
Exactly. It's like, man, and I'll take this puppy. So where'd you go? Where was the first place you and your puppy, Rottweiler puppy, went when you left your house?
Miami, Florida.
You went to a whole nother state.
That was always the thing.
How'd you get to Miami?
I went to a truck stop.
Oh, the best place to go. Wow.
Because everybody's going out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And so then I checked license plates because I was looking for a warm destination and I was hoping for LA or California, but Miami presented itself and the guy let me and the Rottweiler puppy get in the back part of the empty truck and he would stop every once in a while.
Did you have any money? How'd you feed the Rottweiler?
I was loaded. I must have had $1,200 and you could not have told me that I was
Did
not
you really
a young
have
millionaire.
$1,200?
Oh, yes.
How'd you get all this money?
So the only thing I was allowed to do, I was allowed to cut grass in the summer and I was allowed to shovel snow in the winter. So I probably had 60 clients on each end.
You were an entrepreneur.
I own the lawnmower and the shovels. And,
wow.
And so me having money just gave me the ability to not have to wear the clothes that my parents wanted me to wear to school. I could wear that out, go change, get into something fly and presentable for school. And then I was living multiple lives, but the money made it possible for me to have that freedom. And I learned that pretty early on.
What was your alter ego with your money when you went to school? Were you one way at home because you were dressing different and then you took your lawnmower money and went to school and your whatever? Who were you?
I had a relationship with the candy lady. So I was in sales already and I was buying at a wonderful price, upselling and supplying schoolmates with candy.
So you were
and
that
treats,
kid. You were the kid that had the annihilators.
Plus, I had money, so I didn't have to. I was able to treat the women that I liked.
Nice.
Really nice.
Nice.
And I learned that supplying happiness to people.
So you were Money Mike early.
Yes, yeah, Money Micah. Yeah. Yeah.
Was that where your character came from, Money Micah? You were practicing that at 13.
It
with your candy
seems like it's
business.
all planned out, but God showed me early on that there was this pathway, and I wasn't really certain of how to make sure that I was on it or.
Wow.
So you get to Miami.
Yep. So we
Still
get to Miami
with your puppy.
Yeah. This trip probably only took us maybe 3 days at the most, maybe 2. It was a really nice ride. But so I'm there, and I just had never seen a place so big with so many different neighborhoods and a different culture and ethnicity every 3 blocks, and it was really.
I don't think a lot of people will watch the Cat Williams movie. I think Cat Williams been blackballed for the majority of Gen Z's lifetime. People really won't go see a Cat Williams movie. A niche audience will go see it, but remember that Netflix special that he put out was pre-recorded. So that was a good move, before people really started blackballing him. But listen, y'all, we're an hour and 12 minutes into the madness. Please hit the Cash App and support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888 to keep the show going. We're already an hour and 13 minutes into the madness. Please support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. If you support Player Talk Radio, hit the like button, share the show. Let's keep it going. It's Player Talk.
really a bit of a culture.
What's going on, Holo? He said, sorry, he flopped hard on that horror comedy. I mean, yeah, but I mean, a lot of people, they blackballed him, you know? Cat is like the Kendrick of comedy. You know, a lot of people, you know, they just, they're fake with Cat Williams. You know, that's kind of why he has this disposition that he got. He speaks in codes too. One of my brothers back in the day, who's a Mason, was pointing out some things to me. I said, "Damn, yeah, this ain't good," you know. So for y'all that don't know, you know, Cat's a Mason. But let's go. Well, not necessarily a Mason, but he's coded.
Shock, but I found a place in Coconut Grove at a park, and that's where I made my residence, and it was across the street from a library. And so 8 hours a day, I would be in the library reading. And
So you just camped out.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying, Raven. Like he's really grassrooted, you know. Niche people will support him though. But let's go.
Literally.
Did you buy a tent with your money?
No, ma'am.
So you just
Michelle Obama's kind of leaning on him. I don't know if y'all picking that up, but, you know.
laying out on the grass with your puppy, a 13-year-old?
No.
And
They
going
had
across
a whole
the
little,
street to
they
the
had
library?
a whole little segment of population that this was kind of in the homeless world, this was kind of a gated community.
Yeah.
This park with a marina behind
Right.
it, so you can't encroach, and it's in Coconut Grove. So yeah, I was able to purchase a brand new mattress the first day I was going to have to sleep, so I never slept on the ground or anything. And remember, my clothes are all dress clothes. I only have slacks and white shirts and ties. Like, I don't,
is anybody like, I'm just trying to picture this.
I can't picture any of this.
Like, and I'm still like, are you telling the truth or are you joking? Because I'm like still trying to picture you. You went and bought a mattress. How'd you get the mattress to the park? I mean,
they brought it.
They delivered. Oh, you went to a store and you had them deliver your mattress to the park?
There's a homeless hierarchy in the place that I was at. There was a guy who was in charge of whether or not you got to be or not. And
how did you convince him that you should be there?
I didn't. I've lived. I have a presence.
Yes, you do.
And I'm one of the people that doesn't have ulterior motives. And most people I found do. But even at that age, I didn't have any. I didn't think I was owed anything. I didn't think I
was going to say Barbara Walters, but Gayle King is a fit. I can see that. UFO.
was in a bad experience. I thought I was making choices and decisions, and I was.
You said, bruh, I get lifetime free tickets to WWE. That's what's up. I did end up getting to see the Lash Legend girl. I remember her, Raven, because I remember you were talking about her on the last show. Yeah, I don't know. She's a good wrestler. You know, bad as hell.
Trying to.
Yeah, WWE got some baddies.
See if I could get them to work out. So when I get there, I get the mattress. And then there's this process where I find out how everybody else ended up in this park. And that is what was life-changing, is to find out these are doctors and lawyers and nurses and accountants. And each one of these people had an experience with drugs, and it led them here. And which is why when I emerge from this part of my story, like, drugs are not a temptation for me because I've not seen or heard of parties or anybody having fun. I've just met these 40 people whose lives were destroyed, and they're out in the...
What's going on, Mo? Good to see you. Welcome to the show, love. Oh yeah, it's a crazy show, Mo. Good to see you though. Hope all is well. Happy holidays. You said, oh, okay, she's all right. You said so her ass was fat, huh? No, I mean Lash Legend. Well, I saw her. She was in. I guess she was like in War Games or some shit. She was fighting. What was her name? Charlotte Flair, and I think she did some type of crazy like front kick or something to Rhea Ripley. You know. I wanted to say that on the last show. I just couldn't formulate the words to say it, y'all. They got Tony Storm doing the whole gold dust thing. They're kind of running her character into the ground. It's like, damn. They got Tony Storm doing the whole gold dust thing. Rhea Ripley got a whole face mask. I guess what I was telling y'all on the last show kind of happened. I'm like, why they let them wrestle with all that shit on their face? Like, botches and stuff does happen. I wouldn't wrestle with a face piercing. Somebody kick you in the face or your face piercing get caught up on something. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, I see Rhea's wrestling with a mask now. Yes, please subscribe to the show. You said Jade Cargill. You said you're welcome. It was a request. WWE hired her. Personal references. I see that they're that girl that you mentioned, Raven. I see that they're I wouldn't say they're trying to make Lash Legend a Jade Cargill, but she is tall and she is strong. So I see that they're kind of making her like a like a likable heel, kind of like. Yeah, she's missing the gimmick. Yeah. Yeah. I think the only thing that's keeping Tony Storm's character together is that she's a likable person. But let's go.
elements living with that, and the fact that they're not going to be able to get those lives back, that this is a new reality for them. And so as a young, impressionable kid, being able to see the harshness of life like that was very instrumental.
And so when did you emerge from that?
So if I fast forward, so now I'm in Florida. I'm thinking that, okay, I've left Ohio, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a humongous family in Dayton, 100 first cousins, both sets of grandparents. So I'm like, when I leave, this is going to be a big deal. It's going to be in the news, on the papers. Like, there's going to be a worldwide.
It's like,
hunt for your boy. Where is he? Right? And these
Milk carton, based on the milk carton.
These conniving parents of mine. Let's say I left on Sunday. They moved out of the city on Monday. So,
oh my God.
So no one knows I'm gone. My grandparents don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody thinks anything's wrong.
What?
Yeah, it was crazy. And so the way God works, I'm walking down a highway, maybe 3 years later, 2 years later, walking down the shoulder, and a car pulls over, and I'm like, boy, these girls will not stay off of you, boy. They're pulling over on the highway now. That's a lot. So you got to be pretty good looking for that one. Anyway, it's not any girls. It's my parents and my two brothers. And they are in Florida and saw me and said,
just like on vacation or something?
Just passing through Florida.
Oh my
So-
God.
She would. I agree with her.
Right.
Were
so
you
at
still
that-
living in the park?
No, this is at least a year later. So no, I've moved from those confines. But yeah, so now I am at this place. I think it's called Winter Haven or something. It's where the carnival people go when they're not in carnival season. And
Yeah, no, I know nothing about this. You say this like,
It's just like, you know,
Winter
Winter
Haven,
Haven.
you know, the carnival people. I'm like, no,
yeah,
Kat.
this is
no.
a Florida
We swing
story.
through there
I
in the
know.
summertime.
It's like, you know, it's like, am I supposed to know about this?
This goes along with hearing an unbelievable story.
I
You-
love it.
You've not
I'm
been
just
believing
like,
any of it.
we
Right.
need popcorn.
So yeah, I'm now away from Miami, near a place called Ruskin, Florida. And my parents pull over on the highway and very apologetic and let's just put the family back together. And we end up moving to Haiti to do missionary work.
No, you didn't.
And so I spend the next 2 years in Haiti.
What?
But
Did you just get in the car? Where's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
puppy?
I
Where's
just got
the
in
dog?
the car.
Where's your dog?
So here's the thing. Beautiful Rasha, right?
Rasha.
So
I love that
I couldn't
name.
figure out once I actually got into the homeless encampment. Like I
Yes.
could not believe that I had brought this puppy here. Like
13.
I'm
That's
like,
13-year-old thinking.
I'm like, whoa. What's the plan for the baby, man? Like how this is gonna be
Yeah.
hard enough to navigate on your own.
Yeah.
But fortunately, because he was purebred and beautiful, he went for a great price. And that price sustained me for
Wow.
a nice little period of
Wow.
time. So I understood why God had let me bring him. But yeah, he went to a great home and
He missed that dog.
he supplied me a great income.
Wow.
And yeah, so then parents, then
They pick
Haiti.
you up.
Right.
They pick what I want.
shoulder.
Mother, would you get in the car? Is it like?
And I
and
really
they're like,
didn't.
Micah,
I really don't want to
where
get
you
in the car.
been?
Like,
Yeah.
Are they like,
right.
get it, boy? Is it
No.
like that?
no.
Are there tears? Are they like, oh, we've been looking for you?
I'm the tallest person in the house. So let that understand. Like, I'm a big guy, 5'5". All right.
Okay.
So no, there's none of that dynamic. It's just I'm sure as parents they didn't think I would do that. And by the same token, they had crossed the line, Like they were behaving as if I was a bad child and I was a great kid who hadn't engaged in. Yeah. So
Yeah.
there were mistakes made. I was already smoking cigarettes at this point. So I'm using this as the reason why I can't come with you guys. Like, I'm grown now.
Yeah.
I got
yeah.
stuff I do.
And I smoke.
Bad things.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just like,
They were like, no, you're fine.
uh-huh.
I was like, we'll see. Yeah. But really, I was just trying to see where they were at. And I couldn't figure out how they had located me.
So Haiti,
Right.
did they have the plane ticket? Did you?
Yeah.
So you just hopped on the plane, and what was Haiti like? And how long were you all there?
We were there for 2 years until the Americans had to leave because of the Papa Doc,
Yep.
Baby Doc transition. So it was magnificent. It was magnificent. It was one of the best experiences of my life. I was able to really be in an adventure, and my parents,
Yeah, I see they have iShow.
when we
Speak
got
there,
over there,
Raven.
Haiti is a different country because all of the writings at that time are all in French. So you have to read French, but then they don't speak French. They speak Creole. And Creole wasn't in any book. So you had to learn Creole and French. So for
Yeah, they're kind of
the first year and a half that we're
picking
there,
up on that new. They're kind of talking about like a mundane. not mundane, honestly, topic, but it's like it's kind of not going nowhere. But most people probably didn't know he was in Haiti. The Clintons fucked up Haiti, so he was probably around in that era. All right. Please support the content you watch and enjoy. If you guys are enjoying the show and rocking with me, please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. Let's get it.
I'm the only person in the family that reads French and speaks Creole, so I'm
And you picked that
really
up. You
doing-
just were able to pick that up quickly.
Yes,
because- Wow.
yes, ma'am, fortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, that experience changed everything for me. I was eating sugar cane and mangoes and filling my pockets full of salt because I found out that Haiti had the highest mortality rate for babies dying of dehydration.
Mhm.
And so I knew the salt in the water trick. And so I would just go out and walk village to village. And if they had sick babies, I would give them this information about the salt water. And because I was from Ohio, I was able to bring like a different irrigation style to the part of Haiti, Santo, that we were at. Just because it was such a big trek from where the village is to where the water source is. And so, yeah, I filled my days full of adventure. It was
How old were you
magnificent.
during this period?
I suppose I'm 14, 15.
Wow. Wow.
As our listeners know, we've partnered with Airbnb on this.
Jesus Christ. I wonder what would Michelle Obama's podcast demographic be? Notice she's not really political. They need to have Candace Owens on here.
place. But then I discovered Amazon and I saw how they
Then God comes as he always does. And somebody walks past and they walk all the way past the line. They say, I'm a comedian. And the guy goes, yep, you're number 4. And he walks in and I'm like, well, there you are. He always delivers me this pathway. And so, bam, I'm comedian number 5. Right? So I don't know what that means. I don't know now that we're inside of there. I don't know what goes on. So they just explain, yeah, we're having a comedy competition and
But don't you look 14?
get 5 minutes. No, ma'am, I literally had this mustache since I was 12.
No,
Like,
you did
A
not.
full mustache. Like we're getting 5'5". I already did get the growth spurt.
So you got the hair.
I
You
would
got
have
the
been
hair.
suicidal if the Lord did not provide other provisions. But he did, right? And so he gave me a great outlook and a full mustache.
And a full mustache.
Right? And remember,
Dang.
remind yourself what I'm
Mhm.
wearing.
Well, I don't
Yes.
know.
I have this on.
You got
Okay, so
I got
you're
a
still
class,
dressing
a
well.
white shirt, and
Yeah.
this is all of my clothes. I don't
Right.
have
right.
tennis shoes
Dress
or
clothes.
shorts.
So
Like,
you always dressed like a grown man.
I've-
Right.
I've been grown the whole time.
Okay.
all right,
Okay.
so you get in the comedy club and they say, all right, you got,
You got
5 minutes.
Right. So I just get up there and I talk about being the Black community for this entire city. Like there's nobody but me. I'm the only Black guy. There's nobody else. And I talk about what that experience is like.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that was my 5 minutes. And
Did anybody laugh?
oh, they loved it. They thought it was
Wow.
hilarious because, again, what I didn't understand is I didn't understand why it connected. But it connected because it was all true. Like there was no Black community there. It was just me. And everybody was looking at me like, what are you doing here? And, you want to hear what that guy feels like about his surroundings.
What did it feel like to make people laugh? Was that new? I mean, because you had been used to public speaking.
Right.
Because
at 5, I'm in front of crowds of 10,000.
Converting folks.
Well, that wasn't my job.
Yeah.
Everybody that was in the arena was already converted. I'm reading Bible scripture and giving a talk about this particular, right. So I just kept asking God to show me a glimpse of where I'm going to be. And I just kept hearing applause, but I didn't know what they were applauding or what it is that I had done or said. So it was really frustrating for me before comedy came along. But as soon as I did it that first time, I was like, that's crazy. I think I got something from that. How could I have got something
Was
from
that
talking?
the vision?
Like, so it's probably not another. It's probably if I'm 16 then it's almost another 8 years before I do stand up. But I just had that in my head that this is a thing I could do. So then I go into door-to-door sales. I joined this organization that travels around the country selling books and magazines. And
all I'm thinking is,
I see all
this
the
is a
states.
movie, and
Yes, ma'am.
we have to do it at a higher ground. I mean, we're going to finish the story, but I'm just like, dude, I'm watching this movie
Yes, ma'am.
as you were telling it.
Right.
Anyway.
And I've done my best to try to live accordingly, knowing that it's going to get looked back on, you know?
Yeah. So I did interrupt you because
UFO said Candace seems more refined than Michelle without the law degree or former First Lady status. I know it low-key pisses Michelle off. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. In a weird way, I said that, what if one day Candace runs for president? You know? That would be interesting. I don't know now, though. Then it was like, okay, she kind of had more of a political foothold, but now it's like the social media thing, they kind of, like, especially within the last couple of months, they kind of started squandering her presence, honestly. And honestly, she kind of squandered her presence and stuff because she kind of was going heavy at, certain leaders and stuff like that. She kind of got into some messy politics too, Some of the stuff that people do on Al Gore's internet would make Trump look like a saint. But let's get it.
it was later on, so you realized that comedy was a thing. But then you were doing the door-to-door salesman work.
Right.
To still
Which
earning
again, I'm in another experience that is shing me for everything that follows, because now I'm every door I don't know who is going to answer this. Hispanic, Asian, white, black, monetary love. I don't know anything. And I need to connect with this person. I need to ease their fears about a stranger at the door. I then need to be engaging so that they smile. And then I need them to make this purchase that we both know they don't need.
What were you selling?
It started with books and magazines, and then it was cleaning product at the end.
Wow.
All right, so door-to-door salesman, comedy next, or was there something in between?
I'm doing the door-to-door sales when I knock on the door of 5 ladies of the night, and they are in a traumatic situation because their pimp was murdered, and they all witnessed it, and they didn't know what they were going to do.
This is another like, what? I know everybody here is just like,
so I
what?
volunteered for the pimp position on the
Okay.
auspices
Well,
that
you
they
were
would
already
have
dressed
to train
for
me.
the. They dressed for
We're
the
getting
part.
there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Okay.
I like how the scum of the earth until it's somebody that you like. Oh, that's Cat Williams. Oh, a little bit of pimping in his past. Oh, he's not scum. Y'all notice that? Pimping is the scum of the earth until it's somebody you like.
Murdered, and they all witnessed it, and they didn't know what they were going to do. And
This is another like, what? I know everybody here is just like,
so I
what?
volunteered for the pimp position on the
Okay.
auspices
Well,
that
you
they
were
would
already
have
dressed
to train
for
you
the.
how to do it.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
You were already dressed for
We're
the
getting
part.
there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. Okay.
Okay.
So they trained me how to do this job, right? And they taught me so much. Like I wasn't there very long, but those ladies really, along with my sainted mother, those ladies really showed me what it was like to be a man. And they, because they every night for hours they would just talk about everything wrong with men. Like men of all nationalities,
Yeah.
shapes, sizes, and colors.
Yeah.
What's wrong with them?
Yeah.
Why are they horrible creatures?
Yeah.
And I was able to, at a still impressionable age, learn things and learn what bothers women, and realizing that I was in charge of so much of that.
Welcome back to IMO. We made it, folks. It's December. The holiday hustle's just starting to wind down, which means it's a perfect time to switch into
They advertising heavy.
advice would you give a young Cat Williams coming along, and maybe not even a Cat Williams, because you're so unique.
One of one.
You're so unique. What would you give to a young up and coming artist who sees you as a role model? What advice would you give them on this industry, this career, these processes?
I would say, if you believe in God, take as much pressure off of yourself as you can and apply that pressure to Him. If you believe in God, then you know that in His books, He's got certain contractual obligations as well. It's certain things He has to do in certain situations. And it's okay if you put Him in those situations. It's okay for you to say, I believe there's a God, and I believe that if there is, He loves me and He would help me in this situation. It's impossible for you to do that and then watch something happen and not know where that comes from. And so any artist, I would just say, make sure that your relationship with God is one of the relationships that you're also working on, whether it's spouse, kids, everything else. Make sure to pay attention to your relationship with God, because it really is the difference maker in how things turn out. Everybody doesn't serve God. Some people serve the devil, and they put him in positions, and it's sad, but terrible to. If that person has a better relationship with Satan than you do with God, that's your fault too.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's the only advice that I would give to an artist is to find your higher power and connect. Because until you do that, you're just a rudderless ship out here. And I know from my own experience that it doesn't matter how young you get that relationship.
Mm-hmm.
It's never too early.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of relationships, what's your take on relationships? Have you ever been
I love
married?
relationships.
Have you ever been
never,
married?
No, never married.
Do you believe in marriage? Or do you
I
believe
do.
in?
Yeah, my parents are still married.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I
what
had a
about
wonderful
you? What about
example.
you?
Yeah. What about me?
You've never been married. Would
Right.
you want to be? Have you found the right person? Is it not something that you're interested in settling down with a single person? Do you envision what your parents have for yourself ever? Is that even a goal? That's exhausting.
No, not really. It's not that. It's yeah. I think marriage is great. It's my life when that would have been the next thing that I was going towards. That's when I had this instant huge family.
Yeah.
And then I was just so reticent to bring a person into this dynamic just because of how unfair that would be to this lady to have all of these kids that are not hers. And so I was trying to make myself a better version of me in advance for this wife, right?
Yeah.
But in the meantime of that, I'm the one doing the cooking and the laundry and the cleaning and the school wake-ups. And so it got to the point where I was the wife.
Yeah.
And yeah, so where I am now, I finally have something I could offer a lady, I suppose. Monogamy has not been a part of my journey. I've tried to share it with whoever needed it.
Why limit? Why limit why limit the world?
This gift for
You're
whoever
precious.
needed it. My man. Okay, Kat.
And you love. I love it. I do. Because why? That's the ultimate
He
question.
is all of our hero.
But you have a farm. Not to there's so much. There's so many kind of little surprising layers.
Right.
So
yes.
you
lovely farm.
a lovely farm. Is it like a full working farm? I mean, are you?
We have 100 ducks, 100 geese, cows, pigs, goats, sheep. We have animals that you never see. It's just a wonderful 100 and some acre property in Americana that's just magical. And it's the thing that I am creating, which is Heaven on Earth, the name of the tour. But it's a whole philosophy of whatever you think the afterlife is going to be for you, you can start making that for yourself here somewhere.
I mean, you can always turn a farm into Eden.
Do you tour every year? Or how does your tours? How do you think about that? Is it like training? Like you want to be on tour every couple of years, just to, or how do you think about?
I'm an athlete. I have the same season as my athlete counterparts. So in the NBA, they play 82 games. I'm not sure what it is in baseball, but I have 100 shows. I do 100 shows and then I tape a special. And that's been the routine that I've had since I think 2001 was my first one. So
is this that work ethic that the lawnmower kid that got you that $1,200, the feeling like if I'm doing it, I got to do my best. I got to put it in. I got to,
Well, I met Prince when I was 12, and he
How did
changed
that
the
happen?
trajectory of
What?
belief for me. Like I knew I didn't have to make any changes. This was a guy who was shorter than me. He was already rich and famous. Yeah, so was my first girlfriend. She was a little older than I was. So if I was 12, she was 16. She had a family member that was coming into town. He was a musical artist. Because of my background, I wasn't really up on all of the musical artists as you would think that I would be.
But you had wooed her with all the candy that you supplied.
I don't know if you can tell this, but I make really good conversation. And, money's not an object. And I only care what you like. So it makes me a good conversation.
And you had the mustache.
Right. I got a mustache and candy. What more you want? But yeah, so she's like, yeah, he's just going to be here after his show at the UD Arena. And
Wow.
you should meet him. So I ride my bike over there and I go in the house and I meet this guy, Prince, right? And I don't, you ever meet somebody and go, ooh, this person's way smarter than me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
it was really my first time being in the vicinity of real brilliance, like
Mhm.
when it's not for show.
Mm.
And so we're having this super deep conversation.
And you're 12.
Right. And we are connecting, and we have decided at the end of this conversation, we're friends, right?
Mhm.
So I get ready to walk out. Say bye to my girl. He says, you'll walk me down. So me and Prince are walking down these steps, but he's thinking we're going to my car.
Mhm.
When we get down to the bottom of the steps, my bicycle is right there. And he's like, what's that? I was like, what do you mean, what's that? That's my, I'm thinking he likes it. I'm thinking he's noticed I've got the tricked out mongoose.
Yes.
He knows
It's
I'm
like,
full
it's
of,
mine.
yeah, you're looking at it. And that's when he lets me know that he's 18, a grown man. I'm 12.
Wow.
But because of our sizes, we just assumed that each other was the same. I don't know what I was saying.
Sizes
But
and mustaches.
fantastic.
Right.
so he gave me the confidence to know, because up until that point in my life, I thought that there were some things I was going to need to do in order to be good enough. Like, I got to get taller. I don't know. This might be the first mistake God has ever made. Like I can't find evidence that anyone in the world missed a growth spurt. Like, you have to understand, ma'am, 3rd grade, I'm 5'5". A giant among
You're
men.
like, I
Big
got
man
this.
on campus. Like,
Truly. Right. It's like,
Right.
man, and that
So-
was it.
so Prince helped me see immediately I didn't have to get taller.
Yeah.
He already had just signed his his music deal. He had just produced his album by himself.
Mm.
He played 26 instruments on it. He did all of the jobs.
Yeah.
And it had worked. And so I knew that I didn't have to make any changes. I just had to be in the right position and be right myself when it transpires. So super helpful, that guy.
Mm. Yeah, no, that would be that's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
Well, let's help some folk. Let's help one of our listeners.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So we've got a listener from San Antonio, Texas.
Okay.
And her name's Amber. And I think her question is going to resonate with you. So,
Hi, Michelle and Craig. I love the podcast. My name is Amber. I'm 32 years old, and I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I opened my own salon at 22, and since then, I've navigated both personal and professional challenges. After a difficult relationship and some time living independently, I believed I had found healing and stability. but due to unforeseen circumstances, I had to move back home, which has brought its own emotional complexities. Over the past 2 years, I've been seriously considering relocating to New York City or Boston, not only to pursue greater opportunities in my industry, but also in hopes of building a life that breaks generational cycles. I've been taking small, intentional steps, investing in my business, putting myself out there, and making growth a priority. When I listened to your conversation with Keke Palmer, I was struck by the part where you shared how you began seeking new paths and meeting people after realizing law wasn't your true calling. So, my question is, when you were stepping into unfamiliar spaces and pursuing something new, did you feel overwhelmed or afraid? If so, how did you move?
A lot of sisters don't give a fuck about what's going on nowadays. You'll have a white woman calling these sisters that's pushing this fake ass black girl magic movement and shit. Where's the black women calling into this show? I haven't seen not one black woman review this video, or any Michelle Obama video for that matter. Makes you think. Anyway, the Obamas actually have more of an impact on suburban people than they do just straight up black people these days. I saw something recently too. I think Obama got booed off a stage recently, or booed at a show. I don't know. But hey, hold up. I don't know why I did that.
My question is, when you were stepping into unfamiliar spaces and pursuing something new, did you feel overwhelmed or afraid? If so, how did you move through that fear without letting it stop you?
All right.
That's a big one.
That's
It's a doozy.
Okay.
That's a college level essay question. So any thoughts for Amber, just off the top of your head?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay. Amber, you're doing the work. And when you do the work, an answer comes out. So I don't think that you're confused in any way. I don't think you're wondering what it is you need to do next. I think you already know. I think you know that there isn't anything for you at the Riverwalk. San Antonio is a wonderful place, but it's not going to get you to where you see yourself being. I think very specifically you picked New York and Boston. If the fear is what you're dodging, the fear is necessary. The fear is there for a reason. The fear is to make sure that you don't take this for granted this time and end up in San Antonio for the third time. The fear is useful. On the other hand, you're only going to look back and go, I should have left earlier. Why didn't I go earlier? Not anything else. You're not ever going to regret this decision. You're going to regret the time it took you to get to this decision. All of the new relationships, your whole new life is there. And you deserve at 30, whatever you are, to be able to pull that parachute and do a new life. And if you mess that one up, go from New York to Boston now. It never stop being in search of your calling and your purpose. It is there. You are going to find it. You're right on schedule. You're not behind. There's nobody to blame, and there's only upside. So I think you're doing great, Amber. I think you know you're doing great. I think you just wanted us to reaffirm that you're making the right decisions. You're not crazy. And yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I love that. I love that, Cat. Wise Cat. All the layers of Cat. I like it. I like it. I would address the fear part of it because I talk about fear a lot. I agree. Fear is there for a reason, and it's just interpreting the fear that you have. There is an element of fear and caution and everything, and that's a good thing. I always say there's the good fear that keeps you safe, but you just don't want to overindulge the fear that keeps you stuck, because fear can keep you stuck.
Absolutely.
I mean, there are a lot of people who don't experience, don't try, don't grow because they're afraid of the unknown. And that can leave you in a small place, because all the good stuff happens on the other side of fear. When you lean into it, get comfortable with it, know it's a part of the ride. If you bear with that initial sort of the anxiety that comes with anything new, and say that's normal. It's normal that I'm starting something new. I don't know anyone. I feel a little anxious about it. Ride that wave of anxiety, but don't let it stop you, because when you do, you miss the growth that comes from taking a risk and pushing beyond the thing that makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If you practice moving away from that fear, you just practice always feeling safe.
Yeah.
But you'll look around and realize that you might feel safe, but you won't be happy, and you probably have missed out on a lot of really amazing stuff.
And you're not safe.
And you're not safe.
Where you are.
That's right.
There is no bubble of safety, because this is where you're from.
Yeah.
You might as well have that experience, because she said in her industry, right? So yeah, she's not gonna make it out there in Texas doing hair for celebrities. She's gotta get
Gotta
to
go where the work is.
New York and Boston.
Yeah. So that's
that's great. Both of you have hit on some really good points. Fear is healthy, and you can't let fear paralyze you so that you don't do anything. And the only thing that I would add, just to contextualize this for Amber, is that you're always going to be nervous about the next step. So take it so you learn what that feels.
Please hit the like button on the way in and support the show. If you guys are listening to the show and enjoying the show, please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal and support the show. Link is in the chat. Support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. 2 hours into the madness. Let's try to at least get a couple of supporters on the board. Let me know so I can shout you out and put you guys on the support train down at the bottom. Let's get the train started. It's player talk. Let's get it.
Feels like, and each time it will be less fearful. That's what I found. The first hard pivot.
And let's try to open up the panel. All right, let's get at least 2 supporters to open up the panel. Let's go.
Is the hardest. And then after that, you build that muscle and you're less afraid to try new things.
Or at least they will remain consistent. So I'm the other part of the extreme. So every time that I have to do stand up, I'm as nervous and a wreck as I was the very first time that I ever did it. Like every single, So even though we're almost at 10,000 shows in my 23rd 100 city tour, like that nervousness and the butterflies and it never has gone away. It's what allows me to realize something's counting on this. There's something on this. You must do well.
You're passionate about
it.
Yes.
And you need that in your life as a barometer so that you don't take things
You need that as a humbler too.
for granted. And it's in no way should stop you. It should further. Why would you be getting nervous for something that wasn't going to matter?
That's right.
If you're nervous and fearful, there's a good reason.
True. That's true.
Still do it.
Yeah. We like that. Well, hopefully, Amber, we wish you good luck.
Right.
Keep going. I think Kat said it right. You know you're on the right track, and we are all confirming that you are. So keep going.
And we hope to see you in New York.
Yeah, and let us know, how it goes when you make that move.
Right.
Kat, this,
My man.
you were a layered little dude.
Right.
The layers of Kat.
Heavy on the layers.
Yeah, it's like, I know.
Yeah, I know. Kat, thank you. This was a real privilege.
Thank you.
Thank you for putting us on your list. Making the
Your
time.
very short list.
Most of my
They're making a bunch of short. They've been leaning on him the whole time. I hope y'all notice that. They've been leaning on him the whole fucking time. And for y'all that's not catching on, when I say leaning, I mean they've been making jokes at his expense the whole time. But let's go.
my things are like that.
So you set him up for that.
That
one.
was that
King of the short list.
Point guard.
Right.
Alley-oop.
That's how this goes.
Layered little guy, king of the short list. Y'all saw what he did to Wanda. Rest in peace to her. So I guess somebody checking his temperature low key.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate the opportunity that you both are making for yourselves and for others. Like, this is really a big deal.
This has been a treat. You are truly a gift in more ways than one. So thank you. Kat Williams, thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
Everybody,
I
give it up.
All right. All right, that was interesting. Sort of. All right, so a couple of little other loose topics that we have going on in these spaces. Now all of a sudden people are taking up the mantle to talk about something that I've been talking to you guys about for years, but especially heavy in the last couple of months, which was black feminism. And now these topics are all over the place. I see Hassan Johnson running a show about it. I'm seeing a couple of people run these shows about it. I see Charleston White pop up on Tasha K's show talking about it. I'm like, damn. Now all of a sudden it's a hot topic. And I'm hearing stuff that I said weeks ago now being brought up. Stuff that people wasn't even think about, wasn't even a thought being brought up. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if a bunch of these celebrities got a bunch of burner accounts in these spaces. It would be lucrative. What's not lucrative is delivering really great shows to you guys and not getting the support that the channel really needs. This is a big problem with the show. And the big problem amongst black men and amongst black people. Y'all don't really support the people that give y'all really great content. I kind of, for the life of me, I don't understand it. You said, bruh. What's going on, Paul? You said, bruh, in the middle trying to tap Michelle. That's her brother. I keep forgetting. He did. I mean, with the camera angles and stuff like that, he did look like an orbiter. But 2 hours and 8 minutes into the madness. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal at $ PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $ PTV 888. Yeah, I said the same thing. Don't feel bad, bro. I think this happened to me again on another show. All right, let's get into some of the topics going around in these YouTube streets. Let's go.
Black men are not afraid to approach women. Black men have not, generally speaking, been impacted by today's society and the changes. It's something I've noticed. I notice all the time that like black men will just come right up, then they don't have any fear, and it's so good. And I think that a lot of men could learn a thing or two from them regarding that, because they just seem to be unaffected by the societal changes. And before people come at me, I'm like,
well, white men ain't approaching white women also. Go look at the recent interview with Jason Derulo. You knew the women liked him back in the days. He's saying he'll never be alone in a room with one. He spent over $10 million fighting a case that he shouldn't have been in. Shit crazy.
before white men or other races come at me, this is not me criticizing you guys. This is me just simply saying I have observed black guys being like this, and it's a good thing. Also, this dog's breath freaking stinks.
So you prefer black men, Sarai?
Yeah.
For what reason?
I like big.
I mean, I'd like to have one, but, just not how it works. I was born with a microphone. It sucks, but it's just a fact.
Oh, I love him with all my heart and appreciate everything he does, yes. Yeah, we both might talk to other people and sleep around, but at the end of the day, he's going to be in my bed. And we're always going to have each other and always do that.
So we see videos like this go viral all the time. Some people, some black men, they like it. They're like, yeah, ego boost. For people like me, it's like, it is what it is. Don't really care. I understand why there's a perception around black men. Why black men are the second most desirable men, right? I understand why that's the case. But I never celebrate stereotypes because I have friends and I've spoken to men who don't fit the stereotypes. And we've discussed how that negatively impacts them, how there is an expectation on them that they cannot fulfill because they don't hit whatever stereotype, swag, BBC, whatever it is, it's not there. Now, even though I don't celebrate the stereotypes, it's not like I hold a negative opinion towards black men holistically or black women holistically, obviously. But there are some people who do, and they just cannot fathom why women like black men. They just can't understand it.
I gotta be careful how I word this because I don't want no miscommunication.
I mean, you can fathom it. you're a fetish. Some of y'all never been chosen before in a desirable way. So a lot of guys don't know how to navigate, quote unquote, or get offended. I mean, even if you're confident and you've been there before, done that before, you don't mind being a fetish or fetishized, or if that's what you put at the front of everything. But some people, that are looking for love or looking for people to be genuine with them, even though a lot of people are genuine with their fetish, mind you, um, it could be offset, it could be off putting to be a fetish, you know. But don't just think it's a black thing. White people are fetishized also.
Do not come for me, but I'm genuinely curious. Like, as a black woman, of course, like, I notice a lot of non-black women preference be black men, and I'm genuinely curious, like, as to why. This is no shade to black men. I'm just curious of, like, what specifically attracts you to them other than their looks. Like, because there's so many cultural differences and interracial dynamics, personality differences, like, things you're gonna have to learn to navigate along the way. And, like, it seems like a lot of learning and extra shit, like, that you have to put yourself through on a day-to-day. And I'm just curious as to why, like, black men is the standard for all races to, like, want to date. And don't say it's not, because look at Hollywood. Like, it is. I'm just curious.
Now, this video, there's nothing really wrong with it, I guess. She just seemed like she was curious. Now, if she had a positive perception of black men, then she would understand why other women would like black men, because things that she liked about black men, the other women would also like. But she doesn't. And that was evident to me by the caption of the video. And her caption reads, "No more black men, please." What draws y'all to black men so much? Yeah, she is in fact a hater.
The best way to learn more about your culture is to watch other cultures.
Okay, so I just want to say that this told no lies. At the end of the day, this is not even about Latinas. It's not even about the clears. It's not even about that. It's about the fact that black men are treasonous. They don't like their own reflection.
It's not that black men treat Latinas or any other group of women differently than black women. It's just that some of these women feel like black men treat them better than their own men do. You see, black men have a very, very strong appeal to women that come from cultures that have a very machismo focus in their men. So these are men who are like more your traditional tough guy, rough around the edges, don't take no shit, they do what they want. But also these cultures have very, very strong gender rules that you don't see in the black community. These are cultures where the women cook, the women clean, the women take care of children, and all these other things in between all that. And it's
This guy is zesty. It used to be the Latino men, sort of, low key. That was the simp class of men. But black men are the simp class of men. We will treat something new better too. But let's go. Honestly, a lot of black men treat things better. Till they don't. But let's go. Hold up.
Immasculine. It's feminine to do any of these things. That's what I'm talking about. So think of like some of your Eastern European cultures. You might see some of your Middle Eastern cultures, especially those with Muslim households, and then some Latino cultures. Black men don't have this relationship with domestic duty and our masculinity like these other cultures do. So we often come off as a really strong balance between being men that are very, very masculine and attractive, but also men who are extremely, extremely like helpful and down to earth. And on top of all of that, we love our partners, like a lot. Black men have very strong expectations.
Long story short, black men practice compassion.
For what love should look like coming from us. And so when you combine all of that together, we become very, very attracted to certain demographics of women.
But essentially what this guy's saying, and he's completely right, is black men's masculinity isn't really tied into domestic labor. So black men cook and clean, kind of how we were raised, right? A lot of black men grew up with single moms, but even the ones who grew up in two-parent households, you have chores. You kind of have to get your chores done, okay? You are going to be taught how to cook, most likely. In Africa, it's different, okay? Patriarchy hit different there. The women are doing the chores, the men are doing the tradition.
That's a lie too. African men adore their women also, and have simp energy also. That's a lie.
But even though black men engage in domestic labor, they don't come across as like super feminine and weak and pushovers and whatever the case, which is one of the reasons why these other demographics of women might find us attractive, which is great, okay? But just like black women have problems in dating because of the family dynamic they grew up in, so do black men, okay? We are the second most desired, but we are also the most divorced demographic. There's something happening when black men pick these women from other races, especially because interracial relationships between black men and whatever, it doesn't work statistically. And in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons to that is the inability of black men to decipher women who are actually into you because they like you and women who fetishize you. Yeah. If you're with a woman and she's white and she doesn't like black women, that's odd. That's really weird. If with a woman and she's of a different race but she only dates black men, that's also weird. And even
No, it's not.
even though you look at black men domestically, there's a good balance of masculine and femininity, black men helping in the household. That balance of masculinity and femininity, it isn't great in our personalities compared to other races, which in my opinion could be another factor to why the divorce rates among black men are so high. Your masculinity and femininity should be 50-50, in my opinion anyway. As a man, shouldn't be 50-50.
Your masculinity and your femininity, quote unquote, as a black man should be 80-20.
Probably 75-25. If you grew up with a single mom, like most black men, you grew up in a matriarchy, okay, it's going to be very difficult to get that balance of masculinity.
I actually hope the male loneliness crisis ends with us dying out as a human race. Because I just got back from a date with the most...
See this stupid shit? And the joke's on them because there is no male loneliness crisis or epidemic.
mid-looking man you can imagine. And I walked the fuck out. The reason I walked out...
She got a big ass lisp, a potato head, and she's saying mid-looking men. Got you.
out is because, well, for one, he talks while he chews. He was like smack.
I never understand people who call people who they're dating or been on a date with like ugly, or someone that they dated ugly, or you know, when men approach a woman, get rejected and say you are ugly though, but you liked her though, so you clearly didn't think it was that ugly. Or maybe you know that you're also mid and you know your partner's mid, or the person you're interested in mid, and it's just like a mid-off.
The entire time. He had ordered food by the time I got there, which I just find, like, etiquette-wise is very rude. Like, at least tell me if you're gonna order. Like, I wasn't that late. I was like 5-10 minutes late. So, like, there was no reason for you to be in that much of a rush. By the time I sat down, he's like mid-bite, like, da-da-da-da. Not attracted to him off rip, but I was just like, whatever, like, let's go with the day. He could be cool, you know, you don't ever know. This man, after like basically not asking me a single question and not making any conversation, I started to like wrap the date up because my time is valuable. And it's like, if we can tell that we're not getting along, like, let's go.
That's crazy. You're late on a date. And want to leave early.
So I made up an excuse and said I had to leave. Why does this man turn around and was like, oh, you didn't put your gender on Hinge? And I was like, why are you asking me that? Like, what are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, I did. Like, you kind of have to, but
You're a
like,
man.
why are you bringing that up? More importantly, like, why are you asking?
Is this a man? I wouldn't be surprised now. I wasn't even thinking about it. Is this a man?
That he was like, look, I don't judge and I accept all kinds of people, but kind of like saying that I should have disclosed my trans status.
Jesus Christ. Oh boy. It's a man, y'all.
I'm not trans. And it was just crazy because I'm like,
oh, it's a woman. I don't know what the fuck it is. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
You're ugly as fuck.
Oh shit.
I don't even take this shit as an insult. I just think he was doing it to bait me because like I was leaving the date early. So I think he was trying to like, say something that he thought would like get under my skin. I was just like, yeah, you guys are lonely because you're losers. This is natural evolution. And I actually hope that nobody ever procreates with some of y'all because you do not
I don't know what the hell it is.
Deserve to have a replica.
If he was rage baiting you, he succeeded. He succeeded because now look at you. You're lying, attacking men that don't even know you. We don't even know you, bro. Whatever, like male loneliness. You literally went out on a date with him. I mean, he ain't that lonely. You know what I'm saying? He ain't that ugly. You went out on a date with him, surely. Him trying to call you trans is crazy, though. That's bad. That's bad.
I'm not giving my
not far from it.
Kids a Christmas this year for no other reason than they don't deserve it. And they're my kids. I know my kids. I've seen what they've done all year and they don't deserve it. They've literally got on my nerve for the last 365 days. I ask very minimum of my kids. I'm outside every day working, busting my ass to assure that my kids have what they want and they need.
You get no points for this, by the way. No points. You could have just not had kids. They didn't ask to be here. If you have to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs, 5 jobs, 25 jobs, okay, that's on you. You could have just not had kids.
I'll come home, they'll be home all day doing nothing. They did not, do their laundry. They didn't mop a floor. They didn't wash the dishes. They didn't even wipe the damn toothpaste off the sink. They don't take the trash out. They don't do nothing. I have 3 grandkids. I am extremely active in their life. I've never skipped a beat.
So your kids are being kids. Right? This is not a unique thing. I'm pretty sure every single person who has heard a parent complain about kids has heard this. They don't do anything. They're messy. Your kids are being kids. Okay.
I talk to them multiple times a day. Like, they're my babies. Sometimes my daughter needs some help with her children. Like if she goes to work, the time she gets out of work, and the time my grandkids get out of school.
Whoa, wait. Rewind. How old? Are they actually kids or are they grown? Hey, I'm thinking they're 12, 13 years old. Children? How are you giving them a Christmas if they are adults? Wait, 1 second.
Overlap. If I see one of my kids in the house and they're doing absolutely nothing, I will pick my grandkids up from school and I will drop them off for an hour and a fucking half. And it's a complaint. I will literally have to call them 4 or 5 times while I'm out working and say to them, the dishes better be done. The floors better be vacuumed. The sink better be cleaned. The trash better be taken out. Y'all better have taken showers by the time I get there. Because if I come home at 10:30 at night and I have to sit at my kitchen table for 2 hours while everybody decides that that's the time that they want to take showers, I'm kicking some ass.
They got kids, but they ain't taking showers? How old are these people living in your house? I need to go on your page.
Not to mention, they break everything in my house. And when I say everything, they break everything. They ruin everything as if I'm not outside for 9, 10, 11 hours a day working, making money to have nice stuff in my house for them to come around and not appreciate anything. They're iPhones. As if I don't have to pay $250 for a new phone every single time you break your phone. And it's just supposed to be like, my phone's broke. I won't even talk about the selfishness. my three youngest ones, selfish is their thing. I have no idea where they get that fucking behavior from. But let me tell you, can't get along for shit. They fight, they bicker, they argue, they do.
Okay, so there are. I've been on her page. They are little children. They're not even. A couple of them aren't even teenagers. A couple of them aren't even. There's one in the back seat look like he's like 7. Okay, there's another one. He looks like he's like 10. They'll complain about 10 and 7-year-olds being selfish.
That sibling bullshit, but it's just to a point where it's not normal. Maybe it's because I'm so used to seeing my 2 older children really get along. They never argued. They never fought. They always helped each other. They always made sure shit was done. But these 3 younger ones, oh my fucking God. I could be sick as a fucking dog, laying in my bed, damn near seeing the pearly gates. And I could simply say to somebody, could you go to the store and get me? And it, okay. So yeah, no Christmas this year. They just don't deserve it.
So children are often a reflection of their parenting. Number 1. Okay? Not always, but most of the time. Now, she has a mixed bag. She has 2 older ones and I think 3 younger ones. The younger ones, I feel no sympathy whatsoever. They are kids. They are supposed to be selfish. They're supposed to be unruly. This is the time where they are kids. Right? Kids don't realize how much their parents do for them. They don't realize the value of their parents. They don't realize all that until they start to get older. And that's completely normal. These were 18, 19, 20-year-olds, 21, 22-year-olds. The sympathy would be there. I'd probably tell you, kick them out.
Shout outs to Eric Bird in the building. Good to see you, man. Happy holidays. Listen, y'all, we need at least 2 to 3 contributors to today's show. We are already 2 hours and 30 minutes into the show. Please support the show, guys. Please support the show, y'all. Let's go. Let's open up the panel. I got some more content coming. I got you guys. Let's get it.
The problem isn't what the kids are doing. The problem is you have too many kids and you're overwhelmed. Because everything you've listed is just like real normal kid stuff. And again, you could have just not.
No, the kids are spoiled and lazy. And like EB said, we can see who's the problem.
Had kids. So, I mean, you're the parent. If you want to cancel Christmas, but.
And it don't take that much for kids to figure out another kid. Meaning that if the parent conducts themselves as a child, the kids will see right through them.
This is on you as far as I'm concerned. Where's the dad?
The video quickly went viral online.
Yo, what the you guys doing, man?
The man you see being taken down is Kareem L. He lives here in DC and was on a trip to Japan last week.
I was out in Okinawa, visiting friends, having a good time. I found myself on Gate 2 Street.
Gate 2 Street, by the way, is right around the corner from Kadena Air Force Base.
1 minute, I was standing outside, kind of minding my business. The next minute, I was...
What the hell is that?
Being asked for an ID.
This surveillance video, provided to us by Kareem's lawyer, shows him stepping outside of a bar and about 15 seconds later, being approached by a patrol of U.S. military police. We're going to speed up the video here to show you that they talk for about 5 minutes. We watched all 5 minutes and didn't notice anything that would prompt this.
What the Yo, what are you doing? I told you not to touch.
After not providing that ID, I found myself being assaulted, taken to the ground, shortly thereafter illegally detained, and then being taken to the parking lot of a military base, where eventually it was noted that I was not in the military and was released, but kind of the events leading up to that were deeply traumatizing, and I think why most of America is interested in this conversation.
So,
could you imagine? You leave America. You're in Japan, you're chilling. And in Japan, you're being harassed.
Okay, it had to be in Japan.
By American Navy or police. Huh?
So what happened here? Why was an American citizen detained by U.S. service members in a foreign country? Why were U.S. service members walking the streets in a foreign country? Turns out U.S. Forces Japan tells us it's common to see these types of patrols near.
I mean, they hear somebody speaking English, so they assume this person was in the military. I guess they try to pull his rank. Or identify him. And if he doesn't, quote unquote, operate with honor, hey.
U.S. military facilities in Japan to regulate the conduct of off-duty troops. A military spokesperson also confirming the incident to News 4, saying that in the early morning hours of November 22nd, a U.S. patrol detained an American citizen outside a bar in Okinawa City. They add that the incident is now under investigation and that they have temporarily paused unilateral patrols and are retraining their patrol members. Kareem and his lawyer now looking at what their next steps will be.
What does justice look like for you in this case?
We don't think it was any coincidence that this happened to Captain L, but that he was targeted because of his race. Ultimately, we want to make sure, as Captain L said, that this doesn't happen again. And whatever that takes, whatever changes need to occur to ensure that U.S. citizens or any citizens aren't harassed by U.S. military in places like Okinawa is very important to us.
I think there's definitely something to be said about the fact there were a lot of people on that street who looked like they could be in the military, clean cut, clean shaven. And I can't tell you why I was singled out.
Now, we asked the military about from Kareem's lawyer claiming he was targeted because of his race. A spokesperson for U.S. Forces Japan telling News 4 the patrol approached Kareem solely because they believed he was an American service member.
Now, you may have just caught that Kareem's lawyer referred to him.
I mean, stuff be happening, man. Y'all don't even know, man. They could have saw him talking to one of the girls at the bar that they like. Or somebody's ex. You know, if you be in the street to a certain degree, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's like some of these military dudes be talking to like the locals. Them and the girls out there be playing games. So I've seen that happen also.
As Captain L. Well, Kareem was once in the Marine Corps, but left and was simply a civilian when this incident happened last week. He says the military police asking him for his ID was a, quote, illegal request, end quote, because he told them he's no longer a service member and didn't have to show his ID. Again, U.S. Forces Japan telling News 4 they are investigating all of this.
From the outside looking in, America has some of the worst police in the world. And listen, I don't know the landscape of America, but when I hear like defund the police, I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like they need more funding. I feel like these people need more training because it doesn't look good. It just, from just pure optics, it doesn't look good. And most of the times, I can give them a blight, I can give them a pass by saying they're probably scared for their life a lot of the times, and that kind of makes sense because guns, right? People have guns. But when you're in a different country and you're doing this, what is actually the excuse? You just don't know what you're doing. You haven't been trained properly. I feel like it's just common sense.
No, you do. And they know who they could have done that to.
You ask someone for their ID you're in a different country. You ask them for their ID. They don't give it to you. I'm pretty sure you don't get to body slam them. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
All right. Shout outs to Peace World. We got a lot of stuff to cover. Even breaking news. Asked you guys on the last show Where the hell is Brandon Jamal? You know, the guy that sings the single mom song? He just disappeared. Well, he just reappeared and he got scratches all over his face. Let's see what happened. Damn. Ooh, I'm tired of giving y'all exclusive news and all this other stuff, man. I don't think. I think this show goes really underappreciated. But anyway, damn. Let's go.
So y'all, my female cousin just did this to me because I said Jasmine Crockett is an idiot.
Damn, they're giving him $1.50. You see this shit? Gave him $1.50, and people be acting like, oh, women are incapable of causing damage. Man, please. I seen this big girl hit this nigga one time, and it sounded like she shot this nigga. What's going on, and Play 5? Good to see you, bro. As always, man. I hope all is well. Happy holidays to you. Yeah, because of Jasmine Crockett. And the funny part is that these bras just be wanting an excuse to put their hands on niggas, man. They don't even be into politics like that, bro. Don't be fooled.
My female cousin, my hard R female Kamala Harris, Jasmine Crockett voting for cousin, did this because I said Jasmine Crockett is an idiot. And then I simply said to her, who do you think, mind you, I used to like
Claude
Jasmine Crockett because she's black. And then I listened to her and was like, oh, this girl dumb. Like, do you know how much of an idiot you have to be as a black person to grow up in a good household and want to play ghetto for the internet and for people on TV? So then we
no, it's a aesthetic. And your woman falls for it all the time. And will attack you if you don't fall for it or fall in line.
She's arguing and I'm leaving. I'm on the way out the door.
Some women feel, I'm going to say it like this too. Some women feel like if another woman will attack them for not falling in line, that they are able to attack you for not falling in line as a man, because there's no consequence. Women are cowards towards other women, but empowered to attack other men because they know nothing will happen to them.
I'm on the way out the door and she slapped me and then tried to like scratch me. Like she came at me like I was a...
Oh, she didn't try. She did, bro.
Girl that she was fighting. So I tackled her, held her down. You know, I used to wrestle in school. Can't no girl hurt me unless you got a weapon. Like, you're a girl, I'm a man. I used to wrestle. And both my mama and my auntie right there, she's yelling at them, get him off of me. What are you going to do? Get him off of me. What are you going to do? I'm like, you did it, you idiot. So yeah, liberals love talking about how the other side is so bad. But this is what they do when you simply ask them a logical question. And do you know what made her lose her composure so much? Was when I said, who do you think watches Jasmine Crockett more? The person whose job is to be on the internet or the person who watches them in their free time? She said, you don't think I can watch her? I said, you see, this is what y'all do. I ask you a simple question and you can't answer it. And then she just, and look at my face. Look at my face. She lucky I ain't some bitch ass man who wants to hit a woman. I never want to get physical with a woman, ever. I don't like violence, period, much less with a woman. And if I was the type of bitch ass man that was looking for a reason to hit a woman, she'd be waking up off that floor instead of getting up because I let her up. Oh, and if you're wondering, you know I called the police. They're on the way right now. But I gave my auntie a heads up. I said, since she's family, I'll give her a head start. I called the law. So she best not be here when the police get here. She probably won't be here when the police get here, but it's going to be a warrant out for her arrest or whatever county I'm in Texas. And I know where you live in Chicago, you stupid bitch. And you know what's really funny? I kind of look like the Joker right now. You're going to jail, bitch. You know, I might as well finish this read while I'm waiting on the police. You that much of a fangirl for this blithering idiot that you gonna assault your cousin over it? You that much of a fangirl of a dumbass bitch, you stupid, ignorant bitch. Avery Lynn Boyd, you dumbass heifer, you. You that much of a... That's why your dumbass can't keep a man. You ain't never even had no real boyfriend. And you 30-something. 30... How old is you? 35? Ain't never had no real man. Because you don't know how to talk to nobody. Nobody want to deal with your weird ass. Weird as hell out here. 35, never had no real boyfriend. And you ain't even fat. You cute. And you in Chicago, the home of the thirstiest niggas around. And nobody wants you? You? In the land of the thirsties. Avery Lynn. It's a damn shame. Your poor mother. Your poor mother had to watch you. Had to watch you assault your first cousin over words, over a politician. Your poor mother had to see that her daughter is a blithering idiot. Your poor mother had to see that her daughter is willing to risk her freedom for Jasmine Crockett. Your poor mother had to see that her daughter is willing to crash out over a politician. Your daughter is such a brolic bitch that she's willing to attack a man physically over Jasmine Crockett. It's safe to say, auntie, that unless this bitch is comfortable being a single mom, you ain't gonna have no granddaughters out of this one. Because ain't no man in his right mind going to deal with this dumbass bitch long term. Now, if she's the type of stupid bitch that'll get pregnant by within 2 weeks of getting knowing them, 2 months or whatever, but nah. I done talked to her dumbass. She thinks she's worth the wait. I got news for you, girl. I said you was cute earlier. You look like your brother. You look like your brother. You look like Mike. Trying to be like Mike, I see. You dress like a man and you look like Mike. You walk like a, talk like a, and you wonder why I don't want you. You a brolic ass. And you lucky I used to wrestle in high school. You see, since I used to wrestle in high school and for like 5 minutes in college, I never have to hurt a woman when she's physically attacking me. And if you want to act crazy, if your mama want to act like she didn't see what she saw when the police got here, I'm in the passenger seat. The door was open. The driver saw everything. And she's a woman. That's the thing. When women be coming for me reckless, God be blessing me with a woman witness. Look at my face. And then they'll see you. You ain't got no marks on you. I was gentle, you stupid bitch, because you're a girl. If there was ever an excuse for a man to put a woman to sleep, it was right then and there. Because even from your back, you were so defiant and reckless. All you had to do was relax your limbs, and I would have let you go. But you were literally waiting for an opportunity to sneak another one, so I couldn't let you go. Your mother and my mother let me be on top of you for several minutes because they didn't even trust you not to keep assaulting me. And then you were crying out to them, why are you letting him be on top of me like this? Because they saw you, you stupid bitch, and I told you that to your face. Because they see you, you stupid bitch. That's what a stupid liberal will do. A liberal will always try to overtalk somebody's eyes and ears. You can never yell louder than somebody's eyes and ears.
Who, you got a lot going on. Social loner got into a fight with a cat abroad. There's a lot of shit going on right now, man. Yeah, he took a fade over Jasmine Crockett. Apparently, I guess.
Bitch, they saw you put your hands on me several times before I even took you to the ground. I was just trying to make you stop. But then you just kept on being, so I had to take you to the ground and force you to, I had to restrain you. Fucking psycho. This bitch belong in a mental institution like the rest of the, you sure you ain't, Auntie, are you sure Avery Lynn wasn't born She has the mental instability of one of them trans men. You sure she wasn't born a man? Because she definitely walk, talk, and act like a boy. You know she do. That's why she don't have a man. There's nothing feminine about her. Not even kind of. The only thing feminine about her is the fact that she likes black women R&B singers. But
what's going on, Hood Hobbies?
But gay men like those too. So is she ubiquitous, Auntie? Because there's a lot of testosterone.
You be using my word too, ubiquitous.
Flowing through that gal. And you know what's crazy is that I've always said that, you know,
what's going on, degenerate?
If a woman ever put her hands on me, I never have to hurt a woman to stop her from assaulting me, because I used to wrestle in high school and for like 5 minutes in college. But that's always been like theoretical, because I've never actually like fought a woman. It's nice to know that I walk it exactly like I talk it. You know, she put her hands on me. She did this to me. All I did was, get her up real quick. Get up under that leg. You know what I'm saying? Now you on the ground. You can't go nowhere. And now I can, you know, put you in your place because you're a girl assaulting a man. What is wrong with you? So yeah, Coach Alexander and Coach King would be very proud. You know, I finished 6th in the state on a torn meniscus.
Yeah.
Jada Pinkett. It's saying
hold up. All right, the show needs some support, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'll get to this one.
What did you learn going?
The women are running amok everywhere.
Going through that?
Never work with women.
Oh, come
on. There's truth in every joke, but it's a sad truth. Like I will never be alone in a room with a woman that I work with, like ever again. It's too risky.
Welcome back to the channel. We need to get active on this conversation. Jason Derulo, you guys are unfamiliar, singer, songwriter, I believe he's a dancer also as well, entertainment figure. He's been having a heck of a time over the past couple of years after being hit with multiple lawsuits, specifically sexual harassment lawsuits, and he finally sat down to give an interview of his side of the story and is currently going viral because he said, and I quote, "I will never work with women again." A lot of people are calling this a shocking statement, where others are not surprised considering the lawsuits against him. I want you guys to stay locked into this conversation because we're also going to go over information that I have found in the space on what really is happening behind scenes in regards to these infamous lawsuits, and as well as we need to have a conversation in regards to men and women sharing the same workplace. Let's get active on this one. Without further
Man, this is old and this is goofy. Women have always, and this is why they're changing up, and they always run to the term womanist. Women have been getting kicked out of like for example, have you noticed over the years, right? They stopped you know what I'm saying, Christmas parties. You know, it's not fun to get inebriated in front of your boss anymore. It's not a good idea. And certain places with like affirmative action and stuff, right? They you know, they don't even hire women. No, I mean, not even hire women. They don't even promote women anymore. Like your manager will tell like a call he'll call a woman into the office and you know you're having like a you know a conversation that you guys have to have in private. He'd be like, "Nope, leave that door open. Leave the door open." You know what I'm saying? Leave the door open. Leave that damn door open. Because they're not gonna say, you know, I touched you or harassed you or anything. And listen, man, I've seen this like in real life, you know. They don't even do an investigation. They just pay them out. They just pay them out. They're not even gonna say, "Hey, did you touch her? What happened? Blah blah blah." Nope, they just pay them out. All right. Shout outs to Hood Hobbies dropping the huge. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for getting the support started. Shout outs to Hood Hobbies dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Let's go. You know where we going.
All right, we going. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, let me tell y'all something. I'm doing something real big this month. Any deal that y'all got and they beating us, I'm gonna beat about $400. Just give me your pen and the paper, cause I'm at what the what? What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. What a money reside. Okay, I told y'all before. Y'all know what I do. I give all these good deals and everything else. Y'all better ask about me because I do all that all the time. And that's on who? Man had a little lamb. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Let me stop. Shout outs to Hood Hobbies, man. I appreciate you, bro. Bro, a lot of stuff is going on right now. The social loner, from what I heard, got into a fight with somebody. And shout outs to the social loner because he was on the page not too long ago. He just jumped on Old Boy's panel. But he got into a fight with somebody, and somebody got beat with a bamboo stick in Santo Domingo. So that's funny as hell. Imagine beefing with another nigga in another country. Christmas season. All right. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas, y'all.
Dude. And then they post that then you don't post the dismissal. It got dismissed twice. You didn't post the second one. You didn't post the first one. Damn.
There's a lawsuit not too.
And these women are out here red pilling the hell out of these simps. Jason Derulo won't look at women the same anymore. He said he ain't gonna work with a woman anymore. And the funny part is that he works well with women, but it only takes that one.
Too long ago, by an artist that was like hired to your label, that was dismissed
twice.
What did you learn going through that?
Never work with women.
Oh, come on.
There's truth in every joke. But it's a sad truth. Like I will never be alone in a room with a woman that I work with, like ever again.
What?
It's too risky. That case was dismissed twice. in two different states.
He lucky that I mean, I don't know if he is lucky. Cause you got to think about it like this. I think he said he spent $10 million fighting that case. I believe he said he spent $10 million fighting that case, and he said it never gained public attention. He's actually lucky that it didn't gain public attention because that's where the damage is done. They ruin your public image, and then it stops you from making money. Now it's fucked up that you spent that much money fighting the case, but at least, and this is how fucked up the world is, at least you can try to make it back without your reputation too bad. Because people's attention span is fucked up nowadays. Shout outs to Hood Hobbies. Thank you again for supporting the show, bro.
And there's hardly no mention of it online. When that case was brought up, it was on every single blog, every single front page. And I lost so many brand deals, relationships off of a story.
See, it already happened.
That was not even slightly believable. She said I sacrificed a goat in a sexual ritual. All people read was the headline, right? And that's all it takes to lose everything.
Come on.
That's a crazy concept. I lost millions of dollars.
Listen, guilty until proven innocent, especially if you're a man that is being accused of a woman of some sort of sexual impropriety. And that's the saddest part about all of this, is that during your downfall, they will all be there to relish in the narrative, but they will never be there once your case has been dismissed. Once there's been...
Listen, you can spend millions, people. You can spend millions and not even get a simple "I'm sorry," which don't mean nothing. Then them in a team full of simps and bitch ass dudes that are brown nosing these hoes will get mad at people like us that'll say, "Hey, there needs to be some type of a clap back." You got a lot of gay dudes and LGBT and homo people that are feminine. And for the life of me, I don't get it. They act like women and they take on the personally, they take on like the role of a damn woman or just act like a woman. But when it comes to court and getting justice, that's when they start playing dumb. It's like, why don't you act like a woman then? A broad will drag your ass to court over some goofy shit she started. Men over the years that I've spent, which is why I don't understand why it's so hard to get support for the men from the men that enjoy the show, and they don't see the bigger picture of how every time I go live and I speak for you guys, that I'm overly supporting you guys. All I ask is for you guys to be entertained and support the show, because for years I've been speaking up for you guys. That's all I ask, for you to support the show. And it's like pulling teeth. Because you want to know why? Because I know what's up. I know the blueprint. men are too late, and it causes their own demise. You know, just a second ago, I just showed y'all Brandon Jamal with his face slashed up, and I wasn't gonna say nothing because my thought is, that, I don't know what he did, but I hope he called the police and put them peoples in our life. I hope he called the police. Because men need to start using the courts and striking back. And I'm talking about violence, and I'm not talking about just for their family. Because the only time guys would really strike back, and barely then, we had to tell guys how to do it and what to do and who to contact and what banner and all kinds of shit, was child support. And usually it would be the MRAs. We had to, direct a lot of men to the men's rights activists who just simply wanted a chance with their family. You know what I'm saying? To be in their child's life. Men are afraid to put women through the court process, where women wouldn't think twice to put you through the court process. I don't know why civilian men are living by gangster rules. And you're not a gangster. You're a civilian.
Vindication, because the vindication ain't as sexy as the downfall. And watching stories like this reminds me that we're still in this believe all women era, and they've given so much.
And eventually, you're going to learn that women don't give a damn about their simps. They simp farm. They don't give a damn about the simps. You're a soldier. You're meant to be disposable. So even if she catch herself a rich trick or a rich simp, this is what they're going to do to you. See, a lot of you guys, not even from a player perspective, don't understand how, you're a toy soldier. A lot of you guys don't understand that a woman can feel out your whole situation and know when to turn you in. It's even worse when you're a simp. At least when she dating you, her fucking with you at least keep some type of respect intact. You know what I'm saying? The reason why simps get done in, and I'm giving y'all some premium game that these guys don't tell you. I'm giving y'all some mental chewing gum. You know what I'm saying? The reason why simps get done dirty is because they're made to get done dirty, number one. And number two is, it's not even that. Because it's one thing that occurs with women, whether she has female friends, whether she has male friends. And I'm not even going to say it all depends, but you know what I'm saying? It's proximity. That's the danger of being around certain women, is proximity. Because to a certain degree, y'all got to soak up this game that I'm giving y'all. With simps, it's not if she going to turn your ass in or do your ass in for any reason, one or another. It's when, and leave it to women to make it scary to be a simp. It's scary times to even be a simp nowadays, y'all. And there's a guy in the manosphere. Well, he wasn't necessarily in the manosphere, but he doesn't get mentioned, and I really want to keep his legacy alive. Not only because I had one of his last interviews he's done in his life, but because he is legendary. and I really appreciate him and definitely miss him dearly, is my brother Alan Roger Curry. These people that steal from him, y'all don't even hear them mentioning him no more in these spaces. Please hit the Cash App, y'all, and support a real one. You know, please support the show. Because if you know anything about this game, is that these simps, they get their non-sexual attention used. You know, and Alan Roger Curry talks about it. You know, and talks about the concept of no free attention. You know, putting a premium on the attention that you give women. And if you look at the internet and stuff, you see how much guys give this thing you call attention, which is worth money, away for free. You know. So simps, they're not even necessarily a casualty of quote unquote war. You know, they're a casualty of attention when it comes to women. They get fucked over bad. And they get red pilled. Sometimes it don't take you to go search for the red pill your own damn self. Some of these bras, they're gonna red pill you anyway. And lo and behold, you might even become more attracted to some of them because they don't like to share their simps to a certain degree. They like to use up his attention. See what I'm saying? His non-sexual attention. Follow me. So it's all the same game with a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? So it's some messed up shit. I mean, how many different ways that a lot of guys get a battery put in their back. You understand what I'm saying? And this is why I tell you brothers, y'all got to be careful with this race loyalty thing, because it's a noble thing to want to be of service to your race as a man. It's a noble thing to want to be of service to the women in your life and even the men in your life. But, when you get to this level where you've accomplished so many things, you've made so much money, you're quote unquote high value, not just to some goofy woman that wants to date you, but to your own family, and people depend on you. This is why in society they have this fake, wage gap. But in reality, men always need to make more, even for the sake of women. When women start making more, guess what? She wants a man that makes more. The money just don't go to just him. It goes to a family that he's supposed to support and stuff like that. And see, as a man, your consistency and your loyalty to your work is a big thing. Your loyalty to your work is a big thing. You're more locked in. This is why jobs prefer men that are married. They prefer men that have a big sense of responsibility on their back, because they know that, okay, well, he has to show up to work. He has to do this. There's a lot of things riding on that. You understand what I'm saying? He won't abandon his job or his duty or his post because he got pregnant or he needs to raise a family. The fact that he needs to raise a family makes him more committed to his job. See how that works? But when you're committed to your duty and what you have going on, yes, you become naive. Yes, you don't people take advantage of you and you don't really get to see when somebody's gassing you up or putting a battery in your back. Again, I tell you guys, your the biggest job that you have as a man is to know that you're going to be used. Your biggest job is to be aware of this and not be misused. And to have certain things hanging over your head and get this battery put in your back in multiple different ways, bro. It's a fucked up thing. It's a very fucked up thing. The quality of life that you live and give for it to be exploited for less to nothing. Let me tell you something. As a man, you want a life worth living. You want to live a life worth living. What did my boy say? From my favorite rock band, Queens of the Stone Age. He said, what my boy Josh Warren said. It's a song called "Go with the Flow," right? Let me look up the lyrics real quick. Oh man, thank you for the support. Hold on, I got you, bro. Hold on, let me give you a shout out. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me look up this song real quick. One of my favorite songs. It's the second verse. Hold on. Give me 1 second, guys. The second verse says, "It's so safe to play along, little soldiers in a row, falling in and out of love, something sweet to throw away. I want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. I want a new mistake, looses more than hesitate, if you believe it in your head." Basically, the part that I want to bring up to you guys is I want something good to die for, to make it beautiful to live. As a man, don't be disposable. That's why I brought up the concept of the trash bag. You understand what I'm saying? How men get used, and there's really no difference between a hefty bag and a plastic bag that you get, a regular plastic bag that you get from the grocery store. That even when you go to the grocery store to buy durable, usable, hefty bags, you put that box of hefty bags into that unusable, well, actually more usable, a shopping bag that you have on the way home. The irony of it is that you use shopping bags more than you would use hefty bags for the most part. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and the irony of it is because they end up in the same place. They end up in the same fucking place. So if you're a man of value and you've accomplished a lot and stuff like that, don't allow people to throw you away as if you're a regular plastic bag. Not even. just know just know your value. Cause even those regular plastic bags, you know what I'm saying, they have value. Speaking of value,
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
shout outs to my brother Integrity. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going, guys. I'm having technical difficulties here, but I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for valuing the content. News said, I already told dudes 20 years ago to stop getting married, stop having kids. They don't want to listen to Black Pill Jesus. They get what they ask for. I wouldn't tell a guy to not have kids because it's your biological imperative to have kids. To a certain degree, I would say have kids under the circumstances that you want. And this is still fairly a new concept to men. But to a certain degree, life is all about survival and replication. The reason why all of us here eat, sleep, work, live, shit, do whatever we do is to survive on this planet long enough so that we replicate. And the game that we're caught up in, guys, as men, is this weird material game. You know? It's this weird material game that we're caught up in. And the faster you understand it, the better your life will be quality wise. You know? You survived long enough to replicate. Let me tell you how rigged this game is too. We can sit up here, right, as men or women in this space and talk crazy and talk shit about about um about hoes, right? Promiscuous women. But let me tell y'all something. No matter how hoish that woman is, if she got multiple kids, I'm not gonna say it's gonna. I mean, because it really can, for better or worse. She's already fulfilled her biological imperative. In a alternate universe, I'll say, to kind of keep the dignity and respect of what we need to be doing here as men. In an alternate universe, she is a little bit more successful than a lot of the men and women that we know. Not saying that you're not successful if you don't have kids, but the irony of it is that she's fulfilled her biological imperative to a certain degree, you know, by having kids and replicating. So to a certain degree, her lineage or whoever got her knocked up, their lineage is still here. You know? You don't want your lineage to die out. But I'm not telling you guys to go out here and go have kids with just any old body. You understand what I'm saying? That would be stupid. But we see in life how it plays out, you know? We were talking about HBCUs not too long ago. Shout outs to Beachy. Shout outs to my girl Beach. We were talking about HBCUs and stuff like that. Those white boys, those glaciermen, their lineage, before they could even procreate, some of them, a lot of them had babies with black women, but before they could even procreate, with the women that they want to, they end up passing. And guess what? All of that stuff had to be passed on to a black member of the family, or at least, because a lot of those families were petty as hell. Certain owners would lose their estate. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't want those resources and stuff going to black people. So there's another set of reparations that people aren't talking about, clearly because they don't know their history, or they don't they don't trace it back. But they wanted to at least make sure, because a lot of these owners, they're not dumb, but they wanted to at least make sure that their children can get an education and earn a decent living, in life, should in case the family wants to be petty and not give their offspring, their technical offspring, the reparations, or the ownership. That's just asinine. The slave master tipped away to go have sex in the barn, technically with an animal at the time, which was another human being, and had a baby. And then all of a sudden he passes away, and all the people in the barn now all of a sudden own the plantation. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. Shout outs to integrity. Let me give you a wrench, bro, because I appreciate you. I didn't even notice. I have to check. Hold on, guys. New said they'll never be red pilled, to be honest. That's a carrot they dangle. Well, this is the thing. Speaking of black pill, guys like this that once were simps and stuff like that, and they have no choice to kind of red pill themselves or be somewhat red pill. These guys sometimes end up in the quote unquote fake black pill sector that we have, because these guys, they'll blue pill rage really quickly because they didn't want to be woke, and then they've spent a lifetime, like this is like, you know guys like, let's say, I wouldn't say Anton Daniels, but guys like Yada and all these other cats, it's a little bit different for them. And this is the reason why I say this, right? Because I drop hella knowledge and I chop up hella game and give y'all, hella wisdom. I'm gonna say this, guys like them, they like that gets red pilled by a lot of the women that they're around by proxy and stuff. They resist the red pill because when they were simping and knee deep in the simping and stuff like that, especially nowadays, they already had a concept to go against when it comes down to they already had a concept to go against when it comes down to like, for instance, I'll say it like this: guys like us, right? Back in the day, Um, it was with us. It was just Pookie and Ray Ray, right? Back in the day, with us, it was just Pookie and Ray Ray. It's really bad in the black community because we need to really have more archetypes, to really categorize ourselves because it's bad for black people to just try to squeeze themselves into a square slot, when it comes down to this whole Pookie and Ray Ray thing, right? But this forces a lot of guys into blue pill rage and into the fake black pill community sector because those guys aren't really black pilled. You see what I'm saying? Those guys are blue pill raging. They understand the game, but they want to go back to sleep and they worship women. And the red pill, I can't exclude us out of it because we do worship women, but not in the same way that they worship women. I would say in the name of content, because I'm guilty of it also. But what I'm saying is a lot of those guys, while they were simping, they had a purpose, whereas we didn't have a purpose. We were just going through shit with women. You understand what I'm saying? So even in the midst of their simping, they had a common enemy, which was Pookie and Ray Ray or some blue pill guy. All we had back in the day was quote unquote our concept of Pookie and Ray Ray. So a lot of these guys, they blue pill rage because guess what? When these women really start to red pill the fuck out of them, they've already said and did too much going against the red pill, you know? And, like I said, like guys like Anton Daniels and stuff like that, they become red pilled because, they kind of had no choice. It don't even really matter if they were going against red pill. Sometimes the women leave them no choice because, they were brown nosing after a bunch of women, or they have a bunch of women in their vicinity doing certain things. Remember, I said it's a game of proximity. So they're just around women to get fucked over. And women really don't respect them. And to a certain degree, it's up to the women how long they want to hide that, or hold out on snapping on a lot of these guys, And a lot of these guys, they reach a boiling point and they get red pilled. But the thing is that they already went against the red pill. They know the ideology, they know the talking points, the modern simp. So what happens is that they have a hard time accepting it. So they end up blue pill raging. And then they end up in the black pill sector technically. And they have to become somewhat black pilled before they understand the actual concepts of being red pill. But low key, they look up red pill content and they actually agree, you know, with a lot of the red pill content. The thing is that they're just still in the mode of worshiping women. So a lot of them default to the black pill sector, which isn't technically black pill. Those guys aren't black pill. You know, like I said, they don't pass around literature like the Bhagavad Gita, Eckhart Tolle, Friedrich Nietzsche, Earl Nightingale and stuff like that. Like I said, I listen to Alan Watts, you know, and other guys to clear my mind. They're not passing around real literature, you know. They're not passing around real game like they should. You dig? So a lot of them, yes, get that carrot dangled over them. You dig? And there's so many things that men go through in our life where we have to come to terms with our mortality and understand how, man is mortal, you know? And hell, you go look at certain concepts as to, why, if you're religious, why would the devil be jealous of Adam or man, and wonder why God made man his favorite, over an angel and stuff like that. And it's little frivolous stuff where you would say, oh well, why is a supreme being jealous over a being that that has to fear death? And sometimes we end up looking at the wrong things. Sometimes people don't practice morality because they're granted eternal life, or can live past a certain I hate to say it, there's a little bit of integrity behind a being or a creature or a man in this case that carries himself in a certain way and with dignity because he knows that his time is limited. There's a certain respect or level of there's something there that you can respect, that a man has to come into, he has to acknowledge his mortality, you know. So this is why I tell you guys, and I have to use women as a concept for it to just at least plant the seed within a lot of men, whether you are shit or ain't shit, is to know that you're going to be used, just don't be misused. And this is a form of you coming to terms with your mortality, and actually enjoying the gift that God that has given you, which is life, you know. A lot of men before they get caught up into some, a lot of men have lost their life before they even been able to grasp this concept, getting caught up in some bullshit, you know. Shout outs to Integrity. Integrity says, you came to True Prodigy's channel before and gave some game and experience. I had to subscribe and pay it forward when I catch you going live. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, bro. I definitely do. And shout outs to True Prodigy. I know he came by not too long ago on one of the shows, and I was giving him some pointers about approaching women. I find it noble that he approaches women. I remember when I was doing pickup heavy, and and I had to approach women at an abnormal rate. I learned a lot, not just about women, but I learned more about myself. And that's really all this shit is to really teach men about themselves. The women really don't matter to a certain degree because they all, kind of, blend in with each other until they don't, you know. And that's why I can appreciate, the real pickup, because it teaches you how to run routines and stuff. You had goofy dudes, and I'm not calling Lord Hex Squad goofy or anything, but it's just guys in general. You got goofy dudes that's like wondering why is he saying the same thing to women over and over again. It's like that's what you do. It's to really polish up your game, you know. So I would spend the whole night approaching different women and running the same routine. What's your name? Can I call you mine? Or something, or we used to use talking points, who cheats more, men or women. We used to use those talking points too, when we go out to do pickup, because we used to take advantage that it don't matter what type of woman that woman is. Most women and shit nowadays, because people listen to us and been listening to us for years, people just believe that they're relationship experts, so you know um the who cheats more routine and gambit, it actually works like a charm. And I wrote in my book, if you guys would like to purchase the book or check the book out, definitely check out one out of the two of my books that I've written, called Dating After COVID. the Sigma Male's Guide to Post Dating Success, I talk about how everybody needs to be recalibrated. Now is the best time to get a dime, on discount and stuff, because everybody's in a state of confusion and the lines are blurred. Um, Everything that used to work in the second grade works like a charm now. It worked back in the pickup artist days, but around that time, texting and all that stuff was new, and approaching women and all that other stuff, it has always been a route. But the thing is that like women back in the day, they didn't necessarily. I mean, they wanted to get you on the phone, but they didn't necessarily knew what the hell texting was. And men, we in the beginning we took advantage of that. We took advantage of that. Because with texting at the time, because women are oral creatures. This before the internet really popped off, and texting at the time, she couldn't gauge your confidence. She couldn't, tell if you had conviction in your voice when you said that. Your roar is number one with women, and even to this day, now that women really go off of looks, because women went off of looks back in the day, but it was a lot different. Your voice had to kind of match your looks. You know, and it's similar now, but your looks kind of match your voice too. But because women like to fill in the gaps. But I was telling True Prodigy that he gets to a point where he starts to get action from the woman, and he ends up in, because this used to happen to me also, because like when you're a guy and you approach a woman, first of all, when you approach a woman, and let's say you have approach anxiety, sometimes you can't believe that, oh my god, I'm actually up here talking to this girl, and damn, you look at her dead in the face and she looked good, and it's like, damn, and I'm in mid conversation. What fucks a lot of us over when we approach and talk to women is that we're in our head. you know the routines and the gambits and stuff that we get from pickup is to help us not be in our head as much as we are. You know what I'm saying? Because we'll be like, okay, we used to have something called a 3-second rule, whereas you have to approach a woman 3 seconds after seeing her, no matter what, because some guys, when you're in your head, you'll talk yourself out of talking to that woman. And what will happen is, we'll start to ask ourselves a question like, damn, well, what do I say to her? All these questions and stuff like that. Well, when you have 3 gambits, which are routines that you can fire off, you know what I'm saying? A couple of things happen. When you're used to saying the same thing over and over again, you say it with confidence, and they pick up on that. Where it gets them into a conversation. How to use it and utilize it. You know what I'm saying? So, that's that, and then you work from there. But when you're talking to a woman and things are going well, and you're really excited, and, she's cute and she's a little bit, she's good and stuff like that, and the conversation is going well, a lot of times we tend to forget that, we're still strangers, and we stay in that interaction, and we want it to go really well. But the thing is that to a certain degree, you got to eject, or you got to say, hey, let me get back to my workout, or nice to me, or hey, you got to kind of keep it up, because a lot of times we forget that women get approached, and they're red pilled. They talk to a bunch of guys. You're not the first person to talk to her or have a great interaction with her and stuff like that. And the thing is that we end up staying in an interaction long enough to talk our way out of it, or have a woman that was, couple minutes or seconds ago super attracted to us, now wondering, okay, now this is starting to get awkward, what's going on, and stuff like that. So, I'm glad that he's learning how to approach women, and even, take up the art that's lost nowadays with cold approach. But he has to learn how to eject, you know. He has to learn how to eject, And crazily enough, the best time to eject is at the height of the conversation, because once she likes you and you're like awesome and she's feeling you and stuff like that, you got to be like, well, listen, I got to get back to, my workout or this, that, and the third. But look, give me your number. You can literally give her a direct command, and she'll be eager to give, to give you her contact or whatever, because, she, you tell her, hey, I want to continue this conversation later or something like that. And this is why you guys got to soak up some game, because there's always a slot and a place to do certain things. When you're just out there winging it, and there's nothing wrong with winging it, because sometimes it takes you to wing it or run out of game in the middle of a conversation, and it'll tempt you to ask questions. But the thing is that, if you're just winging it and stuff like that, and you're not really soaking up, some good game, what's gonna happen is you don't have guys in your life to really ask, damn, when you get a woman to this point or a conversation to this point, what do you do next? How can you escalate that situation or create this type of tension, or get this type of cooperation for it to go in your favor. That's when you go down a rabbit hole, and you really need to go seek some information to obtain your a desired result. And unfortunately, a lot of guys don't have those type of guys around them to even talk to them, or give them that type of information, you know. So this is why, as pickup artists back in the day, we would go sarging, because after a while, it didn't matter what type of women we pulled. We knew that our mouthpiece and what we were saying in the gambits and in the games and stuff, and the icebreakers and things that we were running, we knew that that was more important than the actual woman itself, or getting or bedding this woman, getting this woman in bed. You dig what I'm saying? So a lot of real pickup artists, guys that really actually did it and that was out there like that, we knew that the value was in the game, not the result, you know, because the game showed us that it'll granted that you stay true to it, that you get an abundance of women. And unfortunately, guys that aren't good with women, even as pickup artists, they fell to that also. A lot of guys started getting really good at getting women, and that's all they could really do. They can obtain the woman, but they couldn't maintain the woman. And it starts showing up in their relationships. And it didn't really go too well. Didn't really go too well. So guys could get the women, but they couldn't keep the women. And this is where you gotta have players around you that will tell you that your catch hand gotta be better than your keep hand. And young men go through this all the time. After a while, you want a girlfriend. You're not trying to be out in these streets 24/7. All right, but let's get back into it. Guys like Jason Derulo have no choice but to get red pilled by a lot of these women because, you know what I'm saying? They have a soft spot, and a lot of their base is women. And eventually, you're gonna disagree with one of them, or one of them gonna get the tripping, or one of them gonna be plotting on you, or you know, you're done if you don't navigate it right. So even as a simp, because you still should know that woman more than anybody else, just seeing what she does and go through. You got to know when to eject. And it is a relationship. You're getting your non-sexual attention used up. And it's even bad. I mean, because a simp and a guy that can get the woman, it's a lesson that they have to learn. This is why it's good that God humbles you and you don't necessarily get what you want when you want and how you want it, because you will make a mistake. And when you got these rose colored glasses over your eyes, a woman can do no wrong in your eyes. A woman can do no wrong in your eyes. And that's the beginning of your downfall, whether you get the girl or not. Anyhow, whether it's your daughter, a love interest, anyhow you're around a woman and you say, damn, she can do no bad in my eyes. My bad, I said no good. I meant no bad. She can do no bad in my eyes. You give that woman free reign to walk all over you.
Power within that movement, unchecked power to accusations, and these mainstream media organizations will run with it to the tune of you losing your livelihood. In Jason's situation, losing millions of dollars. So when a man says that he's scared of situations of being
Go look at Jaheim if y'all want a good and all those simp dudes from back in the day. I bet you Joe is red pilled. The other year y'all saw Keith Sweat up there mad at a couple of women. I think Keith Sweat, he a passport bro now. Go look at what happens when you put that woman first.
alone with women, I absolutely understand him. But I always talk about a man's purpose needs also to consider ways to mitigate risk. Back in my corporate America days, I would make sure if it was meetings being scheduled and it was just me and a woman, I would more often than not put it in a meeting room. It would be us virtually talking, or if we had to be in a meeting room, I would try to figure out someone else on the team that can be present, that can also call in if they could not be present, in an attempt to mitigate.
And when you virtually talk to a woman, because this is one of the worst things too. The best thing you can do is record abroad. You got to record her, especially if you virtually talking to her. You know, it was at one point too. I even told you dudes, I'm like, hey, as men to a certain degree, you know how these cops got these body cams. Some of you niggas better walk around with a GoPro. You know, because I know it like the back of my hands. I'm telling you some real shit. I remember when the phones started getting these cameras in them. You know, I'm a millennial, so we beta tested a lot of the shit that you know that people are seriously using in their lives right now. And I remember when the phone got a camera on it, you know, even if it wasn't formidable. I remember when the phones had like cameras on them, and women were starting to use, you know, the phones more because of the camera. You know, women are obsessed with their image and their looks. and stuff like that. So the phone, to a certain degree, took on like a mirror essentially. And just some of the stuff that women do, you know, one thing that's their kryptonite is literally being recorded. You know what I'm saying? Is literally being recorded. Women really don't have no integrity with their words or their promises and stuff like that. So recording them is like, is the craziest shit ever. A lot of these women, you better make sure you record them. And the reason why I say that is that it could help your case. I've been doing this for a long time. I know what the hell I'm talking about. Argue with your mama. It could help your case. Because there's instances where women have been recorded, because recording is their kryptonite. There's instances where women have been recorded doing wrong, and the court and people still turn a blind eye and act and pretend like they don't see it or don't know about it. People conveniently play dumb when it comes to women. And record help your case. People conveniently play dumb when it comes to women. And like I said, recording can help your case. And that's a part of the patriarchy that I fucking hate. Because people turn into cowards when they have favoritism or it's their friend and stuff like that. People will turn into cowards. Trust me, I know it firsthand. Even with the whole situation that happened over the weekend with ism, right? People will see disingenuous behavior coming from women and men. And just because they like that person, they will compromise their own integrity with other people or just in general when they see somebody do something disingenuous or fucked up behavior to somebody that literally don't deserve it. So sometimes you got to have preemptive thinking and understand this before life puts you in that situation. So, giving y'all some good game. Please hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App and support the show. I'm going to let you know that recording can help, but it doesn't necessarily helps. But voice recording is always good. But in most places, and this is what I told True Prodigy, is that you got to be careful because stuff lives on the internet forever, and you got to get people's permission. But if it's on like a StreamYard call or something like that, it's kind of more easier to get away with that, But in certain states, I think in New York you can record people, but you gotta let people know that they're being recorded. And even then, people don't give a fuck. What's going on, Purple? Yeah, you said that before, bro. And I've went over there before. Tell him to come over here if he wants to get in contact with me, and I got him.
My risk. Let's listen to more.
Of the arbitrary story that some woman told. Like a crazy, crazy story that some woman told. So, with that being said, how can I be comfortable being in a room with a woman that I work with and not feel like she can just say whatever she wants? It's like...
And let me tell y'all the fucked up part about women, and this is how women take down businesses and stuff like that. whole operations. HR don't even want to do an investigation. It's going to cost money. Jason, I think he says, and I think he's going to say here that he spent $10 million fighting this case. You know, they just don't play. They just cash the woman out. You know, even HR don't want to tackle it because it's like, okay, well, if you're spending money to fight these allegations and your client is guilty, it's like, oh, you didn't believe women. And then now your company has an image of anti-women. So you know what they do? It's easier for them to fire you and cash her out so the whole situation goes away. So imagine that. Even corporations and companies are cowards, and they cower towards women. And this is something that's rarely talked about in this space. And we're going to get to it this week because I've been giving y'all so much good game about feminism and the patriarchy and about how people, you know, how feminism can only exist in a patriarch. It don't exist in the matriarch. You know, if the world is ran by women, women wouldn't love women the way they love women now. This is a part of the patriarchy that we have to talk about as men, where women and other people can exploit it. You know, they can 100% exploit it. And basically, you know, hold on. They can basically, especially in the black community, use the matriarch to have the patriarch to its specifications, like to its advantage. It could take advantage of the patriarch. Basically, no less than a daughter taking advantage of her wealthy father, and basically a man's a man's power by proxy through his naivety. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's some disgusting shit. So it's a money grab. You know, certain women that want raises and stuff like that. The concept of it is, why the hell would I get a little $10, $20 raise to work at a company that I kind of really don't want to work at anymore, or I know I'm not going to get as high as I want to, and I can just, you know, instead of quitting, like if she can do this if she decides she wants to quit. You know, think about it. If I want company, and I know I can get like I can go for a cash grab, like I can get cashed out. I'm not gonna lose nothing by accusing somebody at this company. You don't, you know, they don't lose anything behind it. So if I'm already gonna leave, I might as well set up a situation or say something happened just to see. It's a free kill. You know, and unfortunately, that's what happens to a lot of these businesses. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Just, hey, I just tried it. You know, another example, Megan Thee Stallion. She took a blogger to court and was suing the blogger for millions. Megan spent millions on that case, and the blogger only got sued for like 10K or some shit. It was higher, and then it got lowered. But Megan Thee Stallion didn't win in that situation. She didn't win in that situation. But guess what? The money didn't come from her. I mean, it did technically, but it didn't. It came from Rock Nation. So I'm telling you guys, in but so many words, you got to be careful. When they go to HR, HR ain't just going to fight it. They're going to take her word for it and just cash her out. You're just going to take her word for it and cash her out. And she doesn't lose anything by trying. That's the scary part. And their lawyers know this.
It's not worth it to me.
When you're in that and losing millions of dollars in brand deals, how are you figuring out how to navigate that?
Man, it's really less about the money. Like, the money, man. Like, I have one name that I worked so hard to.
He got no choice but to say fuck the money. He got to keep his name intact. If his name ain't intact, no more millions for him to even blow on cases like this.
Stay clean and stay clean cut. And then like somebody can just say, like you can just say anything. That's the world we live in. You can just say anything and people take it as gospel. Why was it that those same blogs, those same pages, why didn't they post a dismissal at least?
First off, Jason.
They never do. They never do. And we've been talking about it for years. They never do. The apology, if you get one, because you're not going to get one, is never as loud as the disrespect. Always remember that. The disrespect is broadcasted. Summer Jam screen. Loud as hell. The apology is never as loud as the disrespect.
Stop lying. It is also about the money. And if it wasn't, then you wouldn't have mentioned.
No, it's really not about the money. If you can blow $10 million on something like that, it's not about the money. It's about your name. Your name is what makes the money.
That you lost millions of dollars, but it's obvious that you lose so much more in tandem with the money. There's the power, the status, the fame, and the attention as well, which is exactly why the more that you have to lose in this game, the more that you have to move intelligently, because the higher.
Oh, look at Chingy. Chingy lost his career to a transgender that said they were in a relationship when they wasn't.
That you are, the more that the vultures can see you. And they're just waiting on a weak.
And that transgender fucked over Eddie Winslow. You know what? Never mind, man. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't understand how helping men can be this useless. It makes no sense, man. No, the niggas ain't listening.
Moment, a sloppy decision, or a messy situation to strike. Now you have the money to fight situations like this, Jason, to all of my average to above average guys up there that don't have funds for lawyers. Understand that you must mitigate risk as you gain, for it'll be your little head that'll get you in way more trouble.
Listen, if a nigga that got money don't stand a chance, you don't stand a chance. This is why y'all need to soak up this game and understand the level of information that I'm giving to you guys. And hopefully y'all support it.
Then you're logically thinking big head.
Wouldn't that be fair? If you posted
because
the
that's
headline,
not going to get the clicks.
That's so bro. That's so terrible. So like people don't talk about the hardships of men, but it's a really, really tough.
People don't talk about the hardships of men. No, the people that do don't get supported the way they should.
Place to be in, especially like when you have something to lose. Like it's a really, really tough place to be in. We talked about my past relationships and them saying things about me that I haven't responded to. We talked about lawsuits that I haven't really been able to respond to. I really want to respond to the blogs, if you want to be honest. I want to tell them like, what the is wrong with y'all? Like after all of these years,
why don't you come up here?
Like that I've done it. It's been
blogs ain't
places
gonna
that
care,
I've done interviews with, and I've
Now that's cap, and MTR knows that's cap.
just been so kind and generous with my time.
They don't care.
And then they post that then you don't post the dismissal. It got dismissed twice. You ain't post the second one, you didn't post the first one. Damn.
Yeah.
None of that is crazy.
Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching.
All right, hold on.
Interview of why they didn't post your shit. Instead of trying to be accepted by blogs that are notorious for not giving a shit about men, and it will continue to post up not even the most ratchet components of society, but then also content that always placates to the behaviors or the eyes of women. Why not just say bump that and go places like here in order to talk about this? One of the many reasons why this platform exists is to not only share solutions that give value to men, but also to share stories.
Here, if he goes quote unquote here with that shit, it will for sure turn his career into a graveyard. This is the fastest way to turn your career into a graveyard. Now, obviously enough, who would have done good if they went here and just did a complete heel change? Derek Jackson. Derek motherfucking Jackson. Let's go.
To help them understand meaning in that value. And I continue to push that this is about believe all women as opposed to believe any human being, but to believe the truth. Because that
and a lot of you new cats here, like MTR and stuff like that, really don't understand the game. It's not about believe all women. You want to know what it's about? Don't even question women. Your belief in women shouldn't even be questioned. Women want to put themselves in the position of Christ. It's not believe all women. It's why are you even questioning that woman? We were just talking about God, right? And I put y'all onto the gospel of Barnabas. It's like, why is it even a question to say she would do that? Oh, why are you not believing women? You don't trust women? As if we don't, as if a woman would never do something so heinous. Then we have this bullshit concept of justice. When women do stuff like this, it's a crime. And men don't speak up enough. Here you got a fucking millionaire, a guy that got money and fame and stuff like that. And niggas don't get a bunch of niggas together to even go down to the courts and say, yo, stuff like this is a crime and something needs to happen to women. And see, women got this down pat to a point that it looks bad that if you say, hey, this is a crime, and that woman should get sued for millions. It's basically in people's eyes, especially in the patriarchy, is that you're re-victimizing a woman that wasn't even a victim in the first place. There was this corn star, y'all, that I didn't even touch the story. She murdered her ex-husband and took his head off. Like, she decapitated him. She took the man's head off. And I'm not really sure if they found his head or not. And he got buried without a head or something, or some shit like that. And they were going to give this bitch 12 years. 12 years. But that wasn't even a part of the best part of the story. She divorced her husband. After she divorced her husband, she married his son that I don't think that was any of their children because she had kids with him. And she married his son. And after she married his son, she wanted full custody of the kids. And I don't think she got full custody of the kids. I think the husband had full custody of their kids. And for some reason she couldn't stand it and took out her husband. And she was guilty as hell. And they were giving her 12 years, y'all. 12 years. This goofy bitch turned down that 12-year plea deal and took it to trial and lost. You can't make this shit up, people. Even if you could, it wouldn't be as good. You feel me? Even if you could, I doubt it would be as good.
Where it lies. Now, I've done a little bit of research into this entire situation just to cross-reference some of the things that he's saying on this interview. And I found some very interesting things out.
He allegedly tells her that if she wants to, quote, make it in the music industry, she would have to take part in a goat skin and fish scales. And that is a direct quote in the law. Plaintiff was confused and asked what that meant. Derulo explained it was a Haitian reference, essentially describing ritualistic sex acts.
How the fuck? And see, this is the thing. When they want to cancel, when they don't like you, and they just want to cancel you for no fucking reason, they're going to get you up out of here. How the hell are y'all going to cancel Jason Derulo for some type of goat ritual and all kinds of stuff? And these are the same bitches that believe in dark magic and black magic and will practice dark and black magic on your ass.
The sacrifice of a goat and its blood and cocaine use. It then goes on to allege that the crudeness and timing of this comment made its meaning clear. Derulo was propositioning plaintiff for sex and hard drugs as a quid pro quo for his mentorship.
The difference in all of these we have not talked about is pro quo harassment. That's basically a Latin phrase that means this for that, which means very simply, you want this, I want to get laid. If I get laid, you'll get this. And that's what makes it sexual harassment. You are basically prostituting, if you will.
And listen, coochie is all over the fucking place. Y'all don't find it suspicious? In my Umar voice, you don't find that suspicious? That guys that can get the most coochie, you know, like a Diddy and all these other guys, well, why the fuck would you have to? I'm a regular guy. No, I'm extraordinary. But who has to take coochie nowadays when it's given away so freely? Like, I would be insulted for people to believe, like, you really think I have to do that to get some pussy? Like, coochie wasn't, it's not a commodity like it was before, or how people put that shit on the pedestal before. It's easy. You can stumble into some coochie. Niggas talking about some, oh man, Diddy was drugging bitches. You don't need to drug no damn bitch. They drug themselves. We live in a day and age where women will bring drugs around men 9 out of 10 before a man would bring drugs around a woman. These are facts. Kind of always been like that, but nobody really investigated it. Women love drugs. I remember one of the first times I had cocaine in my car was because I picked up some girl I met, and she had it on her. I said, damn. You know? Things happen. And it was a black girl. I couldn't believe it. I said, damn, black people do coke. Well, hey. Should have known. She got out of my car, and it was like a powdery substance on my seat. I'm like, I know this ain't what I thought it was. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. Y'all ever see like the cocaine cowboy movies, the Latino Mexican movies and shit? With a dude like he puts his finger on it and he puts it in his mouth. He's like, oh, this is pure China white. This you know, this the real shit. This pure. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I tapped my finger, put it on the tip of my tongue. My tongue got no. I said, oh damn, that's coke. Oh yeah, that's coke. I said, damn. It's a beautiful girl too. For y'all goofy ass nigga, oh man, Kuda dealing with crack, and no one actually know. And the funny part is that to this day, that girl look good. You wouldn't think she stay up late and do all the stuff she gets into, you know. It's a long story. The girl that I'm talking about, she was one of my wing women. She was a wing woman for me at the time. All her friends was bad, bro. All her friends. For another day. But as a man, you got to know what you're getting yourself. You're dealing with certain women, man. You can't be naive, you know. Because if you get pulled over with somebody like that, the cops will even make excuse for them. Like, did he tell you to put this in your purse? Did he tell you this? And then the next minute you going. First of all, you probably just going to jail because you're the driver. Second of all, you know, you got to be careful. You know, you got Uber drivers that go to pick up certain women and they get pulled over and go to jail because of stuff like this. You know, so keep thinking it's a game. You know, because most of the guys that went down for regarding women, they're not even really on the internet like that to even sit up here and be like, yo, what he's telling you is true. Some of them are embarrassed that they even got into a situation like that. Some of them lost their jobs. You know, we live in a day and age where hoes get away with everything under the sun. Murder. And it still ain't enough.
Somebody who wants something. So you're saying you want to be, I'll get you in it if you have sex with me. It is very simple. She's saying
you don't even have to do that nowadays. It's how dumb and late niggas are. Ain't nobody, motherfuckers gonna have sex anyway, but ain't nobody talking about something, man, you wanna get in this industry, you gotta have sex with me. No. It's not that simple. And what's even worse is like let's say like guys like Epstein and Weinstein and anybody with a Steen at the nigga Mangosteen, anybody with a fucking Steen at the end of their name. You think it's just simple to be a piece of shit dude to say, hey, you gotta have sex with me? You got hoes knowing damn well that's what they gotta do. I'm not sure if they're doing the Lord's work or if they're the actual predator. But you got hoes that will go after these guys. No. See how they play with my signal when I'm telling y'all the truth? Please support the show, y'all. I'm really going out of my way to give y'all this game. You got hoes that will go after these dudes. And will sue them or say they did something to them when that's what they wanted to do willingly. And they get cashed out. Whereas the people that didn't want to do that and they were the real victims, guess what? They just got to live with it. And it's sad because, especially with women and men, the people that's faked about, the people that's faking these assaults and stuff like that, they stop people that really been through that shit from getting help. This is why they'll never they'll never turn themselves in or talk about it and try to get help and stuff like that because it won't be believed. So you got a lot of people that ain't got shit to do with shit getting paid for shit that never happened to them, whereas the real victims, what justice, bitch? Justice? You thought this was about justice? No, it's about money. We're going to see what happens because guess what? Cassie is getting drugged to court right now. Let's see if he'll stand up. The real victims in the Diddy case is getting drugged to court right now. But let's go.
This was very specific. We got to get the goats. We got to do this. And if we do this, then you'll get what you want. So that's quid pro quo. This for that.
Now, of course, Jason denies all of these allegations and calls them defamatory. Let's just say for a second that he did say these things. Remember what he said in that first clip? He said, all jokes have some sort of truth. Could it be that he said it as a joke and in the back of his mind he's thinking, unless you go and do it, which continues to remind me is that within these settings,
and all truths can get turned into jokes.
Things when the expectation is professional, you treat it as such. Don't you dare throw out any sexual comedy type jokes because they may turn it into this later on. And the reason why I bring this up is that although Jason talks about that the case was dismissed twice, it was dismissed in both California and Nevada due to procedural reasons, due to technical reasons, with both states agreeing that they were the incorrect venues for the lawsuit.
And this is the fucked up part. Nigga, that bitch was going after you in 2 states. That bitch was trying to kill you. And you can't do nothing back.
This is the young lady that is levying the accusations against him. I believe she goes by.
Oh, yeah, and they all look a certain way.
You can see her over here. Actually, it looks like she just looked like she had a baby.
And this is the crazy part. This is the crazy part. There's so many simps and guys in these types of women's lives that they have already extorted. This is just the big fish. This is just the big fish. We have this fake justice system in America where it's like, this nigga's guilty, but if he has a good lawyer, he gonna beat it. Is that really justice though, y'all? Is that really justice? The courts don't care. It's really about money.
Maybe not too long ago. Yep, there she is. Nevertheless, if you go down to one of her posts, you'll read that she reinstated the lawsuit to occur in New York. And she writes here, far from over. Now, this was back in September 19th, and if you go up to her post up here, she reviews all of the public court documents and as well as the timeline. Feel free to be able to pause this to read it if you want, but I'm not going to take your guys' time in doing this. She provides all of the receipts from her perspective and as well as a timeline of events to the right. And this was posted just 19 hours ago, so unfortunately appears to be far from over for Mr. Jason Derulo. Make sure you guys are subscribed and locked to the channel because this is
And they know who to go after. You know, don't find yourself being a nice guy or a generous guy with money. I read a quote and I want to share it with you guys because maybe this can help somebody by hearing it. Sometimes the more smarter and wiser you will require you to be mean. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes the more smarter and wiser you will require you to be mean. You know, it'll require you to be a shrewd, not necessarily shrewd, but a mean person. Not necessarily mean, but like it will require you to be, you know, like no. It will require you to say no. It will require you to you know, to be, you know, tight fist, you know. So,
story that I will definitely follow up on to report as more information becomes real. For all of the G's that are watching this channel, I need to leave you with this, all right? Your name, especially within these professional settings, especially as you begin to gain value in this world, and especially as you begin to have things that you can lose. Your discipline is your protection. Your name is your currency. Self-control within all of that will keep more assets, will keep more money in your pocket, will keep more peace in your life than any legal team ever will. So you have to be able to move with purpose as you think intelligently about reducing your risks around you. Do not ever let one reckless moment undo an entire lifetime of your work or of the value that you have contributed. I don't know how this case is going to turn out because she is going this hard, and obviously she's going this hard because he is a man with a lot of assets to extract. If this was,
and it don't even have to be her going that hard. It could be a lawyer. Her lawyer's like, no, we can win this one. You know?
Some random dude off the street, it probably would have already been swept under the rug, but she wants that bag as a subset of what he's contributed if he did wrong by her, all right? So within that, let Jason be an example if proven guilty so that you can be the exception, all right? All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me within this content here today.
And that's crazy because I don't know when men started to take on this herd mentality. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when men started to take on this goofy herd mentality where we can see a bunch of good men get fucked over this way and nobody said. We can see a bunch of good men get fucked over and nobody says nothing. It's like you're you're a bunch of cows or goats or whatever, and you're just sitting in a herd, and you see a fucking lion right across from you in the fucking bushes, posturing up, and you see him looking at one of your other cows or a gazelle or some shit around you, and you don't say nothing to that cow or that gazelle, or yell or make some type of noise or whatever. And you just see a good cow or a gazelle getting taken out. And it's like, well, another one bites the dust. We don't even practice this shit knowing damn well that women outnumber men. Knowing damn well you're going to lose a lot of men in war. Knowing damn well a lot of guys are going to go to prison. Knowing damn well people are just going to drop dead for no fucking reason. Knowing damn well all of the shit that, that happens to men. We still play this barbaric game. I've been talking about it lately, y'all. Please support the show. Support men that support you before you even know. Because I've been talking about it. I've been going in on it, man. It seems like we're getting into the years where the fucked up part about the patriarchy is rearing its head. Because you keep hearing from women, oh, men have all of this stuff, and men don't go through this, and men don't go through that, and men just have it so good and stuff like that. Hell no, the patriarchy is whipping man's ass also. And women are getting the best out of it. They get to leverage the patriarchy to their specifications. The way they love it, the way they, they get to mold it. You're a rich girl, but you're gone too far, and you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch, girl. All right, let's get into it. Let's look at some more.
What I think would be good for you? What? Just buying a prostitute. That's honestly why rich guys buy prostitutes, because it's like spending 5 hours going on a date with the girl and you might smash. In those 5 hours, I could have made $5 million. Prostitutes like $500. In that time, that bill was over there bullshitting. I could have got myself the finest Puerto Rican $500 hooker.
Gotcha, bitch.
Dating isn't even fun anymore because so many men are concerned with what they are going to get in exchange for a plate of food. They can't even hold a decent conversation with you because they're more focused on if there's going to be dessert after dessert. And it's like, sir, I am trying to get to know you. You are a complete stranger. And that's why you see so many men suggesting these low quality, low effort, disrespectful, slap in the face ass dates, such as walk dates, coffee dates, whatever the fuck else stupid ass shit they'd be recommending so they can get out of paying some, not even real money, right? $100, $200, because they feel like, oh, if I spend $100 on food, if I spend $200 on food, you owe me.
That's why these niggas is getting prostitutes these days. I'm just letting you know. A prostitute is $100. $150 if you want that bitch to do everything, okay?
Yeah. This
nigga said $100. Try 80, 70. She'll negotiate with you and say, oh, you can do whatever you want, but really, it's the same thing like the pimping. If you know the game, you know the game. A pimp, even if he needs a bitch more than that bitch need him, his job is to not let her know that. Even if she knows that. She'll know that and still see what the hell he talking about. Because some is better than none on both sides. Stop right there. Stop right there. Hold on. I wonder if it shared something else. Hold on. Why did it do that? Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. We're gonna get into this. Hold on.
I think would be good for you. What? Just buying a prostitute. You know, that's honestly why rich guys buy prostitutes, you know, because it's like spending 5 hours going on a date with the girl.
I think he's reacting to the same video that we're reacting to, so let's check it out.
You might smash. In those 5 hours, I could have made $5 million. Prostitutes like $500. In that time, that bill was over there bullshitting. I could have got myself the finest Puerto Rican $500 hooker.
Gotcha, bitch. Dating isn't even fun anymore because so many men are concerned with what they are going to get in exchange for a plate of food. They can't even hold a decent conversation with you because they're more focused on if there's going to be dessert after dessert. And it's like, sir, I am trying to get to know you. You are a complete stranger. And that's why you see so many men.
And like, broads are dumb as hell. Nothing really changes with some of these cute broads. They're just ditzy and be able to say the same thing. What the fuck does a conversation got to do with a fucking plate of food? If you're eating a plate of food, you're already stuffing your face. So pause. Something should be in your damn mouth so you're eating. And it's like dudes ain't even fucking pressed to even have certain women's plate of food. Because a lot of them can't cook. And some of y'all recently just found this out, refound this out over again during Thanksgiving. Throw the whole girl away, man. And that's another problem with men and women, especially women, though. They made dates all about themselves. Dates ain't all about the women. It's about both of y'all. Women think dates are about them. Then wonder why dating is dead.
Suggesting these low quality, low effort, disrespectful, slap in the ass dates, such as walk dates, coffee dates, whatever the fuck else stupid ass shit they'd be recommending so they can get out of paying some, not even real money, right? $100, $200, because they feel like, oh, if I spend $100 on food, if I spend $200 on food, you owe me.
That's why these niggas is getting prostitutes these days. I'm just letting you know. A prostitute is $100. $150 if you want that bitch to do everything, okay?
Yeah. You can't make this shit. You cannot make this shit up.
What's going on, YouTube? It is your boy Ron back with another video. If you're new to the platform, welcome to the tribe. By the end of this video, I hope you subscribe. So to piggyback off a video that I did a couple of days ago, that's actually doing pretty well. Women have made dating more like prostitution. However, I've been saying, I actually kind of predicted this. Kevin Samuels did, but I kind of doubled down on it myself. Because the trend that I was starting to notice when it came to women complaining about coffee, not wanting to do coffee dates and requiring, these extravagant first dates and Cheesecake Factory is, not acceptable, even though Cheesecake Factory ain't cheap anyway.
Cheesecake Factory is a good fucking date. Bitch, I love cheesecake. The fuck? I don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory. All right, cool. I'll go by my damn self. And flick it up and put it on the internet. Fuck wrong with you? Let's go.
I've been saying for the longest now, I'm like, dude, women are gonna price themselves out to the point where
They've been priced themselves.
getting a hooker or a prostitute is gonna be cheaper than going on a first date.
It's always been
This
that
is
way.
filthy work. Check this out, man.
Dating isn't even fun anymore because so many men are concerned with what they are going to get in exchange for a plate of food. They can't even hold a decent conversation with you because they're more focused on if there's going to be dessert after dessert. And it's like, sir, I am trying to get to know you. You are a complete stranger.
You're not trying to get to know nobody.
And that's why you see so many men suggesting these low quality, low effort, disrespectful, slap in the face ass dates, such as walk dates, coffee dates, whatever the fuck else stupid ass shit they'd be recommending so they can get out of paying some, not even.
See, that's the Jedi mind trick that they pull over your head. Sir, I'm trying to get to know you. No, you're not. They don't even be asking questions. They don't even know how to date or to oblige. You know? If they were trying to get to know you, then they would understand the significance of a coffee date or, or we about to go to fucking Safeway and go buy some damn bread and feed pigeons and sip hot chocolate or some shit or some other shit. I don't know. You know? So, it's not even about getting to know a man. Women don't even really listen. Let me tell y'all something that I've learned in the game that a lot of women don't know, right? A lot of women, yeah, they can fake as long as they want to. You know, they can even fake a whole relationship with you and stuff like that. But men, we can fake and act interested in things that we're not really interested in to pull women. You know, one of the conversations that I had with Alan Roger Curry before he passed was that, I've been mode 1 before, but I'm not necessarily mode 1. Like I said, I'm a player. So sometimes I put my ability into my mouthpiece. So, yeah, I don't want to get my time wasted, but I'm not in a rush. To a certain degree, Alan Roger Curry's approach versus a Trick's approach is similar. And I say it like this, and it's not to shit on Alan Roger Curry or his approach and stuff like that. I'm saying that in this context. Like, you got a lot of these goofy dudes out here saying, oh, well, I'm just going to pay for the pussy because we pay for it anyway. And you know what I'm saying? And my time is valuable and all that. First of all, your time is not valuable. You ain't doing shit with your time. You know, just say you want to pay for it and just say you don't know how to obtain it without paying for it. Cool. Or whatever, right? Mode 1 is a method also to say, hey, I'm going to just run the lock, or I'm going to just get her to, viscerally or quickly choose, if she want to deal with me or not. She knows if she want to deal with me or not anyway. Yay or nay. Let's get this, it's to not waste time. Right? It's to not waste time. Doing it that way, you're going to leave a lot of coochie that you would have gotten on the table. Me, I know I have a mouthpiece and I'm slick and I know how to play the game. I know what women are going to do. I know what to expect. If they try to, certain things they try to do, I know how to play their game and still win or attract them in the middle of playing their game. No problem, right? To a certain degree. Of course, I leave myself open to some bullshit. That's the whole point. Or not even getting a girl anyway, or straight up wasting my time. And Alan talks about it with the different archetypes. Yeah, I could waste my time. I could, not walk away with it and stuff like that. But the thing is that I'm betting on me. You know, so that's my rationalization for it, and it is a rationale. You know, but I'm betting on me. You know, I don't fear missing out on certain coochie. I'm just not gonna leave coochie on the table that I could have gotten. You know what I'm saying? I'm like that. That's kind of really my approach to it. It's like, it's basically, are you willing to, miss out on certain women because, you're not just being straight up. You know, they're all different approaches. Uh, there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Obviously, being straight up doesn't guarantee that you're gonna get cooperation or gonna get, you know, quote unquote coochie the way you want it. So that's my little TED talk.
Real money, right? $100, $200, because they feel like, oh, if I spend $100 on food, if I spend $200 on food, you owe me.
And if you spend 100 or 200 on food, she owes you.
Hey, you know what? I don't even necessarily disagree with what this lady's saying. I don't disagree at all. However, okay, so the premise of her argument is men are spending less money, if not little money, on dates because they do not want to get used, or they expect, if they are going to spend the money, they want some sort of guarantee of box prior to the date. These things.
And women know what's up. That's why I said it's a shit test. Women know what's up. Women go thrifting. If y'all never, my bad. I used to date a bunch of bohemian women. Have you ever been thrifting with a woman, like where y'all meet up and y'all go to a bunch of thrift stores and find some cool, swanky shit, like going to a yard sale or something, like just, they go thrifting, right? So they know about deals and budget and all kinds of stuff, So don't let them shit test you into into oblivion, out of your money and stuff like that. If anything, be financially celibate. We innovating over here at Player Talk Radio. Make sure y'all subscribe and support the show. Don't be financially celibate with your support now. Giving y'all some really good game. So they know what the hell is going on. Like, why is the budget even a conversation? And let me tell you how they know what's going on, and a lot of you niggas are just falling for it off the rip. You don't hear them saying, I need to see if it's worth going out. Like, you don't hear them saying like, oh, well, I don't want to be overly dressed and we're just going to a carnival, or, oh, I don't want to overdress for the occasion and stuff like that. A lot of these women don't even have the wardrobe to even go to a ball or a gala or somewhere that's upscale. Like, if you spending some money, you understand what I'm saying? Let's say if you spending some money, they don't even have the wardrobe to go to these certain places, right? Listen, when you're a guy and she really likes you, this motherfucker will go hang out at a fucking nigga. This bitch will hang out with you behind the damn dumpster to fuck with you. You understand what I'm saying? Because anything pertaining to you is going to be fun. She will hang out with you at a fucking splash park. It's because she's with you. So I say this again. Women break the rules, if there was any in the first place, for guys that they like, and they create rules for guys that they, even if she likes you, she could have been like, you could have put a little bit more effort into this, but anyway, continue, you know. Shout outs to Tampa. What's going on, Tampa? Good to see you, bro. Happy holidays. Tampa says F-ism, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Ism did some fuck boy shit. I didn't know he was that much of a fuck boy to do some shit like that. So I ain't rocking with him. I don't give a damn how you feeling. You don't do shit like that to people, especially that help you, or put you on. I don't give a damn what type of character arc you in. And niggas be just like them hoes they be hanging out with. You can be bought. There ain't no loyalty. Shout outs to you, Tampa. Listen, if you guys are here and you guys are soaking up this game and I gave you some mental chewing gum, please support the show. Please support the show. It should go with no question. It should go with no question. I'm a big part of your week. And I make sure that I'm consistent. And I make sure I show up and give you guys entertainment, some good game, and give you guys, real practical information that'll save you time and money. And put you in great position with women. And keep your head right, Because there's nothing wrong with you. Your mind is like an instrument. It's designed to protect you. But it will talk you out of certain situations with women. Because as a man, you don't have the luxury to think like they do. This is why you could never be them and they can never be you. Because you don't have the luxury to think like they do. You understand what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Because if you're picking up what I'm putting down, you should also be putting something down also. Support the show. You did? Giving you some knowledge you can't get in college. Now, we have journeyed into another generation of women that are just delusional and don't know what they're talking about. I came from an era where we actually go out on dates and do stuff. Before cell phones and all of this other stuff really start popping off. I came from an era where you could actually date. Dating died in my era, in the millennial era. You know what I'm saying? Do people still date today? Of course they do. But I came from an era where you actually could go out on dates. I came from an era where you could, to a certain degree, show up on dates with a flower. Actually, I came from an era where you could have a little baddina, you could have a little baddie, and you walking around, and there's a guy that already got a bouquet of flowers, and he know you and your shorty finna walk past him, and he finna, put the flower in her hand and all this other shit and try to get you to, you know what I'm saying, get you to pay for it and all this other shit. Like, y'all niggas talking about, like, there's a million if you wanted to be frugal, my boy, there's a million ways you can get fleeced on a date. And I'm giving y'all some straight up game. Like, a lot of y'all haven't came from the era where it's like, bro, it don't even take the woman to, you know what I'm saying, to fucking fleece you on a date. If you make eye contact with the flower dude and he see you with that girl and he riz her up and put that flower in her hand and stuff like that and try to get you to pay for it, man, listen. A nigga that can really give you some game is telling you how to dodge that nigga. You know? And you don't even have to dodge him. Sometimes the shit happens, you're like, no. Nah, bro. You gotta step in. If that's the case. Hoti, your girl probably got a bouquet of flowers at home. And she'll still go for it. But anyway, just some old school banter. These girls don't be going out on dates like that. And if they do, these are hookups. You can tell when somebody's asking for a gesture they've never received in their life, and they just want they don't even know how to reciprocate the gesture. You show up on a date with flowers. Most of these girls never received flowers a day in their damn life. They don't even have a vase at home. I showed y'all that video of that woman, and she was a beautiful sister. And let me tell you how this shit don't make no sense. Because I showed y'all a video of that woman that was a beautiful sister. She was like, oh, he could have bought flower food or something like that, or buy me a vase and stuff like that. And like, women are so naive. They don't even understand when they're telling on themselves. Because certain things don't match. Like, how are you a beautiful, calm, kind, collected sister that's allegedly elegant, and you don't have a vase to put these flowers in? And women are so arrogant because it doesn't match. And a lot of women are so arrogant nowadays and conceited that they don't even understand that men understand men things. They be thinking niggas was born yesterday and shit. I was born at night, but not last night, bitch. You know that there's a whole nother shit test that men used to run on women, where it's like, if you buy her flowers or roses and stuff like that, it depends on how long she keeps them roses alive. Y'all know that? Did y'all know that? I'm talking about my old school millennial cats. I'm about to jarl y'all brain before the age of the cell phone. You bought this woman flowers. It's like, yo, you judge her on how long she keeps the flowers alive. Like, those flowers that you bought for her are supposed to be alive for more than a week. That's like your baby in a sense, She's supposed to keep those flowers moisturized and stuff like that. You supposed to. I vividly remember getting flowers for certain women because I'm romantic, and when you dating beautiful bitches, you want to do some nice fly shit, little relationship type shit, because it used to get reciprocated. It wasn't no simping shit like that back in the day. You out with a beautiful woman, yeah, y'all doing y'all thing. You could ask for a picture of the flowers back. Actually, women will voluntarily send you a picture of the flowers that you sent them. They would nigga, I came from an era where bitches will guard, even if it's a rose, they would guard those flowers with their damn life. Now, as a woman, this is how you know you a thought, or you doing something. You know what I'm saying? Other half of that shit test. Flower maintenance back in the day was a real fucking thing. See, bitches nowadays, they only like flowers if you can light that shit on fire and it gets them high. Flowers back in the day, you were replacing flowers, Like, if she met a new guy or a guy ghosted her or something like that, she would replace the last guy flowers with the new guy's flowers. This was how you knew you was dealing with a real woman, because it's not that she demanded flowers, but her presence commanded flowers. A guy wanted to buy flowers for her. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, if she really liked you, she would have kept your flowers. Because a nigga will buy flowers for a bitch that'll throw them away, but it's the gesture. You feel me? It's the gesture where she's like, oh my God, and also too, a woman that demanded flowers, she had an excuse to not fuck you. It's a part of the game niggas don't know about. It's a part of the game you wasn't prepared for. She could be so flustered. She's like, I can't wait to get home and put these flowers in a vase and call you. Why am I bringing all of this shit up? Because it's old and it's dead, and those days are long gone. Now you have to adjust your dating game for dealing with a harlot, a little thought pocket, right? Now you have to adjust your goddamn game. So what are you talking about, Kuda? What I'm talking about is, because y'all know I'm always 10 steps ahead. Most people can't pick up the game because they're not thinking. A player is a thinking man. It damn near keeps you up at night. Fuck these people. You're a thinking man. You know how to outthink. Some of you niggas will never get bitches because you don't know how to outthink a hoe. And that's sad. But you're listening to women complain about shit they've never experienced. Shit they've never gotten before. They've never been on a real date. They've never been romanced out of their damn pants. They've never, man, they could only dream of some shit that you've experienced in your younger years. That shit is gone. Too many elements and things in the way. All right? Now give me 1 second. Let me get back to the show. Oh shit. My chat room exploded. My bad. We back. Oh man, there he go. Big old player in the building. What's up, party? You say you sent me an email? Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta check that. I got you, broski. Good to see you, man. Happy holidays to you and your family, man. Raven is back. Raven said, my brother don't bring no damn flowers besides wheat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't only care about flowers that you can light on fire, bro. But now, if you're going to date you Latino women, make sure you bring some flowers. You're best off being a Casanova. You want some Capulet Montague type shit. You can bring a Latino woman some flowers, and a lot of them, they know how to, they get the gesture. You know what I'm saying? You know, because the Latin tongue is a romantic language. Mi amor is my armor. You understand what I'm saying? It's a, you know, it's somewhat of a, But if she Americanized, I don't know. But hey, the gesture. Um, and you get to bring the little girl out of them. You know, um, that's not necessarily for you. That's for them. You know, sometimes, and that's the thing. Like a lot of guys that don't know shit about women, they be just thinking too much for themselves and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You get to bring the little girl out of them. You know, a lot of women like that because it's a feeling. You know, they be trying to put on this, this whole persona and shit like that. And it's like, especially when you're meeting somebody, basically y'all are two, when two people meet and stuff and things like that, they're two representatives talking to each other, you know. It's just two representatives, her representative and your representative talking to each other, you know. So, you know, when you're able to bring the little girl out in certain women and stuff like that, you're building hella comfort and stuff like that, you know. If you speed seducing a woman, you know what the hell I'm talking about, you know. So you're building hella comfort and stuff with them, you know. So to get them to drop their representative for a little, even for a second, is some good action because it's like you get her to reconcile. You don't gotta convince her of you don't gotta convince her of a motherfucking thing. You get her to reconcile with herself if she really likes you like that. You know, you gotta understand some of these girls do be out here in these streets, and as a real player, the rules never change. If you can stand out from the last 20 dudes she interacted or talked to, you're in good standing. You know, these people don't be having these like complex, advanced, stables and rotations and stuff like that. You know that they would that they would lead you to think. You know that they have. You know, a bitch will have an inbox full of niggas, and you can still stand out. You know, and still be bored and not have shit going on and stuff like that. Just like when you elevate your game and you start getting a lot of women, oh man, you're going to have a bunch of women on your line and you still going to feel lonely because guess what? The one that you want, she might not be on your line, or the one that you would like to cooperate in the way that you would like her to cooperate, she might not be giving you no action. And it's going to make you feel, it's a whole different brand of feeling, quote unquote, lonely, you know? Sometimes it be niggas with let me tell you something, some real player shit. Sometimes it be niggas with a bunch of bitches going through that male loneliness epidemic, after a while you got to reconcile with yourself and realize like, especially if you if you an extraordinary nigga, a motherfucker ain't gonna be able to understand you and shit. But it's worse when you around a whole bunch of beautiful women and just women in general, and you got women that you could chill with and you can enjoy their company or they can enjoy your company and shit like that. It's a whole different ball game when you got a bunch of women around you, but you feel used or you just don't feel understood. You know what I'm saying? You know, some women, their presence, it's like, it's repelling because it's like, yeah, I kind of rather be on my lonely tonight because if she around me tonight, I don't really feel like I want to put up with her attitude and stuff like that. Plus, she don't even be listening to a nigga for real fully. I don't even think she fully gets me like that. So so you'll be surprised how twisted this game is. You be thinking, oh, an incel is a single dude that's mad at bitches and don't get women and shit like that. Nope, an incel is a married man also that's being denied sex. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of these terms with men are damned if you do, damned if you don't. You dig? Shout outs to Party. Party sent me a beat tape. Oh man, I gotta see what you've been doing with this NPC, bro. I need a Mexico Dro beat from you, Party. I need a Mexico Dro beat from you. You dig? I got you, broski. Let me know if I can share some of these on the show, though. Damn, I gotta re-download Dropbox, y'all. God damn. Oh, fuck. I'm out the loop. Alright, y'all, please hit the like button, support the show. I am sick as a dog. My nose. You said, best flowers in the world are sativa, indica, and Ruder Rails. I never heard of Ruder Rails, and I'm a stoner. Is that some new strain? Is that a new strain of moon rock? The rose is known as a device click killer. Yeah, everything that used to be a real fucking thing back in the days is like some type of weird sexual innuendo now. The last rose she saw was attacking her clitoris. The last flower she got, she rolled it up and lit it on fire. Like nowadays, when you meet up with these bitches are pirates nowadays. They got tattoos on their knuckles. It's polite to approach them with a bottle of brown liquor, Hennessy, Jose Cuervo. Not even Jose Cuervo. What's the other one that they drinking nowadays? God damn it. Barrel liquor and tequila and stuff like nowadays. Don Julio, that's the one I need to remember. Nowadays, you can approach them with the same fucking gifts you would give a fucking pirate. Going to go see a bitch nowadays is like going to go see a fucking no homo, a nigga. Like, man, let me bring this nigga some gin and some nigga. Meeting up with women nowadays is going to go meet up. It's like going to go meet up with your plug. Before you sit down in the back of that Chevy or that limo or whatever, and you discussing numbers with your plug, see if he gonna give you some shit on consignment or something like that. It's like, you know what? Let's toast it up real quick before we make any type of deal. That's what it's like dealing with women nowadays. You ain't gotta count it, Poppy. It's all there. It's all there. Meeting up with bitches nowadays is like going on a damn drug deal. Funny as that may sound, right? Because it's true. If you laugh, you know it's true. And if you laugh, you owe me a like. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. These jokes ain't free. These jokes ain't free. All right? These hoes ain't loyal, and these jokes ain't free. Niggas been out the game way too long. Meeting up with these hoes is like meeting up with damn Jack Sparrow. Meeting up with a damn gangbanger. When the last time you meet up with a motherfucker with tattoos on his fingers and shit? Like, what do you claim? Like at this point, like what is really up? Niggas don't even sit down in their own damn time and drink a barrel bottle of fucking Hennessy, and you meeting up with this broad with fucking celebration liquor and shit. I remember niggas used to, man. I'm way ahead of my years, y'all. I used to, like, back in the day. I used to and rest in peace to him. I used to read. I used to read these books. Like, you know what got me into reading books? I used to go get like I used to drink Hennessy back in the day before it got popular again. Cause like back in the day, it was really about the white liquor. People was drinking like 99 apples. They were drinking like it's Svedka, but we used to call it Saveka. You know, black people, we be butchering shit. We used to drink Smirnoff, you know, the little 10, 12, $11 bottles with the different flavors like green apple and stuff like that. Let me give y'all my recipe, y'all. I'm gonna give y'all some good game. And you're gonna be like, damn, Kuda, I never thought about that. Y'all wanna get some bitches, bro? Back in the day, you get the Smirnoff green apple. Get the Smirnoff green apple, and you mix that Smirnoff green apple with some ginger ale. Call me in the morning, my nigga. I got you. Y'all support the show. These fucking pairings ain't cheap neither. Get you some Smirnoff green apple and you mix it with the ginger ale. And oh my God, boy, this was around the time where you know what's the best ginger ale also? I love ginger ale. I like, you know, Seagram's and Canada Dry, right? Nigga, around this time, this was when that ginger ale, that green tea ginger ale came out. Ooh, nigga. I love all the ginger ale now, man. Even the blackberry one. But I'm gonna give you the game, right? You know, everybody was drinking white at the time. You know, everybody was drinking white at the time. And I was drinking you know, I was drinking brown, you know. I mean, Hennessy is disgusting to a certain degree. The shit tastes like boiled pennies. You know what I'm saying? The shit tastes like fucking boiled pennies, bro. When I get tired of Hennessy, VS or VSOP, I would switch to Remy. But what I used to do, I used to, you know, brown. There's a term called brown gets you down. You know, I used to. Give me 1 second, guys. I used to. I used to sit down and you know drink some you know hen dog and read you know read books, you know. And the type of books that I was reading, rest in peace to Eric Jerome Dickey. There was some crazy books, you know. In the DMV area, we had like a huge Afrocentric underground, you know. We had like a huge pro-black Afrocentric underground, and you just had to be somebody to just know about it. And we were introduced to authors. I remember skipping school to go flirt with this girl that used to work at the mall at this bookstore at the time. They turned it into a Radio Shack. You know, her mother was very Afrocentric, but her daughter was bad. And I remember skipping school to go like look at the books in the store and you know, flirt with this girl's daughter that used to be there. And you know, and read, you know, Ron Wills books, you know, back in like 2004, 2005, 2003 and stuff like that, you know. So, we built different, back in the day. And I knew about Ron Wills even before I even hit high school. I knew about Alan Roger Curry before I hit high school. You know, what's going on, UFO? So I was a little different. I was reading these books from Zane. I didn't read too much Zane books. I was aware of Zane, but I didn't read too much Zane books. The Zane book that I did read, I forgot the name of the book. It like I remember it was a story with this girl. She's in this like fraternity, like Alpha Phi fuck 'em or some shit like that, some weird. But we had Zane books back in the day, and we had Sister Soldier books, and all kinds of just different books and stuff. And I was, people my age, they weren't getting their hands on liquor like that, and definitely not, sitting down and reading no fucking books. But I used to read those fucking books. The book that got me into reading and really got me into reading was from Eric Jerome Dickey, and it was called Chasing. It was two books. One was called Chasing Destiny, which is a very good book, and one was called Genevieve. And the strangest shit used to happen to me when I used to read those books because I was running around chasing women also, and I was sitting up there reading some of those books, and the craziest thing is some of the shit that was happening in those books, because they were urban fiction books, was happening to me in real life, and I really couldn't process it at the time in my in my teens and stuff. All up into my 20s and stuff. So that was crazy in and of itself. Just some of the stuff that would occur in those books, and I'm watching some of it play out in my real life. Be very careful with your brain and your thoughts, people, because you can manifest a lot of things you don't think you can manifest. So if have some type of belief in yourself and stuff like that, even if the thought seems crazy, you could pull it off. Other people might not can pull it off, but you can pull it off. UFO Kamikaze says they think they've evolved, but it came at the cost of their humanity. Yeah, that's some real shit. But these women nowadays, especially if you're active and attractive and you moving around these days, these women nowadays, they're longing to feel love. Millennials are longing to feel actual true love also. This is why a lot of men in the manosphere are hopeless romantics. We want to feel love also, but it got to be genuine. But the problem is now the gestures that will make you feel that type of love or that reciprocation, they're gone. It's to the point that if you've never experienced love, like actual true love, when love was around, you almost feel dumb and goofy to try to chase it nowadays. And to a certain degree, it's like, who you kidding? You are dumb and goofy trying to chase it nowadays because it's gone. I play a song on the show from one of my favorite Japanese bands, Makoto Matsushita, and he has a song called "Love Was Really Gone." That's some real shit. Love was gone. You're naive. You're chasing your tail. You're chasing yesterday. And zillennial women, like the shit that we took for granted before technology really took over, they wish to feel that. But so much stuff is here now is that they don't understand that gesture. They don't know what the hell that shit is. When I was a young player, because I just got tired of staring at a bunch of beautiful women and it means nothing. And dealing with a bunch of women and it meant nothing because I just got so much of them at one point. What's going on, Insane One? Good to see you, bro. Happy holidays. I hope all is well. I don't know, because I mean, I believe in marriage, I'm tender to it. I do want to fall in love because I've been in love several times, well, a couple times, not too many, a little bit unfull. But you got to make, quote unquote, what love is today, you got to make it work for you. If you've actually experienced it back in the day, you're chasing yesteryear. Love to a certain degree is more of a nostalgic artifact. If you really want to piece it together, love of yesteryear is a nostalgic artifact. When you start to add things to the equation like time, and the reason why I call it a nostalgic artifact is because the love that you got then, to a certain degree, could have only been experienced in that allotted time that you've experienced it. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, we got a brother in the chat, UFO Kamikaze. He's been married, and he's been through all the motions. Now to sit down and chop it up with UFO Kamikaze, and I was to inquire about his lady, his wife, um, and just chop it up on some player shit, because players understand players, and we understand the game and know what other men have been through because these are trails that we've blazed before. I can actually chop it up with them and talk to them and say, yo, when you were married and just the time and all of that was going on, that that was something that was for that time. It ran its course. I'm not saying you can't recreate it, but there'll be nothing like it. You can create something similar to it, and men will be okay with that, because we'll be content. you know one love can remind you of another love, but the beauty in that is still love, and it's like, no hard feelings type shit. As men, we can cut a you know um and I'm not going to say women can't necessarily cut a clean slate, but and I know this by being, a Casanova type player. I'm not saying that women can't cut a clean slate, but like, love for women in relationships for women is merely a distraction. You understand what I'm saying? It's a distraction. That's what I'm telling you. Women don't necessarily cut a clean slate when it comes to the next guy. They're just distracted next nigga. For real. That's why it appears that they homie hop. It's not even homie hopping. It's just find something next to distract you. It's a form of being sedated. you know? And men don't know how to really put that into words. It's like, oh, if you see a woman chasing another man and it's like you got to wait your turn, you're dealing with somebody that is distracted, you know? It's just a distraction. Women get distracted with relationships. Men too, you know? All of it to a certain degree. You know, you can put it back into a form of distraction, but that's really what it is distraction, you know? UFO Kamikaze said relationships have been extinct for a while now. Most people are just chasing the illusion now. Absolutely, it's a wraith. You know, they're chasing a Grim Reaper ghost. The reason why love nowadays seems so empty is because look at it. We have the concept. Because no matter how much game I give y'all, y'all still gonna think of certain things the way y'all it's been presented to you on the internet, on YouTube. We have the concept of an incel, right? Which I told y'all the real incels, who the real incels are, because there's alternate universes in everything that we do. You know, we have the concept of an incel, a guy that is involuntarily, quote unquote, celibate. You know, not getting enough coochie, not getting enough play, and blah blah blah. But let me tell you this. Let me point something out to you that's different in today's dating age than from yesteryear's dating age, you know? Because now it's easier to get sex and head and all of that stuff than it is to get a sandwich and a wife. It's completely goofy. You know, it's completely inside out, crossed out. A guy that's a quote unquote incel can talk shit to a woman and get rid of her and replace her and have the confidence to do it even when he doesn't even know where his next woman or coochie is coming from. What I'm saying is, even somebody that has a hard time getting women can get rid of a woman or a man, whatever, you know what I'm saying, with the exact same confidence as if he can replace them as quickly. Y'all get what I'm saying? Only because the internet and the phone exists. The internet and the phone, because everybody's dating pool greatly risen with the internet and the phone. The internet and the phone will make somebody that's technically undesirable or somebody that does not get that much play, it will still give them the confidence to feel that they can replace someone easily that's damn near irreplaceable. And it's not necessarily if that person is irreplaceable. Some people, for your particular life, you shouldn't be replacing them. You know? Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because I came from an era, the last era of when people actually loved each other. They actually worked on their relationship. Their eye didn't just wander so quickly, and they weren't in a rush to replace somebody if something went wrong. You know, they didn't necessarily say, hey, there's something wrong with that person. They didn't necessarily say, hey, they didn't just jump, you know. So let me let this play real quick. Give me 1 second. All right.
Things are true. However, let's go with under that premise. This is a problem that can easily be solved, right? Now, this lady very specifically say, oh, it's only $100, $200. That ain't even no real money. If you want to remove the underlying premise from the date of you getting them getting used for their money and you having an expectation to give them some box, if you want to move that premise, use your $100. Use your $200 to go on a date. You said you wanted to get to know them. Like, now I'm just repeating, I'm using your logic and repeating your words, right? You said you were there to get to know them. $100, $200 ain't nothing. You want to remove the premise? Use your $200. Use your $100, and you can go on whatever date you want to go on. But see, you don't want to do that because then then your thing is, oh, men want to be girl, men want to be gay. Well, which one is it? Which one do you want? Do you want to? Because your biggest issue is you don't want to feel like you owe them box at the end of it, and you want to go on a good date. Easy solution. Use your money. You're there to get to know them, right? It's a little bit of money. Do that. But you ain't gonna do that. And then, I mean, to be honest, you really got some nerve getting online saying this as if like this doesn't happen to dudes all the time. It doesn't happen to me, but it happened to dudes all the time. Like, I made a whole reaction video where a girl used a dude for a date, begged to pay for the Uber. Then I reacted to a whole other video where the girl used the dude for a $500 spa day. So like, this shit happens. So what dudes are doing, you can't be mad at it, right? So like, don't act like this is like, you know, like across the board, like girls are just so innocent and don't do shit. So niggas just, what do you expect people to do? That's like on the flip side. If dudes was going out and kidnapping girls on dates, I think girls would stop going on dates, wouldn't they? If it was largely accepted for dudes to go on dates and kidnap the girl after the date, would most girls keep going on dates? No, they would put in some sort of precautions to make sure they don't get kidnapped. It's the same thing. Dudes are just now putting in precautions to make sure they don't get used. Like I said, this don't happen to me because I can pick girls that like me, but other dudes, they not that skilled. So I get it. I get why they doing it. I know it doesn't benefit you anymore because now you can't necessarily get nice shit paid for, but you know, it sucks, but you gotta adjust to the time.
You owe me, and if you don't, you're using me. That's how sick and twisted these fucking men are. So it's like, yeah, I'd rather just not date, because the idea that a man is truly convinced that I would spend my day off that I could be spending with friends, family, or myself, that I would use my time, my energy, my makeup to sit across the table from him just to get a free fucking meal is actually so wild, disturbing. Yeah, I'm good. Save your $100. Don't even worry about it. You're okay.
See, at that point, she just being disingenuous. This is a well-known fact. Girls get on TikTok and post shit about how they use dudes for dates. So for you to get on there and say that is insane, number one. Number two, who told you don't have to put on makeup? You know, this is one thing that I truly do despise about the sum of the female gender. Some girls truly feel like their time is more valuable than yours. Some girls truly feel like their time is more valuable than yours. What makes your time more valuable? You know, the dude has to take his time, go out his way, drive out his way to see you too. You do know that, right? I don't know what type of dudes that she associates with. Not really quite sure. She seems like the type that attracts a lot of tricks, but like a man's time is just as valuable as your time. So where that premise comes from, and you have to spend your time and put your makeup on, hey, he got to do not the makeup, but he got to do the same thing. He got to spend the same amount of time looking at you, talking to you, coming up with interesting shit to say to you. You know what I'm saying? So like that, y'all had to stop this shit. And dudes, y'all got to get some more self-esteem, man. Y'all have to date girls that like, then you wouldn't even be going through this. You attain this. You just.
I mean, it's not even that. You gotta flow. And like I said, dating nowadays is a task for men. You know, it's a really hard task, especially for a lot of the Gen Z dudes, because it's like they're in their head too much. You know, they're stuck in their head too much. You know, it used to be that when you gather information, or you like you learn something, you would pass it down so that would already have that knowledge and be ahead of their time, and really wouldn't have to relearn all of this shit. That used to be the case. You know what I'm saying? That used to be the case. Now you got so many like the Zillennials, they lost it. You know, like the information that I know and all that other stuff. This is why I give y'all so much game in these shows. This is stuff that should have been passed down. You know, this is stuff that should have been passed down. You should have learned from the pickup artist era. You should from the manosphere era. You should. All of this stuff is bastardized. These new cats that y'all are listening to and supporting their show, they don't have to say, "Hey, please hit the like button." They don't have to say, "Hey, please support the show. Please hit the Cash App." They don't have to say that. I'm a veteran. Like this is ridiculous. I've been entertaining you guys for more than 5 years. I'm a veteran YouTuber. And it's sad that I still have to say, "Hey man, you know, can you please hit the like button? Can you please support the show?" All of the game and information I've given to you guys over the years. I can go to other places in these spaces and they'd be like, "Who are you?" And it's like, "Nigga, who are you?" And these people are using my verbiage, terminology, all kinds of stuff. Right? And I sit back and I'm like, "Damn, look at how all this knowledge, look at how all of this stuff can get lost up in the rapture, just wrapped up into like all of it's gone." And I've been saying this for years. Before you even get to the real thing, you gonna get to a bunch of the fake shit. You gonna get to the bastardized shit that you won't even be able to tell the fake from the real. You won't even be able to tell the fake from the real. You would rather buy it from the fake person that still has yet to come to the real and learn what the hell they talking about. You would buy that shit from the fake person. And it's cool. You know, fake people, the thing about knowledge is that fake people, the fake shit all day. You want to know why? Because they're more relatable. Both of y'all are still trying to figure it out. You just gonna gravitate to the person that you think that has it a little bit more figured out than you do. But deep down inside, both of y'all know y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Or it's evident. And sometimes people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they rather be around other people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because guess what? It's better than being alone. Sometimes it's good to be around somebody else that don't know what the fuck they're talking about while you don't know what they're talking about, because guess what? At least you ain't alone. At least you can look at yourself and be like, "Hey, I ain't bugging." So I get that. I get that. You could just pray something real don't happen. Wouldn't know what to do with it. But I'm a veteran tuber. And I see quickly how knowledge can be just lost to other elements like money, hype, thievery, stealing, content. Just lost. Straight up. We're past the age of information. You lucky if you find somebody like me. Yeah, I'll tell you this. Past the age of information. You're going to run into way more misinformation now before you run into the actual information. So you got to make sure your study game is tight. You're soaking up some good game. You got to make sure you got some experience and wisdom behind what you're talking about. So you're going to just be chasing a cloud. You're not going to have enough discernment to, you know what I'm saying, decipher the information that you're going to be on a fool's errand. This is why you have to have wisdom, and this is why you have to have experience. This is why the experience that you have has to come from the wisdom that you have has to come from the some of your experience and stuff, because you don't want to be gullible when it comes to your knowledge and stuff like that. You definitely don't want to be gullible. Being gullible on the internet is the most fucked up thing that can happen to you in your life. You know what I'm saying? Because you know you know it's bad. You know, I was about to say, being gullible is just fucked up. I just hate to say it. Like being gullible is it's just bad, bro. You know, the internet, damn near the worst thing that happened to a lot of people, because if you have a social media before you have a social life, you are already at a disadvantage when you decide to get off of social media and get back to your social life. Social media is keeping most Americans and people in the West sedated because they have no idea for years their social life has been dead. Hey, you know what, man? This is some paywall shit. I got no business giving y'all this type of game with little to no support. Let me give y'all the fluff shit, except for my real ones. You know, shout outs to the real supporters, but let me give y'all this fluff shit. You know, man, y'all ain't ready for this game. You said, my ex is no longer the person she used to be. Yeah, it's like a shell. It's like they're in a shell of themselves. And it wasn't an act. You could see in her eyes she low key ashamed of who she is now. Simps can't see it. Yeah. Especially when you dealing with them beautiful women and stuff like that. And you can see that they know, that both of y'all know, but they for sure know that they were a shell, you know what I'm saying, of their former self. You know, too much things occurred. You know, but you know, from a day and age where people used to, you know, they used to fight, fight for their relationships. You know, they used to go out of their way, you know, to let you know, hey, you know, I'm rocking with you to the end. But now, you know, we're in a day and age where you have people that have a hard fucking time even getting what they want out of relationships, you know, to get what they want out of relationships, you know. You got somebody that have a hard time getting women talking crazy to you like they can replace you, you know? And when you that person and you know, you know when you're a staple in someone's life, you know. I was talking to my broski the other day, and it was a bunch of girls that was walking past both of us, that was getting out of this nightclub, and one of them was like, you know, she tried to flirt with us, but she was like asking us a question and shit like that, and she kind of stepped off a little bit. And then like one of them had like their little nose in the air and shit like that, and I was just laughing. You know, I be finding shit funny as fuck. You know, nigga, one thing about me, I'm a fucking laugh, bro, to a certain degree. And I looked at him and I said, bro, go on about your business and do what you need to do. 'Cause I said to him, I said, bro, these people out, you know, the ones that I was talking about at the you know, the moment. I'm like, these people out here, they ain't got no life. They do, but they don't. You hear what I'm saying? You know for a fact, and this goes for some of you guys too, in the inner city and stuff like that. You know for a fact, if you that man or you got shit going on, when you deal with a certain woman, like let's say you niche down, like you lock in, you know for a fact you would change her life completely. You know, it's like listen, you know, do what you need to do, because you know, fuck, you know, you would completely change that person's life. You know, you would, whatever she got going on at that moment, once she meets you or y'all do y'all thing, you will overhaul and damn near oversee every single nook and cranny that she got going on in her life. Not saying that you in particular, you know what I'm saying, would stop what she got going on. I'm telling you, like, she will bring a halt to what she got going on and just be on your channel type shit. So one thing you don't hear guys talking about in these spaces is the effect that they know that they can have on somebody. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing you notice too. When you get an abundance of women, or you're a player, you know, is that you're intruding in other people's lives. You don't want to just, you know, jump in someone's life and then, you know, to a certain degree, you know, stop what they got going on with their foolishness. You know, you can look at perfection and say, you know what, I'm gonna keep it that way and be all right with it. You know, like, nah, I'm not about to waste shorty time. I ain't about to waste her fucking time. And then who am I kidding? Wasting my time. You know? But I told him, I said, yo, look, hey, the lifestyle that you live versus the little bullshit she thinks she got going on in her life, man, please. Please. Sometimes you gotta let people guan. Make them guan. Yeah, I know I'm dropping some gems. I'm dropping some gems in the chat. You said, lost my wedding ring working in the yard once, and told my ex while we were married, I'd rent a metal detector to find it tomorrow. She instantly looked for it till she found it. That's what's up. Ain't no women doing that shit now. Harsh reality, yeah. I mean, it's just a different breed of women nowadays, you know? Aisha Curry about to fumble Steph. She gonna fall off. Yeah, she don't know what the hell she talking about. That's the thing. Men ain't giving y'all the real game. And I get it because a lot of them never been through it, or they don't know how to articulate what they've probably been through. And they need somebody to actually put it together. Because sometimes it's harder to remember yesteryear. So when you get older, in your 30s, your 40s, and 50s, you're getting into your prime as a man. And take the concept that I gave you guys, right? About how how I'm a millennial, and one half of my life was analog, and then the next half it just went straight digital. And I'm still an analog cat that got to bring that digital, that got to bring that analog thing into the digital, because digital don't really cut it like that. I remember in my teens and early 20s, I spent a good deal mad actually, at Generation X. I was mad at Generation X. Shout outs to my exes. A lot of y'all don't know. I was mad at Generation X for a minute. Cause what was supposed to fall on y'all niggas fell on us. I was mad at I could have sworn I had my anger placed in the right place. Oh yeah. My Gen Xers in the building. Oh nigga, I was mad at y'all like a motherfucker. Cause I was like, yo, why didn't y'all tell us this shit was gonna happen? Why didn't y'all tell us, Gen X could even predict the shit that's happening now. Actually, millennials and Gen Xers are in the same fucking boat, to tell you the truth. If you can remember your youth. Yeah, for sure. I was mad at Gen X for a little minute. Like, man, why, man, listen, like, how did y'all let this bullshit happen? It was a big shift, big change. Gen X didn't even see the shit coming. That bomb dropped right on millennials. Y'all didn't see that shit coming. So, like I said, I was mad at Gen X for a good minute. Because it felt like a setup, but it really wasn't a setup. But the women just changed, and then they, today's women, they're acclimated, So you have a choice to make when you get into your 30s, fellas, and you're in your 40s. If you want that old love, maybe then you date the women in your age range or a little bit older, because they can understand certain gestures and things like that. But it's not a guarantee, because guess what? Like I said, they acclimate themselves. So if they acclimate themselves, they're probably just gonna act like the generation of today anyway. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, damn, you might as well just go get you something young, tight, and right, because guess what? And this is the stuff that the older cats don't explain to the older women and stuff like that. For the ones that wonder, oh, why do these old men always get with the younger women? It's because y'all are chasing after the younger women also. Y'all are trying to modernize yourself, and it's like, well, he might as well just go get the real fucking thing instead of playing around, fucking around. So you probably could get the old analog love with somebody in your age range and maybe a little bit older. Or you can get with what you got right now. But just know they're not going to be able to accept the gesture. They're not going to be able to, you know, uh, they're not going to be able to really reciprocate probably in the way that you think, or that you feel somebody should have reciprocated, like they did back in the day. That shit is damn near over with. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm being distracted. So, like I said, I used to get mad at the older generation, at Gen Z, Gen X, until I found out it's like, damn, what was supposed to fall on them actually fell on us. If you want to get the old analog shit, go for women in your age range. But guess what? A lot of them are tripping. A lot of them are out of shape. A lot of them already had kids. A lot of them are trying to modernize themselves. A lot of them are trying to catch up with the times. And then you got to ask yourself, yo, am I still living like it's high school? Or am I still living like I'm a, like I'm a YN? Or am I updating myself? So, you really got to think, a lot of that shit is set in stone. Whereas with a lot of these newer and younger chicks, hey, you can get that new feeling with some of them if they ain't on some bullshit. But guess what? You're going to be reminded a couple of times, hey, she is younger than you. My suggestion is go find you a young girl with an old soul, or just date women in the countryside. But then again, like I said, a lot of y'all in these spaces, y'all don't get along with actual feminine women. Y'all don't that shit gonna confuse you more than it's gonna do to her. So, it's up to you. Whatever you want to do. It's your life, man. You said it's married dudes in this space still trying to hold on to the past and recreate it. They still don't understand where shit really is, or prefer to live a lie. Yeah. I'm just saying, in long story short, I'm just saying you have to have a dating compass. You have to have a compass. You have to have a dating compass and know where you at on the board, and that's what men do. There's several times in your life you're gonna have to destroy yourself and then rebuild yourself, or you're gonna have to upgrade something that you already built. Just make sure you're the type of guy that doesn't have to constantly keep destroying himself. Make sure you're the type of guy that can that will upgrade himself. Make sure you're that type of guy. Like, you could just upgrade yourself. You dig? Like, you could just, that you just constantly upgrade yourself. You're not always going to be right. And then not even. Sometimes you're right. It's just that times change. So you don't have to necessarily, you know, destroy yourself or do no wild shit, but you just, you upgrade yourself, you know? You build on what you already have. And you just, you reaffirm to yourself like, yeah, I'm right about this. Or I was right about this in the past. So ain't no need to tear what I've built down and you know what I'm saying? Ain't no need to tear what I've built down. I could just upgrade myself. Or just rebuild, pick up where I left off. Give me 1 second, y'all. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. If you are soaking up this game, give me 1 second. Or if I gave y'all something to think about, you know what I'm saying? Some mental chewing gum, you know? Because like I said, it's about upgrading your own damn self. Building off of something that you already know. If you kept up with yourself throughout the years and you bet the house on yourself and you succeeded, you already know what to do. You said we're watching Steph Curry being slow walked to divorce like he's an average blue collar man. Any dude thinking his marriage is safe now is delusional, harsh reality. Yeah. But honestly, there's better years to be married and there's better years to be single. And you got to know in your marriage if certain things are getting rocky. Like I said, either rebuild or upgrade. You got to, he got to rebuild his situation or, I mean, I'm not going to say that, he got to go out of his way to prove to Aisha Curry that she's making a mistake. Even though as a husband, if it's at his discretion, if that's what he wants to do, whoop-de-doo, go ahead, go out of your way and let her know that you care for her and all this other shit and you're willing to make it work and blah, 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 even though there's really nothing to be, willing to make work or any of that shit. If she wants to bounce, you gotta let her bounce. You shouldn't have to fight for something that's already yours. You understand what I'm saying? You should not have to fight for something that's already yours. So if she want to be loose like that and she's not listening to your discretion and she want to learn her lesson the hard way and come to the dumbass conclusion like, damn, I should have stayed with my husband. I can't believe I left love to go look for love. Hey, she gonna have to learn that shit on her own. Like that's, I mean, the noble thing to do as her husband is to be with her while she's going through these motions and stuff like that. But like, if you gotta constantly prove your fucking value to who you thought was your lady and all this other stupid shit, man, you out your fucking mind. You out your damn mind. She want to make that shit romantic and shit like that. Oh, just show me that you still love me like when we first met. Like, yeah, nah, you know what? Because 9 times you putting up with a bunch of disrespect before it even gets to that point. You know. So if you're cool with putting up with that amount of disrespect, hey, to each his own. Whoop-de-doo. Half y'all niggas should have known too. With fucking Tom Brady, y'all niggas was in trouble. You know, when it comes to some of these hoes. If Tom Brady couldn't survive that shit, what makes you think you different? You know? Like, damn, nigga, Tom Brady couldn't even. Out of all the niggas that tried to sack Tom Brady, it had to be his wife, dog. It had to be his wife. I just saw the other day, Raven, you in here still, bro? What was that shit with John Cena? Didn't he just beat some weird woman in court? Anyway, let's get back into this bullshit. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm multitasking. But you guys been catching these gems in my rants. You know, you can support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Sponsor a water, something. Damn. Nigga, let me go get something to drink. My mouth dried in a motherfucker. God damn. You know, shit, it's Christmas. Where the love at? You dig? You gotta be authentic, y'all. There's too many copies out here. Be authentic, y'all. And I'm not gonna lie, man. If you're a man and you're genuine and you're authentic, you gotta be okay with being by yourself. You know, ain't no loneliness epidemic, bitch. You gotta be okay with being by yourself, because a genuine, authentic man that's a thinker and that's a true hunter, he's going to be alone. Real hunters don't hunt in packs, you know what I'm saying? So shout outs to my snipers, man. Make sure you guys are supporting the show and rocking with the show the only way you know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about John Cena about to have his match in the last 4 days. Yeah. You know what he said? He said when he's gone, nobody's going to give a fuck about him. They're going to forget him. And I said he's right. I said he's right. They're going to forget about John Cena. He's going to get mentioned, but it's like, that's what niggas do. They just go after the next shiny thing, just like bitches, you know? Just like bitches. He was, you know, yeah, bro, I gave you your shout outs. Thank you so much, man. For sure. John Cena is a big staple in the game, but out of sight, out of mind. John Cena can't really act though, Raven. And he looked crazy now. John Cena looked like he looked crazy now. Yeah, like like as soon as you leave, people, bro. If listen, if you're truly the GOAT, you're forgettable. For real. For example, Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods been made so much fucking money off of video games and all kinds of other stuff. One of the best golfers to ever live. Man, ain't nobody talking about no fucking Tiger Woods. Tony Hawk. I was just looking at him talk, still skating, and I was looking at him talk to a guy, and he was talking to I don't think it was Bob Burnquist. I forgot who was talking to, but he was like, "Yo, I remember that was around the time." He's like, "Yeah, you taught me how to tray flip." And that was around the time when I broke my leg and shit like that. I'm like, man, this nigga broke his leg and still got up and got back on that damn skateboard. That's dedication. Every skater goes through that one fall where it's like, yo, do I still want to do this? And see, he's late in his years and he's still on that skateboard. But guess what? Niggas ain't mentioning no damn Tony Hawk nowadays. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan. Want to know the only reason why Michael Jordan is still relevant? Shoes. See? So if you think about it, it's not even just your brand. If you don't have material or merchandise to couple with your brand, you're done. After your time is done, you're done. Because the merchandise and the quality and stuff like that will outlive your legacy. Jordans, I'm pretty sure, will still sell, if not even more, when Jordan is gone. You got people that never seen Jordan play a day in his life. Trust me, I remember when he went to the Wizards. You got people that never see Jordan play a day in his life that will still go buy his shoes with the excitement of somebody that has seen him play. Or just for the Cena, he's going to get forgotten about because he was a gimmick. He wasn't the best wrestler. And his legacy, the material that he could have sold, got tarnished while he was still, here. Like, honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. And I hate to say it like this. John Cena should have retired. John Cena should have retired before Triple H really took over the WWE. Because in certain sports like wrestling, you're only as good as your era. Like if I say Attitude Era, instantly you guys will be like, okay, Stone Cold, The Rock, and all the, Undertaker, and all of that stuff that was going on at the time. Triple H, I don't know if you guys know, but Triple H, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm a WWE kind of belt connoisseur, but he had to, kind of professional the sport back up, or give like the championship belts like a different look, because the spinning the spinning belt and the spinning chain, because like John Cena was around like with the like a little bit like in or after the G Unit era, and come on, y'all know us from back in the days. We like all kinds of shit that spins. With the spinning rims, the spinning G unit chains and all that other stuff, or something spinning and stuff like that, to signify like that piece is, crazy or some shit like that, you know. That's hip hop. That's hip hop. It's childish, it's foolish. But if John Cena had retired before Triple H changed the belts back, because the belt was John Cena's Jordans. You understand what I'm saying? Like the belt was John Cena's real merch. If you had that spinning belt, you kind of knew it's like, yeah, that's Cena, but it's gone. Because they branded Cena as a rapper. You know what I'm saying? And rap is gimmicky. Let me give y'all the game. I'm gonna put y'all onto some real game. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. Let me put y'all onto some real game. You go buy a Rolex, and you know what black people do? We flood it with diamonds, real diamonds. But it diminishes the price of the watch. Because this is a bust. We call it a bust down. This is a bust down Rolex. Now the watch has real diamonds and stuff in it, but the resale value is shot, and it's customizable. So you go buy you a Rolex, a Royal Oak, or something like that, and you flood it with diamonds and stuff like that. Yeah, look cool. And let's say you got a spinning bezel or all that, and all that other shit, Real luxury, real value, real timeless pieces. They don't do all of that. They're elegant. Go look at the Rolls Royce and go look at the wheels on the Rolls Royce and go look at how the Rolls Royce emblem, it doesn't spin, and it actually corrects itself and keeps itself right side up, the double R's. And you see that, you can see that it's a Rolls Royce. Like the middle centerpiece stays centered. Go look at the elements in an actual Rolex. Rolexes don't tick. The hand glides. It floats. All of that shit is a aesthetic for the kids. Hip hop is for the kids. Hip hop is for the kids. So once Triple H got rid of that spinning belt shit, and honestly, it was really Young Buck and 50 Cent that really pushed that spinning shit. I mean, obviously people was riding spinners and all that other stuff, the dub edition shit, but I'm talking about like the chains and stuff like that, man. The kids eventually grow up, and then you gotta professionalize it. So once Triple H got rid of that spinning belt shit, bro, John Cena was done. And it was crazy because when people won the championships and stuff like that, they would have the spinning belt. Like the spinning belt was standard after a while. Mind you, it's a big hunk of gold that has a centerpiece that has to spin and have a bunch of rotations, even through wear and tear. Yeah, Triple H does play favorites. The Rock solidified his legacy in the movies, yeah. And also that shit made the belt a little bit thicker than the actual, championship belts. To have that mechanism in it. Yeah, the bling bling era. But see, when Triple H changed the belts, though, it was bling bling also, but the diamonds were bigger. Like the bezels and the diamonds were bigger. Yeah, Cena is a bodybuilder, yeah. You said she loves black people. Yeah. Cena's gonna forever be a baby face too. Nobody really remembers the baby faces too. They always remember the villain. For sure, for sure. I agree with that, Raven. Right. No, people still had the spinner belts, degenerate. Triple H changed them when he revealed the new belt. There's another belt too in the WWE that they barely show. It's like, what is it called? The Crown Jewel belt. Triple H really changed the spinner belt. The spinner belt was still being used all up in like 2016, 2017. Or a little bit before that. But I remember Triple H saying we gave the belt a makeover and stuff like that, you know? WWE have a whole different aesthetic now. All right. But let's get back into it. Like I said, you know, if you know, if you're looking for that old love, you know, good luck. You know, shout outs to my married players in the building that are enjoying their marriage, and they got that. And you know, some of the stuff that I've been showing you guys over the years and things y'all been seeing, you know, go hug your wife or your husband tighter. You know, this is why a lot of people, they marry their high school sweethearts or marry them when they were young. And hopefully, you know, y'all still have that same type of love, you know, if you kept it there, you know. But nigga, that shit is gone. You dig? That shit is gone. As an old man, you could try to recreate that with a younger, naive, or a younger woman with an old soul. Like I said, if you go for a younger woman, and you know what I'm saying, you're you know, you're a more seasoned player, go for the girls that are young with an old soul. And don't really expect too much from her. Just be able to talk to her and y'all enjoy each other's company, and make sure, you know, you can introduce her to some new things, and y'all go ahead and go enjoy your motherfucking relationship. Because some of y'all be putting too much emphasis on shit that has ran its course, you know. You said, I'm not saying the company retired the spinner belt in 2013. It was still selling after it was retired in 2013. You said, nope, they have the big WWE logo by 2015. Okay. You said, I'm not going to lie. I did find the Cena hate to be kind of stupid growing up. Man, he led the whole era. I mean, all of those fucking WWE games, he was on the front of it. You know, he was the face of wrestling. And the last from the Vince McMahon era. You know? Cena should be more of a decorated champion, you know, than what he is. But he's right. People gonna forget him. People gonna forget him. You know?
Talk to girls that like you. You can go on all 3 dates you want. A girl that's gonna be happy to be there. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with taking a girl on a nice date. Make sure the girl like you first, though. Don't try to find out on a date whether the girl like you, because you're gonna end up with somebody like this.
Happy to see you young brothers are learning. Happy to see you young brothers are learning, because he has said some things about this that I have already said ad nauseum on this channel. If women, I said this before, if women really wanted to take the expectation of sex off the table, and men thinking and being concerned about being used for free dates, just go Dutch on a date. Just go Dutch on the date. This is how I know a lot of women are dating men that they're really.
I mean, women have sold themselves out. Literally. If women did not have a coochie, there really wouldn't be nothing to talk about. And I hate that, because they've whittled their sexual organ down to the price of a piece of chicken. And that's sad. But let's go.
Really not that into, and they really don't like them. That has to be the case, because if that's what women are so concerned about, all you have to do is just go Dutch on the date and they'll be fine. That would alleviate everything. Everything that she complained about would be eliminated if women would just quit being cheap, or broke, for that matter. I think most of y'all broke for real. That's why y'all stress this shit so much. My thing is this: if it's just a little $100, if $100, $200, why the hell ain't none of y'all spending it? $100? You mean to tell me you ain't got 50?
They're basically trying to measure their worth to you.
I'm like, you that cheap, or you just that broke? I'm like, and then that's the other thing, bro. Y'all want men to spend this type of. And peep this, bro. She contradicted the shit out of herself. On one hand, this woman said, "I'm just getting to know you, sir. You're a stranger." Well, I'm just getting to know you, ma'am, and you're a stranger. Why the fuck should I spend that type of money on you? God.
Be financially celibate, man.
This is why I think they are slow, bro. They do not listen to themselves speak, bro. They just, bro.
That's why these niggas is getting prostitutes these days. I'm just letting you know. A prostitute is $100. $150 if you want that bitch to do everything, okay? $150 can't even get you a good dinner with a bitch. Okay, she want to go to the dinner. She want 5 drinks. She wants to go to the club afterwards. You gonna spend $5 on a date? At least 3 if you trying to impress her. Well, you could just buy a bitch.
Girl, shut up. Ain't nobody spending no $500 or $300 on no damn date. And they barely date dudes like that. Like, you know, they barely date dudes like that. And a lot of women know, like, damn, if this nigga spending that amount, all right, I do gotta get something up. For sure. I do gotta give something up. You know. You know, so women aren't really getting dudes like that to do that. I'm not saying that they haven't got a dude in their life to do that, but that's not the norm. That's absolutely not the norm. Hold on, y'all. But see, when they get on the internet though, they play these games with y'all when they get on the internet, because if you ask them, hold on, y'all. They play these games with y'all because when you get on the internet, if you let them tell it, and you let them tell it, they all got some type of weird millionaire in the cut that they're dating. You know, they somehow, is some reason, they all got some like weird millionaire that they're dealing with and stuff like that. You know, it's like, oh, I'm dealing with a high value man, and it's like, girl, well, why aren't you staying with the high value man? You know. All right, give me 1 second, guys.
It's for $100. Oh, bitch, I'm going to a prostitute too.
I'm sorry, bro, but you know it's bad when a woman is like, "Oh nah." If I was in the men's shoes, I was like, the way y'all over here talking, I would just get a prostitute too. Cause think about it, bro. You're gonna spend $100-$200 on
Nothing.
what might end in a hug and a kiss at best, but for the same price, you can literally do whatever you want, get the happy ending that you're looking for, and you ain't got to worry about following up. You ain't got to worry about arguments, any headaches, none of that, bro. You feel me? And it's all about you. This is what happens when you raise your standards to so much to the point where you price yourselves out. It would be a lot different if women were raising their standards on how they're being treated. But their idea of raising standards on how they treat it is how much more money a man is spending on them to get to know them. And I'm the reason why I'm doing that is because I still find it humorous that this bitch had the nerve and the audacity on one hand over here and say they expect something just because they spent $100 or $200, but in that same breath gonna sit over here and say I'm just trying to get to know you or you're a stranger. Yeah, I ain't too much of a stranger to spend $100, $200 though. The fuck out of here, bitch! You crazy as hell.
Ladies, y'all say men don't want to be serious anymore. That all we want is sex. No commitment, no effort, no dates. But here's the twist. Men, stop fighting it. You said I'm not giving wife energy to a man who's not my husband. And men said, cool. I'm not spending husband money on a woman who ain't my wife. Fair exchange, right? Women started charging for access, dinners, trips, cash app, charging for attention. So men said, bet. I'll just pay for what I actually want then. You turned dating into a business and men just became customers. You thought telling a man, if you can't afford me, leave me alone, would hurt his ego. Nah. You realize it's cheaper. Why take on 5 dates? Why?
I mean, when y'all realize that women are spraying and praying, it'll get a lot easier for y'all. It's like, oh, she just bluffing. She just spraying and praying. And it's sad because a lot of them are bluffing to the point where they're cosplaying as women. You know, when you gotta fight for your femininity. Like, when is the last time you told a woman, "Hey, man, you gotta put me in my rough boy era"? When is the last time, like, man, you know what, I just don't feel like a man around you. You put me in my rough boy era. Yeah, and y'all niggas sitting up here really listening to this shit. What's going on, Sound Mind? Happy holidays, man. Yeah, he kind of do like Steve the D. Put me in my rough boy era. Get the fuck out of here, man. Man, UFO, that's a dice roll. Cause shout outs to D Chicago. He came in here the other day and he was talking some sense. D Chicago was talking some sense the other day. So I'm under the suspicion that his wife or his lady was going crazy with his phone. You know.
Take a woman on 5 dates, get ghosted, argue over text.
And listen, I tell you guys, handle shit like a player, but be a gentleman. Don't take a woman on no more than 3 dates. And that's between you and her. You know. If you wanted to hit on the first date, and let's just say circumstances or something didn't play out, cool. Give both of y'all selves a grace period. But if she was playing games, I got some more game for you for that. You know what I'm saying? If she showed up late, I got some game for you for that. But gentleman wise, no more than 3 dates, she being modest, she's, if she is a sweet girl, but honestly, play the game if you want and do what you need to do, because you can have a one night stand married to that woman. Some of don't listen to people saying that, oh, well, if she's not stringing you along or you haven't courted her and all that other stuff. Man, niggas are wifing up women they had a one night stand with, and it ain't even all of that. Y'all genuinely caught each other in life and y'all are chilling. So, don't let people impose, their little goofball standards on what you got going on. You're in your own world as you should be. You're in your own world as you should be. All right? I'm giving y'all some real shit. You're in your own world as you should be. I had a quote unquote pimp trying to clown me over home ownership. And it's like, bro, you don't even understand how stupid you sound. A pimp tried to clown me over home ownership. I'm like, oh, this nigga warped. Imagine that. A fucking pimp trying to clown you over home ownership. Nigga, you don't even have a legit job. You know what? I'm not even gonna go there, bro. I sat back and I think about some of this shit. I'm like, hey, you know what, man? I'm just niggas got their own shit going on. I'm gonna let niggas have it. But just think about that. All right? Just think about that. Don't let people impose the goofy shit they got going on in their life on you. All right?
When a man can just spend less money, skip the headache altogether. You said men only want sex. But when you made everything transactional, men, they don't need love to get what they want. Now men stop chasing love. They're at peace. They're emotionally unavailable, as you call it, and financially smarter. So no, ladies, men haven't lost. They just adapted to the new rules that you wrote. You turned intimacy into a business. Men just learn how to shop better. This is King Speak. Follow me if you can handle the truth. Because I don't argue with feelings. I speak facts.
And he is exactly right, which is why you're seeing women bitching and complaining about men going overseas, or whether they staying in state and they're just deciding to participate in P4P in that manner.
You niggas don't even know if they want to be squares or players, man.
Whether you doing it overseas or you doing it in the United States, either way, all it's doing is just making things harder for the women that are actually seriously trying to date. But the problem with a lot of these women is that they're asking for the same price of the women that are willing to give you what you want off the rip. Like, you know what you're paying for. So once again, like, I think women are slowly but surely pricing themselves out, and like the brother said, the men are just adapting and moving accordingly and realizing that they're actually saving money doing the P4P more so than actually dating, because these women's standards, especially for first dates, is just outrageous, bro.
Part 2 from my video about, when should a woman start contributing to a date, and when should she start paying. And I think the whole premise of this is that there is no one answer, right? The whole thing, that learning I had from this conversation with my friend, is that we all have different life values and also our beliefs when it comes to money. We also, it's not even about value, about where you are in your lifestyle choices and the lifestyle that you want to live, and that also manifests in the way that you treat money, you spend money, you save money, you touch money, how you think about money, right? So I think money, I understand. I come from an immigrant childhood, immigrant family. I used to be very, very sensitive about money because I didn't have any. I grew up not with much. I had debt until I was like 26, and then the pandemic actually liberated me from my student loan debt because of the interest rate freeze. However, I grew a more positive relationship with money, where I didn't really see it as something like, oh, I'm never gonna have it. I still have insecurities when it comes to money because I don't have a lot of it. I know I can provide, and I know I will make, and I thus spend where I want to spend because I want to be not beholden to my money. I don't want to be a prisoner to my money. So fast forward, what I've learned through this whole experience dating this man is that I think that's one of the questions I actually asked, and he didn't really give me a great answer. I asked him, it might be because like maybe it was like too deep of an answer, or maybe it's too sensitive, but I did ask him, hey, like, what's your relationship with money? And he gave me like a very like, oh, I like to budget. I have my money where I spend for certain things, yada yada. I also don't know why this is like looking darker, but anyway, I think that is the.
You said Philip Scott used to disagree with Tommy on everything. Now he sounds like an outdated team. Man, Phil from the Advice Show needs to get the hell on, man. He's the biggest grifter on the planet. They were talking shit to him and making fun of him because they said they were talking shit about his wife. He got a Mexican wife, and they were calling her SpongeBob SquarePants and all kinds of shit and making fun of him and shit like that. You know. You need to get the hell on. Some of these dudes that be talking real crazy with this pro black shit don't even have, you know what I'm saying? And we talked about it, you know, and I asked Beachy about it and a whole bunch of other people over the years and shit like that. You know, I get the sentiment of the, you know, oh, you know, are you dating somebody that's actually black, you know, in your community and stuff like that. But he was hanging around Nyla and Taz, and they were clowning him when they found out that his wife, because he was hanging around pro blacks, they were clowning him when they found out that his wife was Mexican, and was clowning him with the passport bros shit and all that other stuff. And you know, him and O'Shea are they're horrible, bro. They're horrible. O'Shea, did y'all see O'Shea had to do a video trying to reconcile with Aaron the plumber and saying that he's a huge fan and stuff like that and all this other stuff when O'Shea when we were sitting here the whole time covering O'Shea and MTR talking crazy about Aaron the plumber and was saying that he was a pookie and he was a man. These people, bro. Man, I knew this space was fake as fuck when Little Big Nate and a whole bunch of other brothers was in this space talking about some when Young Dolph died, we lost our brother Young Dolph and this is crazy and blah blah blah. I'm like, bruh, any other time y'all would be calling Young Dolph a Pookie and a Ray Ray. See, this is the problem with the Black Manosphere, y'all. As a black man, when you get here, whenever you find this shit, you are supposed to squeeze yourself into one or two. Pookie and Ray Ray or Educated Lane. Or select and non-select. When they got and then y'all niggas lie, because a lot of y'all are Pookies, but you're lazy. And then a lot of y'all are Educated Lames, but you're lazy. And then some of y'all are a hybrid of both, but you're still lazy. And slightly goofy. And there's no archetype for that. You know? Now maybe out the generosity of my heart, I might come up with an archetype and then put a whole philosophy behind it so y'all can get, y'all can pick up some game or get with what I'm saying. But till then, you just gonna have to, these people haven't updated their shit. Cause you got some gang banging nerds and shit like that. You got some 40 Crip Urkels out here. You got all kinds of hybrid black people. But Phil from the Advice Show, he need to have several seats. I hate to see it too, because like this the same guy that I be playing for y'all that's been dragging Tariq. Tariq is I fucks with Tariq. Y'all know I Flex is my boy, but bro, Tariq been getting dragged lately, bro, throughout these YouTube streets, man, because he's on record saying lineage. Then again, it's not a lineage. Then again, all of that shit is crumbling. And honestly, this like little weeks, I've been having a field day with certain women running around these new spaces, trying to run that FBA card, and it's like, y'all, it's like, ma'am, do you even listen to Tariq Nasheed? Cause it's falling apart on his end, and y'all done stole all that man talking points. I ain't gonna lie, just throw the whole new. Just throw all these niggas away for real. The majority of them, a handful of them, you can keep them. Throw all these new niggas away because that's all they're doing. They're just repeating talking points. They're just repeating talking points, and then they're not even good at repeating the talking points that they're stealing. That's why I don't listen to a lot of these new niggas. They talk that FBA shit. And I'm like, well, I might as well just go listen to Tariq, because that's who you biting off of. Phil from the Advice Show started doing that. He started talking that FBA shit, and it's like, bro, I thought you was B1 in Pan African just a couple of years ago. And them niggas was making fun of your wife. And then it's like, how you FBA now? Are you still married? Like, did you divorce her? Like, what the fuck? Bro, they were calling his wife SpongeBob. I said, now I've cursed Phil from the Advice Show out a couple of times, but I never talked about that man's wife. I don't really talk about people's wives like that unless, I'm provoked. But, and even then, I still don't do that shit because it's like, bro, she ain't got nothing to do with it, you know. But I don't know, if y'all are in these pro-black circles and y'all are speaking on black issues, and it's just a man thing, right? It's just a man thing for a man to want to put his wife and his family first, I mean, it's still a patriarchy, right? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But if you are like Mr. FBA and you still can't put your Mexican wife first, or I mean, if everybody that that knows you say, especially on the FBA trope, if they don't know, it's crazy to even have to say, yo, if these people knew I had a Mexican wife, would they support me? What I'm saying is like, you're not. I mean, I'm not saying you should put your wife out there all the time. I mean, you stick it to your topics and shit, but you can't really put your wife first like that without being questioned by your own audience. That's crazy. But then again, I gotta put myself in the shoes, because I stay the same, y'all. I'm the same guy, right? But every so often, because it's how I look at it, right? I gotta put myself in the shoes of a guy that grifts. A motherfucker that grifts can't really give a fuck about his audience that much, because guess what? He really has no core audience, because I mean, he'll have a core audience because people have followed him throughout the years and just been around. But somebody that grifts, I'm relearning over and over again. Someone that grifts really can't it's a money grab. They really can't give a fuck about their audience because they're switching up their audience every single time. If you fucks with me and support me and you know me and you rock with me, sometimes, or for the most part, when new people come here to a certain degree, because I stay the same, I'm trying to get them to where you are to a certain degree. Like, yo, yeah, come on in. Yeah, this how, because it makes sense, right? But when you're grifting and you listen to a grifter and they're like, damn, how can I tap into a new audience? How they're gonna tap into a new audience is just changing the whole shit up. Hot and cold. They're not. It don't matter what they said yesterday. I'm saying this today. They're trying to acquire a new audience. They're trying to switch, not get new people to come and sit down and eat. They're just jumping from location to location to location. The only way y'all are still following them is because they're on the same platform. You dig? But shit, if you've been following Phil from the Advice Show for the longest time, nigga, you an anamorph. You an anamorph. You said he sounds like his school bus was missing a few. Oh man, UFO trying to say that man rode the short bus to school. I'm just saying, man. I mean, these people transform. I ran into Taz the other day on Izzy. No, not on Izzy's show. On Freezy's show. I don't even think Taz and Nyla probably together still. I don't know. Freezy said he trying to get Cynthia G over there. I know one thing, if he get her over there, Taz might not be over there. You know, they let Cynthia G pull their card and show their hands. You had Taz up there agreeing with the divestment movement, and Women's Fear and all them other people had to collectively get together and get on his ass. I don't give a fuck who y'all is, bro. If you in the black community and you in this like fake conscious hotep community and shit like that, and let me tell you something, you're like cause really the black community and the hotep community is really woman ass kissing in a slavery race loyalty bow on it. It's just really coddle. It's just really it's ass kissing. It's ass kissing. Dressed up. You know. There's a lot of shit you can do in the black community that's treasonous, but a sure way to get to get your black card taken is to not kiss black women's ass. You know. I don't know what you niggas gonna do when your God turns against you or herself. You got guys that rapped about it. Go listen to Common. I used to love her. You know. Yours is outgrowing your women. And I ran into a live stream not too long ago where somebody saw or they got like a live stream with Young Pharaoh. You know, I don't know if he still goes live, but apparently he was on live not too long ago. People's like, "Oh, Young Pharaoh's back," and blah blah blah. That nigga ain't even worshiping black women anymore like that. I'm like, damn. These was the niggas that swore up and down, and they started putting chakras and all kinds of shit behind their black woman is God. When's the last time y'all heard that theory? The black woman is God theory. Man, y'all ain't ready for me, man. Yeah, but see, those types UFO, they become the worst red pill types. Cause I'm not trying to sit up there and argue with no nigga all day about no fucking red pill, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've been doing this for a long time and I've saved so many black men's lives. I'd rather your girlfriend red pill you than your wife. I can understand if your wife red pills you, but I'd rather your girlfriend red pills you than your wife. You know? It's like a hospital. You know, when you come in and shit like that, it's like, okay, you know, if your girlfriend red pilled you, yeah, we could work with that. That's cool. You know, we could work with that. But when niggas get red pilled by their wife, even though there's a lot of red pill cats in marriages, when niggas get red pilled by their wife, that's like coming in this bitch in critical condition. It's like, dog, I don't know what to tell you. You know, I mean, you see it all over the place. Like, look at Coach Greg Adams. You know, I don't disagree with the lifestyle that he's living. You know, because when you get to a certain age as a man, you can go do what the fuck you want to do. You know, and especially if you done made the money and you done reached, you know, different pillars of success and stuff like that. It's just that I don't appreciate him. It counterworks what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Respectfully. I respect Coach Greg Adams, but it counterworks what I'm trying to do. I don't want guys to, be running to prostitutes and shit like that, you know? These young dudes, I want them to have a chance. And not necessarily a chance for a woman to break their shit the way that Coach Greg Adams shit got broken, but they're not going to understand where he at in his life right now. I understand where Coach Greg Adams at in his life and if that's what, if that's his decision, hey, got no choice but to rock, if that's what he wants to do. But when these wives be breaking these niggas in, bro, man, that shit is fucking chaos, bro. I'd rather a girlfriend or a long-term relationship girlfriend lead y'all down this rabbit hole than you was in a marriage and then some bullshit popped off, Cause them niggas be second guessing and stuff like that and regurgitating, them niggas be trying to challenge you and be contrarians and stuff like that. It's like, bro, it's either you red pill or not, A lot of them niggas are just looking for another woman to really take them up under their wing and remarry them again. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those dudes, they're looking for a do-over. They just think, oh, I could try it again and then I'll be good, and then, until they run back into it and stuff like that, So you got guys that are, not every man can handle the red pill. You got guys that are committed to, just being contrarian, which is anything in their lives and stuff like that, And mind you, it's a strange thing because a lot of these guys weren't quote unquote red pill or aware of this stuff or weren't players before they got married. A lot of these guys were squares or blue pill cats. And honestly, a marriage can make a red pill out of you, but I'm gonna just tell you the turnout ain't that good. The turnout ain't that good. Because a lot of you guys went into your marriage naive and blue pilled, and then you come out your marriage red pilled, but you miss the knowledge, and like your marriage was the staple, and you're like everything was good before the marriage. So like instead of understanding that you were blue pilled and you're red pilled now, you're trying to get your life back, which was based on your marriage. I don't know how to explain it. You're trying to get your life back, which is based on your marriage, instead of you just saying, "Yo, I was, I was blue pilled. Now I'm red pilled." Like you're basing, you're basing it on your marriage. I don't know how to explain it because I've been telling you guys for years that like you have naturals that are naturals. They're good with women, but they're blue pilled. You have players that are great with women, but they're blue pilled. Just because you're great with women doesn't make you red pilled. It's kind of hard to explain that, and it's kind of contradictory for me to explain that to you guys, because to keep y'all attention and most of the stuff that we talk about in these red pill spaces, it revolves around women. And like I've said in the past, is respectfully, it is women's work. It is women's worship. What the fuck is going on here? Give me 1 second, Joe. What the hell? Okay, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm looking at something else. But yeah, it is women's worship, you know. So it's a conundrum. Words will fail me if I try to make it make sense, you know. But I'm not too fond of some. I'm not too fond of some, you know, some weird cat in the space uh wanting me to fucking explain to them why they should be red pilled. Like I don't give a fuck. Like, like the I'm not gonna, shout outs to Sharon, Sharon, my bad. Like you got like these new cats in these spaces, and they're like, "Yo, explain to me why I should be red pilled." It's like, nigga, it's your life, bro. I don't give a fuck if you're red pilled or not. I don't care if you understand this shit or not. What's up with all these pills? Like, the pills. You don't know what you just say. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You know, if you grew up as a Christian and you don't know shit about the Quran, that doesn't give you merit to run around and go disrespect Muslims. You know what I'm saying? Or if you grew up Muslim and you don't know shit about Christian, that doesn't give you run around and go disrespect Christian. You know? Fortunately for me, I study everything. I use the Lord's discernment. You know? So I understand different concepts and things. But you married cats, if you're listening to this now and come 2030, you're not married anymore. Just remember I said this, man. Y'all don't fit too well, you know, when y'all get red pilled by y'all wives and shit like that. And I'm gonna tell you what happens too. Like, cause I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm very meticulous, and I'm very, I'm super magical with this shit. Um, when you're in like a long term relationship and some shit happens, like you ever been in like a relationship and like right before y'all break up, you like, yeah, this shit kind of over for real, for real. One of us just ain't vocalized it, or you gotta, position yourself, you know, you're making your exit. You gotta position yourself before you leave or whatever, because comfortability in relationships actually becomes a problem when y'all are like locked in. Sometimes your woman will do shit to you because she know you can't just up and leave like that. You're locked in. So when your relationship is kind of up on its last leg and shit like that, a lot of times you become red pilled in that little allotted time before you break up. Or some people become red pilled, they're red pilled in their marriage, which isn't bad. you know um I would say most purple pill people are actually dating than married, because if like, this is the part that people don't talk about. Like, if you're red pilled and you're dating and you find somebody that you like, you're purple pilled. But like after y'all get married or y'all together or whatever, you go back red pill. You know, you don't necessarily go blue pill. You go back red pill, or you bring the girl to the red side with you. You know what I'm saying? That's how that shit works. You know. You know. So it is what it is. You said most red pillars try to give information. Most blue pillars try to give insults. Yeah, they're trying to fit you into their world. I mean, this is the biggest. I mean, listen, a lot of people go red pill to make some blue pill shit work until they find out that you're never gonna fully go back blue pill. You know, so you might as well just make what you need to work now work. Now. You know, but I'm not talking down on people if you blue pill. I mean, blue pill men, they're men. They work, they pay their bills, they have kids, they love their wives, they're good with women. Just because you're red pill don't make you good with women. Just because it's just the truth. You know? So, you know. But listen, give me 2 minutes real quick. Let me go grab some water. We really gotta work on the support, y'all. I really need y'all to definitely look out for the cookout. Go out of your way to support the show, y'all. It's just crazy that I'm giving y'all so much vital information, bro. Like, don't y'all don't gotta do me like that. Definitely support the show. Like, there'd be so many people here that don't really give y'all nothing, man. Nothing. Ain't got nothing to give y'all. And it's like, you wake up today, God has blessed you, and you listen to certain information, and you can hear somebody that that'll make you say, what's going on, country boy? You hear somebody that'll give you perspective, that'll make you say, and you're not listening to no fucking AI bot or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody that'll have you thinking like, dang, now that you put it that way, damn, I didn't realize things was like that, or dang, that makes sense, or see, I thought it was this, and then when I heard you explain it, it made me, rethink the situation, and that's good, you know. So definitely support your boy, man, because I would say this, man. Like I said, I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. If I'm the smartest person in the room, I'm in the wrong room. And if you guys could come to the show and support the show and really walk away with some with a perspective, or some game, or whatever entertain, or whatever you walk away with from the show, that makes me feel good, especially when you guys like and support the show, because in certain cases I've done something for you that I can't even, sometimes I don't even have the luxury for doing for myself, being around somebody that can make you think, being around somebody that you can really, you know, uh, talk about certain things that you can't, you can't talk about this shit with other people, So I don't know, who y'all think y'all gonna be talking to, but you know, uh, it's a luxury to be understood, you know. Talk to people that has done it. A confused world is gonna make a lot of fucking money for whoever to take advantage of other people's confusion. Uh the internet is a weapon that's gonna make a lot of people feel like they're equal. You know what I'm saying? Um, you're not gonna know who has experience and who doesn't have experience. You're gonna have a lot of 40, 30, 50-year-old men listening to these YNs with bonnets on trying to give you some game. And I'm not saying you can't learn nothing from that YN with a damn bonnet on, but y'all gonna have to learn to actually, interact with people even through the internet. Y'all gonna have to learn how to interact with people that actually has been through it. I know I appear young. I have an old soul. I've been through a lot of BS. Even sometimes I gotta reconcile with myself to even give you some of the game and some of the stuff that I that I can impart with you that I've paid for. You know, So when y'all support the show, I mean, y'all are supporting, stuff that I already, not supporting, but y'all are definitely, stuff that I blood, sweat, and tears for, man. Just to sit up here and just to just give it away and tell you guys that shit, man. It's like you don't pay a mechanic not necessarily because he does a good job. You pay him for the years he went to school, the years he thought he wasn't gonna make it, doubted himself and stuff like that, and blah blah blah. Just to be here to give you some game to stop you from going through it or have you avoid all of that stuff. That shit a blessing. That shit is a fucking blessing. Some of the stuff that I've been through I wouldn't say it's unique, but it is unique. Not everybody goes through it, but I for sure wish, I had people around me to you know, tell me some of this stuff. And to a certain degree, I did. This is why I stuck with the space. So I definitely would love to give back. But listen, give me 1 second. Let me go grab some water and stop multitasking. I'm not even looking at the page or the chat and play this for you guys. Listen, please support the show. Please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal. It's Player Talk. Let's get it.
The takeaway of this entire conversation, it's not about is there a right date in which the woman is supposed to pay. It's more about how you think about money, and I think it shows you a lot about where you align in terms of your beliefs about money and your lifestyle, because I think that's the other thing. I'm at a point in my life, I am 33, I have my preset ways, and the older we get, the more hardened our beliefs become and our routine. And I think this is one of those moments where I'm like, maybe this isn't the right fit. And it's a shame because, he's a nice guy. However, I think this is a big issue. This is like a hardline issue for me because I don't want to be someone who always feels like we have to be counting pennies or be so strict with money, because that's just not my belief when it comes to it. I think that is the big takeaway that I learned from my conversation with my friend last night. So let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So basically, you come from an immigrant family that didn't have nothing, and then you came to America, got westernized, and once you started making a little money, you pretty much adapted the same mentality that Westerners, especially Western women, have. And essentially, you're really not that much different. At least that's what I got from it. But y'all let me know what you think. If you're new to the platform, please subscribe. OGs, I appreciate the love and support. Make sure y'all hit that bell notification. That way y'all know when I'm uploading. Hit the like button because it helps with the algorithm. It helps me reach a broader audience. Also, look out for the travel vlog channel as well as the live show channel. Both links are in the description. Until the next video, y'all. Deuces.
All right, hold up. All right, so the name of this title was Men Are Getting Prostitutes for the Same Price. That was the name of it. Like, men are getting prostitutes for the same price of the quote unquote women that they're dealing with and shit. I mean, a lot of guys definitely are. Hold on, give me 1 second. Dang. I dropped this thing. Anyway, a lot of guys definitely are, but that's in hindsight. You know, like I said, I you know, and even talking about marriage, I believe in marriage, but like this is the thing, like, you know, it depends on what type you have. You know, so this is why I was talking about it a little bit differently the other day with Mela and Spawn and James and stuff, you know, like the urban marriage, like, you know, what are y'all thoughts? Just to gauge and see what's going on. But prostitution and marriage kind of have a kissing cousins relationship, you know. So much game I can give you guys. It's just ridiculous. Y'all be letting a lot of people lie to y'all, which is crazy. But do the research for yourself. I mean, a lot of people don't understand like where the concept of marriage actually comes from. And it really comes from, in a lot of cases, you know, if you do your research, it really comes from when we were nomads. We would travel and stuff like that. And we would aside from traveling, you know, we would, you know, we wouldn't stay in places for too long because we wasn't going to be there for too long. But when the man decides like, hey, you know, I want to stay here, you know, this you know, here is good, this is where I want to stay, whoop de whoop, you know, I like the land, I can grow crops here, the soil is good, and blah blah blah. Then the man you know, has a concept of property. You know, you develop a concept of property. uh Women get on these, you know, get in these spaces and like to lie to you and say, oh well, the woman was the man's property. No, the woman was not the man's property at first. You understand what I'm saying? They made a deal together. You know, when we stopped being nomads, man says basically, hey, I want to stay here. To a certain degree, woman follows man and probably agrees with him. And land was the first concept of property. Land was the first concept of property. He defends that territory, that land. Woman made a is going on with this damn connection. Woman that wants to stay with man has made a deal with man and agrees with man, says, hey, I will stay with you and do these tasks and tend to the property while you defend the property. And like she had a whole job. You understand what I'm saying? And she knew that her survival was guaranteed, granted that she upheld her side of the deal. I would have your kids, well, our kids, because yours making it seem like it's just you. I would have our kids. I will tend to the house. I will make sure everything is good. I will respect you and blah 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 as long as you keep us safe and and you maintain this property and stuff like that. See, when we were nomads and when we were just going from space to space to space to space, we didn't really care, you know, because you were only occupying a space for a while. But when you occupy a certain space and you're facilitating certain things, you understand what I'm saying? That's where shit, you know, comes into play. So, I wanted to, put that on y'all minds today because don't let don't let nobody fucking gaslight you or uh dupe you into thinking, oh well, marriage is slavery, and oh, she don't have to listen, and I just did this and I just did. It's like, bro, stop it. Marriage is a business contract. It is a business contract. That she agrees to do this, you agree to do that. Like in exchange, there's exchanges and stuff going on, and just a basic marriage. And then look, if you can't handle some of the stuff I just said, which is really nothing for real, because we're way past that. At least be two decent human beings that love each other and fucking making it work. Whether it's for the children, whether it's for love's sake or whatever the hell you got going on. Be in your own little world and get up out of the way. I'm not even going to get into the concept. I'm not even going to get into the concept of how it's close to prostitution, but it's something completely different. If your marriage feels like a fucking trick and hoe dynamic, get out of it. For the most part, like if it's too bad, you know. Um, I'm trying to remember the guy's name. What's that Indian guy that's going through that shit right now with his woman? Like he end up marrying his woman and he now realizes that she lied and she was getting tossed around when she told him she was a virgin and shit. What's his name? Akash or whatever? I don't know, but that's fucked up. But anyway, yeah, he should I think they should, he I don't know. I think they should go back to their country and just really tap in and kind of, find a medium and keep it going, And like I said, I think him and his wife should be I think him and his wife could actually work that out. You know what I'm saying? Because they can, certain cultures they could just run back to their religion. You know, certain cultures like that they could just run back to their religion. You know, there has to be a God element to your marriage for it to work, for the most part. So, if you're a Gen Z listening to this, good luck. Hell, if you're a millennial listening to this, good luck. But yeah, listen, I got some more topics and stuff we're gonna cover later on. I just wanted to tap in with you guys and let y'all know. It's probably Tuesday where y'all at now, 2 a.m. on the East Coast. So it's Tuesday here. But we back on scheduled programming. I got hella game to drop for you guys this week. So if you guys will please definitely make a commitment to like and support the show, it'll be greatly appreciated. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm talking about, go all the way out, man. I'm gonna try to improve the show. I'm trying to get this Xbox, man. Trying to get this Xbox and get back to gaming and actually take this channel to the next level. I owe it to you guys that we got to build. All right, got to build. So listen, it's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I didn't expect time to go by this fast, but hey, I got to get back to building this business that I'm working on the side. So y'all make sure y'all stay good. Shout outs to my overnighters, but make sure you guys be safe. And yeah, we out. It's Player Talk. Peace.